Welcome to the channel, everybody. Today's subject is social climber and current Vice President JD Vance, a one-time never-Trumper.
There is definitely an element of Donald Trump's support that has its basis in racism or xenophobia.
JD has now greased his way into the Trump administration because he is willing to say anything, and he has a real talent for hitting the talking points and spreading around the disinformation, which of course is what he's there to do. Before we get started, I want to say two things. The first is thank you all for your continued support. If you would like to help the channel, please click all the helpful buttons. Secondly, in this video, I'm going to be taking it for granted that MAGA and America First are fascist movements, and that JD Vance is a mouthpiece for an authoritarian regime. If you want more of an argument for that conclusion, check out our last video. Thanks again, and now it's time for a quote.
Because the regime is captive to its own lies, it must falsify everything. It falsifies the past. It falsifies the present. It falsifies statistics. Václav Havel, the power of the powerless.
All right, to install a totalitarian state, objective news outlets must be removed and they must be replaced with round-the-clock state media propaganda. That is a must. And we're talking about the marketing arm of the regime that lashes out at the mainstream media, sues respected news stations and publications, and silences the opposition whenever possible. I think of this as the fake news department of the party.
You are fake news.
And the fake news department is a calculated org that systematically tries to silence critics. It's like Levitsky and Zablat put it in How Democracies Die.
Attacks on the press are rarely just rhetorical. They are part of a broader strategy to weaken the institutions that can hold executives accountable.
Attacking the press is one of JD Vance's primary functions within the state apparatus.
The media is one of the least trusted institutions in the United States of America.
We mentioned the press a minute ago. Someone who claims to be a member of it is Don Lemon, who's been arrested now.
The dumbest man in television.
Yeah.
CBS, NBC, ABC, there's always going to be an editorial slant to those networks, but they're also declining in power. So I do things like this. But I mean, how many people read Vogue?
Nobody.
Because the media, those people right there, they're corrupt, largely corrupt. They are truly the enemy of the people. They are.
The Vogue magazine thing stems from a recent story about California Governor Gavin Newsom. And the answer to how many people read Vogue is about 12 million a month. And if we look at YouTube and social media subscribers, they're way more popular than Megyn Kelly's app. Check out Twitter. Vogue, 14.3 million. Meg, 3.6 million. That's 4 times more popular. YouTube, Vogue, 16.1 million. Meg, 4.17 million. That's 4 times more popular. Instagram, 51.6 million for Vogue, 2.3 million for Meg. That's 22 times more popular. And this is called undermining rivals. Saying nobody likes your competitor and nobody reads your competitor is propaganda and marketing 101. Because in consumer psychology, popularity equals credibility. It also works the other way. Selling yourself as the best and calling yourself number one increases your credibility in the minds of the masses.
Nobody can do it like me. Nobody. Nobody can do it like me. Honestly.
Nobody's stronger than me.
Nobody has better toys than I do.
There's nobody bigger or better at the military than I am.
Nobody loves the Bible more than I do. Nobody builds walls better than me.
Nobody's better to people with disabilities than me.
And on a more sinister note, pretending your opponents are unpopular and dying off also helps if you plan to dispute a future election, because your supporters will believe that your rival is so unpopular that they could never have gotten the votes to win.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win.
Moving on, another department or arm of a fascist takeover is the enemies within department.
It's the enemy from within.
That means they create enemies within the country they can demonize and then call upon to terrify prospective supporters. Or as Hannah Arendt said in The Origins of Totalitarianism,
The masses are mobilized against enemies who are at once invisible, omnipresent, and internally dangerous.
and typically the enemies within department is two-pronged. On one front, the regime attacks their political opponent, converting them from the opposition party to an enemy of the nation that must be destroyed. Currently, that's the Democrat Party. And on the second front, they attack a group that is unequipped to defend itself. In America's case, low-income immigrants and LGBTQ people. This second set, the immigrants and the LGBTQs, is used as a scapegoat. It is the target the party and supporters of the party will aim for when they are afraid or dissatisfied and want to lash out. Then the trick of the party is to combine both the actual threat to power, the Democrats, and the powerless minorities into a composite enemy that wants to steal elections and steal welfare and overthrow democracy so they can enslave you, rape you, and make your kids transsexual Satanists. Supporters will let their morals wane and surrender their rights to an autocrat, as long as he promises to protect them from this imaginary enemy.
There can be no prosperity without law and order. I am the law and order candidate.
Take a look at JD going after the Democrat Party with the same old tired-ass straw man routine.
Actually ask yourself, what is it that unifies the Democratic Party in 2026 America? You know, you might say it's men and women's sports, raising taxes on hardworking Americans. A lot of Democrats believe that. You can't run a campaign on that.
Also hating Trump and hating abortion. I mean, loving abortion. Those two things.
Yeah, I mean,
they're really solid on that.
They like, again, I don't think this is true of most Democrats in our country, but most elected Democrats, it is a weird obsession with a culture of death, gender ideology, affirmative action, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's like all of the things that divide Americans against each other, that make Americans hate one another, and that make Americans poor and less safe. That is the operating focus of elected Democrats.
And this is just the same old stuff that got them elected. He says Democrats want to raise taxes on hardworking Americans, and the truth is, Democrats want to raise taxes on the wealthy and corporations and provide more relief for working class Americans. JD says men and women's sports, which is an obsession among Republicans. In truth, what most Democrats advocate for are trans rights like protection from discrimination and access to medical care. And instead of saying Democrats support access to abortion, he calls them a death cult. And the game here is that they cherry pick topics that have a lot of nuance. And if you pretend that your opponent's opinion agrees with one of the polar extremes, then you can dismiss them as ridiculous, crazy, and even evil. It's an old trick.
There is a political bias angle to it.
But I've got some news for JD. In 2025, Democrats flipped 8 seats in state-level elections. They won strongly contested gubernatorial and mayoral races, and they have tons of momentum going into the midterms. And surprise, surprise, they aren't running on any of the shit JD just said. They're running on and winning on issues like affordability and cost of living relief, healthcare access and expansion, jobs, education, and economic opportunity, federal police invading communities and unlawfully detaining people, and broader economic concerns like continued high prices and a 75% decrease in job growth, which can be linked to the president's reckless tariff policies. Next up, JD fudges the facts, because when the regime makes the masses scared of an imaginary enemy, it is important that they pretend to fight it off once they are in power. In the next clip, Meg and JD reference a recent New York Times article about a study that says the 2025 homicide rate could be the lowest in 125 years. This gave MAGA Mouth 1, JD, and MAGA Mouth 2, Meg, an opportunity to attack the press while also praising the regime as a great protector. It was a twofer.
Also, fake, confused, or befuddled about,
Yes.
for example, the lowest crime rate in 125 years.
Absolutely.
The New York Times. We may never know
Yes.
how it happened.
Yeah. Well, okay, so just on this. One, lowest crime rate in 120 years. But like, let's tell the truth about the fact that there are Americans who are alive today because of Donald Trump's crime and immigration policies.
So he's saying we got rid of all the criminally legal immigrants and we stopped crime in big cities by deploying the National Guard, and now you're safer. You're welcome. But when we look into it, we're not surprised to find that the New York Times wasn't spinning. They were simply quoting a report published by the Council on Criminal Justice. And the authors of the report and commentating expert analysts agreed that the decrease in violent crime was likely caused by a combination of many cultural factors as well as policies. Factors like a decrease in alcohol and drug use among adults, surveillance cameras outside homes and businesses. Young adults are more likely than previous generations to stay home instead of going out, and digital wallets have made cash robberies less prevalent. Experts also gave a lot of credit to the American Rescue Plan of 2021, which stabilized local governments and led to a hiring frenzy of local government employees in jobs like teacher, counselor, clinician, and in some cases police officer. The rescue plan also funded after-school employment and education programs which reduce crime rates. And because JD knows the fascist rabble who watch the Megyn Kelly show won't check his work, it doesn't matter that the authors of the study expressly stated that the decrease cannot be linked to individual causes like immigration enforcement, National Guard deployment, and violence intervention programs. And the experts also pointed out that violent crime numbers have been declining sharply since 2022, and that decrease is part of a larger downtrend that began in 2008. Analysts also made the good point that the study collected data from 40 large U.S. cities, and what do you know? Crime has trended downward in cities and areas where the National Guard has not been deployed and ICE operations have not been ramped up.
To give you this same treatment when you sit down with them, Mr. Vice President?
Just completely unbiased reporting.
And this is just another classic propaganda tactic of the regime. They accept the results of the study, but they reject the analysis and conclusion and replace it with a pro-party narrative that casts the regime as the hero and implies that the unconstitutional acts were worth the payout. All right, it's time for another quote.
Restorative nostalgia does not think of itself as nostalgia, but rather as truth and tradition. Svetlana Boyan.
The fascist promise of a national rebirth is motivated by what cultural theorist Svetlana Boyan calls restorative nostalgia, meaning that members of the movement will elect an authoritarian that promises to restore the country to its mythical former greatness. And that authoritarian will win votes with slogans like "Make America Great Again." And this call to nostalgia is another department crucial to totalitarian success. They're going to fight off all the boogeymen and make the lives of Americans more childlike and worry-free. But their promise is to return the country to the norms and conditions of a time that never existed. So they must lie about how things were and how things are going. And JD never misses a chance to promote the idea that the country is returning to its mythical former greatness.
But this president, I think, is much more focused on the home front than any president in my lifetime. And he's gotten a lot. I mean, look, $18 trillion in new investment. The country's finally starting to reindustrialize.
$18 trillion from other countries who are investing into the United
States of America.
All right, so this one is just laughable. The 18 trillion figure clearly only exists in the mind of the president. So much so that the official White House page could only inflate the truth to 9.6 trillion. I mean, where's the rest? So this page has already been picked apart by PolitiFact, so I'll just hit a couple. First off, this isn't all foreign investment, evidenced by all the American companies listed.
From other countries who are investing into the United
States of America.
And then there's my favorite, Qatar pledging 1.2 trillion. Qatar's annual GDP is only 218 billion. So even if they gave us every dollar their country made, it would take 6 years to hit 1.2 trillion. It's clown shit. Moving on.
Individual sport, what an honor for her. There is the Vice President, JD Vance, and his wife, Usha. Those are not. Those are a lot of boos for him.
The Vice President got booed during the opening ceremony. What do you make of that, Frosty?
No, I didn't see that. Is that true? Is that right?
Yeah.
It's surprising because people like him.
No, they don't like him. And that's why it's unlikely that JD will be Trump's successor as party leader. JD has zero charm and less than zero charisma. And he's clearly a spineless coward who wants to capitulate to power in exchange for advancement. I mean, listen to him hit this rehearsed sounding cuss word like he's a narc trying to fit in with the cool kids.
You know, you probably have, I don't know, 5 times as many viewers, 100 times as many viewers as the average CNN show because people are fed up with the bullshit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say
You're allowed
you
to.
know,
yeah, no, our YouTube feed on a monthly basis beats all of CNN.
Spare us the fake outrage, JD. It's not working. Oh, and listen to this goofy shit.
Stephen Miller is one of my closest friends in the administration. He and I go way back.
Can JD really be so naive and desperate to have his belly scratched that he thinks the Santa Monica ghoul, the human cold front Stephen Miller, is his friend? That's hilarious. Oh yeah, me and the plague are great friends. What a knob. But I guess that gives us some insight into who JD's handler and propaganda mentor is. It's old Mass Graves Miller. Not surprised.
I'm definitely not going to vote for Trump because I think that he's projecting very complex problems onto simple villains.
Well, that's it. Please like, subscribe, and leave a comment. And if you want to support me with money, please do so by following the link in the description. My name is Greg Kored, your ally in the fight against disinformation.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning.
It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like Goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made Goblin jokes years ago. They became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal empire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
Oh, shit. Okay, I gotta fix something up here. Please don't be mad. Why is it like this? Wait a second. What? Still? I don't know what I did. Hang on a minute, gang. Oh. All the way over here. Wait, okay, here we go. Guys, I'm giving you a little sneak peek behind the scenes. Here's what it looks like. Here's what it looks like on my end. And I got to put myself somewhere on the right, I guess. And then when I go here. No, okay, we're good. All right, great. Oh, look at this. I've made my own comment big. Of vomit, slop, and blood, first catching this beautiful feast for the senses. Yes, that was what you've just heard is the Chill Goblin. Why did it do this? I'd like you to pause on this part, please. No. There we go. The Chill Goblin, Extra Chill Goblin theme song. Thank you. Nice setup. Thank you, Danny Toluca. Gang, what's going on? How's everybody doing? I hurt my back today. I got a bad back now, I guess. I don't know. My back's been pretty good. Oh, I love this word, gobstep. I never even thought about that. Yes, gob style. Hell yeah. I love dubstep music. To be honest, I have pretty terrible taste in dubstep, I'm told. I like all the bad stuff. I like the bro step. I like the good stuff too, but I mean, God, I can rock out to some Skrillex. Rusko. I feel like I was sort of trying to do like a bit of a like Rusko, like Cockney Thug type thing with this. It sort of has that like kind of reggae, like offbeat stuff. Anyway, I don't know. Listen, I don't know what I'm talking about. I made this in GarageBand. It's not a very good dubstep, not a very impressive dubstep arrangement. I think it sounds good though. I like it. But if anybody knows anything about, I don't know, like the actual DAW programs that do I say DAW? I never said that word out loud before. DAW? 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 Like the computer guy that makes you the computer guy. The computer guy. Why did I call it that? The program that you make music with. I don't have any of the ones you got to pay for. I don't have any expensive equipment, but God, I would really love to. I feel like I have there's some kind of dubstep, I don't know, composer, musician inside of me that's trying to get out. Because I've always been real. As soon as I heard dubstep, I'd be like, oh, I bet I could write this. But then it turns out it's who even knows how they do it? They look at the computer and then they look at the waves or something, and then they're like, I'd like this wave to do that. and it get loud and it's gonna shift around. Like how do they do it? I don't know. So this is the best I can do with my current skills. I would like to maybe escape to the mountains and spend like a year meditating and learning how to actually make EDM. God, that would be so sick. I mean, I probably have other things I should be doing if I really want to go to the mountains than learning how to do dubstep, but I don't know. I often think about moving to the mountains. I don't really know what I mean by that, but I often think about this potential life I could have, going to the mountains, becoming like some kind of monk, but instead of reading the ancient scrolls, I would just be learning a skill I always wanted to have. That's a pretty common fantasy for me. It's truly the end times, dynamic sidechain. Hey, listen, that's what that is how you say it? Thanks, gang. Oh, Borgor, yes. Hell yeah. Zed's dead. All the broiest ones. Nero, Doomsday. My buddies got married, and I was his best man. And at his wedding, I requested Doomsday by Nero, and it was just like because he and I had used to go out and go to the drum and bass nights and the dubstep nights, and so it came on, and there's a bunch of our friends who were like, "Oh, fuck!" It was very cool. Sorry, Mario Cat, don't know what you said. Message retracted. Why? Why is that doing that? Zed's dead, baby. Hell yeah. One of them was a Toronto guy, right? Either Zed's dead or Zed. Caspa. Yeah. Listen, we could just keep naming guys. We could keep naming dudes. And that would be fun. But I feel like I should go on. I did finally convince Goblin Queen. People are asking if we'll be here from Mrs. Goblin today. I did recently convince Goblin Queen that dubstep is good. She's Jamaican, and like what I love, like I love Jamaican music, and like basically all of the music that I love wouldn't exist without Jamaica, like punk, ska, dubstep, like those are all like directly from Jamaica. And I think you can make an argument like hip hop as well wouldn't exist without like dance hall and culture. A lot of the guys at the birth of hip hop. So anyway, like I'm always trying to be like, you would love dubstep, you would love, ska. Like when I first started dating her, she was like, what do you listen to? And I was like, ska. She's like, you listen to ska? Really? Because like to her, that doesn't sound like it's something that children listen to, It's not like that. Like that. What's that tweet that was like, ska is the sound an 11-year-old boy hears in his head when he eats mozzarella sticks or something like that. But to her, it's like ska. That's like the music my dad listens to, but it's like a different kind of ska. It's not the same type of ska. I was like, well, yeah, like white people ska, like third wave ska, like second wave, third wave. She's like, what? Wait, what? And I played her some of it, and she was like, I fucking hate this. So, which is fair. Older new Skrillex. I did listen to the new Skrillex album, or at least one of them. Well, it's like named after, like it's called like Skrillex Sucks or something like that. Fuck Skrillex, he sucks, and his drops are mid or something like that. I liked it. I thought it was good. I think that came out like a year or two ago. I don't know. Maybe he's probably come out with new stuff since then. I don't know. But I like them both, man. I like them both. Although I will say, it annoyed me back in the day because I would get like a Skrillex album. Hey, Manny, oh, you kids, you don't know what an album is. Oh God. And I get like the album, and it would be like 3 songs, and they would be like remixed like 3 times each. And I would like, I wanted something that I could listen, I could put on my MP3 player and like listen to it. And I'd be like, what the fuck is this? This isn't an album. I don't want to hear the same song slightly different ways 3 times in a row. Fuck this. Guys, why am I even talking about this? You didn't come here to talk to hear me complain about something that wasn't even a problem. You didn't come here to listen to me talk about how I was listening to dubstep wrong. I was buying the wrong albums and listening to them wrong. 1 second. Let me see if I can fix this. Don't want to cut off the top of my head. There we go. Look at that. Aren't you guys? So much. You can see my hairline so much better. My style, mid drops and high tops. Love that shit. Love that shit. Yeah, like NoFX naming their album "They Suck Live." Yeah. Yeah, what was it called? Like, let's look it up. Skrillex album. I don't know. What was I even supposed to look for? Skrillex discography. No, I just want image. This is the one. This is the album cover. Fuck you, Skrillex. You think you're Andy Warhol, but you're not. Okay, so I didn't remember it at all. But I knew it was like some spray painted thing. You think you're Andy Warhol, but you're not. I don't even know what that really means. But was that the latest one? If not, then I've got some catching up to do. I think this guy might be a bit of a chud. I think. I know he was a what's it called? Oh God, why is it zoomed in so much? Stop that. No. There's no reason for you to be so zoomed in. Seriously? Jesus, that was insane. Okay. Make It Bun Dem. Look, with Damian Marley. This is like, what, you know how like some like couples have like hall passes? Goblin Queen told me that Damian Junior Gong Marley owns one of her ovaries, which is like pretty intense. She loves Damian Junior Gong. Lil Gongy. Cute. I don't know if that. I probably shouldn't call him that. I don't want to get in trouble later. What am I looking for? His albums. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So he's come up with like a bunch of shit since that. Wait, no. What is this? Extended plays. Okay. Studio albums. Okay, guys. I did it. I scrolled and I found the answer. The last one was the fuck you Scrolls. You think you're Andy Warhol, but you're not. Why is it doing this? Why is it highlighting? Oh God, gang. I don't know. This seems bad. Yeah, he used to be an emo guy. Yeah, he used to be oh man. Something is stuck. My keys is stuck down. Oh God. Why? Refresh. Okay, no, it's fine. Yeah, he used to be from the band First Till Last. When he was like 17 or something. Anyway, crazy. Anyway, people shit on this guy all the time. He's like the Nickelback of dubstep, if you will. But I think he's good. And I don't know. I have heard the good stuff. People have been like, don't listen to that, listen to this. And I listen to the good stuff, and I'm like, this is good. But for some reason, I just never remembered when I'm like, oh, I'm in the mood for dubstep. I'm like, let's put on some fucking Bass Nectar too. Oh, Bass Nectar's so sick. Anyway, gang, I gotta stop talking about this. You can't get me on talking about this stuff because I won't stop. I'll keep doing it, and then we'll never get to the stuff that we actually want to talk about. So I watched a little thing called the Lex Wexner deposition. And I watched the whole fucking thing. It was like 5 hours long. And this dude, look at this. Even the fucking, I will say, I wish that the YouTube symbol wasn't there, but I will say, even the fucking like thumbnail, he's got a pretty hilarious face. The dude's strategy going into this whole thing was to be like, Jeffrey Epstein, oh, I don't even know who he is. Who's that? Who? Huh? What do you mean? Jeffrey who? Jeffrey what? Steen? What? Free who, Steen? What? Are you talking about, you're talking about a different guy, right? You're talking about Jeffrey Marlborough man. I don't know. No way, you can't. Jeffrey Epstein, yes. And there's like a few people, they were like, have you read this article about you? That's like incredibly damning. He's like, I've never heard of it. No, it's the first time I've seen. Yeah, he's really pretending. Anyway, one thing I enjoyed while watching it that kind of made it go by a little bit easier was screenshotting a few of my favorite Les Wexner faces. So actually, before we look at them, let me just, I got it. This is my strategy because annoyingly, as much as I love, and you guys know I love Obsidian, it doesn't always let me zoom in on something as much as I want to. So what I do is I just make everything huge. Now it'll let me zoom into my heart's content. So here we go. So here's the Les Wexner Hall of Faces. Okay, he's like, really? That's not. Epstein did what? The New York financier Epstein. This part, it's not really shown in the thing, but this was his jaw dropped. He was sitting there with his hands open, and then they told him like, and apparently you sent him an email, and he was like, what? Like it was like he's like a cartoon elf, this guy. Really? Oh, okay, I guess. This is the one I used for the thumbnail for this stream. He's like, I've never heard, his hands were doing this. I've never heard of such a thing. Okay. And finally, no, there's two more. I forgot how many I put. Oh, he's like, oh, geez, that sounds like me. Okay. The member of the Trilateral Commission? Jeffrey Holstein? Thank you, Stupins. Good riff. Thank you for fixing my riff. This one is like, are you sure? I think I would have heard about this. Yeah, no, you don't have to explain. That is exactly true. He reminds me of a turtle. I don't know how to explain it. Yes, he is turtle-esque in a very real way. Now, here's Leslie Wexner. I was like, so I saw this and I was like, what the fuck is up? What is he wearing? Isn't this guy supposed to be like a fashion dude? Isn't this guy like the genius of the fashion industry? And I am not that. Like, I have very bad. I do not know what to wear. If you've ever seen me and thought that I looked like I put myself together, it's because the Goblin Queen told me what to wear or bought me a nice shirt and was like, please don't wear these other shirts anymore. Yeah, okay, so here's the fucking thumbnail. So this is just like the random photo. Even this is a hilarious face to me. What was I saying? Oh yeah, he's a fashion guy. I was like, what the fuck? What is he wearing? Why isn't he wearing like a suit? Isn't he usually wearing suits? And I looked him up a little bit. No, he kind of just like looks like he wears this now. He likes vests. Maybe he's ahead of maybe I'm behind. Maybe this is cool. Maybe it's cool to wear like wear a shirt and tie, like a nice shirt and tie as if you would wear like a blazer over top of it. Like almost get to that point. And then wear like a shit ass like fucking like camping vest. Like it looks like dirty or something. I don't know. Looks bad. He's got this bracelet. I mean, I don't know what the deal is with the bracelet. He's wearing it through the whole thing. I guess you can't see it there, but you can kind of see. We'll see it. We'll see it during the thing, and it's a weird bracelet. Les Wexner, he's a weird dude. He's not like the other billionaires who are all totally normal and like well-adjusted people. He's odd. He's an odd guy. He doesn't have a lot of friends. He doesn't hang out. He's kind of a homebody. I guess he flies around a lot, but he doesn't go to parties a lot. He was never good. He's never big on the dating scene, really. And I believe that when Epstein entered his life, one of the things that he probably really liked about Epstein was that Epstein could connect him to a social life. Could be like, come to this party, come on my plane, come to my island, come to this thing. Let's hang out. Let me live in your house. Like introducing him to girls, perhaps also boys. Wait. Before we do that, though, the real mystery of this, let me just see if there's anything. Les Wexner bracelet. Nope. It's like a fucking friendship bracelet or something. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Not important. This is not the vibe right now. But, so look at all my fucking, sorry, hang on. I gotta show you my Obsidian. Look at all the fucking notes I wrote. Look at this. Can you believe this shit? Can't believe that shit. That's too many no's. I didn't need to write that much. And this one maybe I will make it a little smaller so it's easier to read. But yeah, let's watch the beginning of it. Deposition started. Leslie Herbert.
We'll go on the record. This is a deposition of Mr. Leslie H. Wexner conducted by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform under the authority granted to it pursuant to House Rule 10. Accordingly, House Rule 10 grants the committee broad jurisdiction for the committee to conduct investigations of any matter at any time. On January 7th, 2026, the committee voted to approve a motion directing the chairman to authorize and issue a subpoena to you for a deposition. On January 23rd, 2026, Chairman Comer issued a subpoena for Mr. Wexner to appear today for a deposition in furtherance of the committee's investigation into the actions and investigations of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and Miss Gilen Maxwell.
All right, I don't know. Sorry, I thought I was going to show him like being sworn in. I forgot how it opened, but I really wanted just an excuse to play something so I could find this image. Then you kind of look like this. Didn't you sort of look like this guy? The Keebler elf? I mean, obviously the Keebler elf is more dressed up. He's dressed more professionally. Because the Keebler elf is a respectable businessman. You don't see that guy in the Epstein files. But yeah. So Les Wexner, I don't know. Should I just get into it? I feel like I want to like talk about him a little bit and sort of explain like who he is, what's his deal, what's his relationship with Epstein like. And I mean, I kind of feel like I guess that'll kind of come up throughout the video. No, I'll tell you what I think. I basically think that Jeffrey Epstein used Wexner. I mean, I guess they both kind of used each other, but he was how to put it. So okay. Epstein in the 80s, right? That's like the mysterious time where we don't really know too much about the guy. He meets fucking Wexner in around, was it 86 or so? He meets Wexner, and then he immediately, like Wexner meets him, and then he immediately becomes like a pretty big part of this guy's life. He's hired by Wexner around 89. Sorry, I'm looking. God, this is the worst part of my job. Trying to talk while I try to find shit. Okay, here it is. I typed this into it's something I typed into Discord the other day, and I was like, that kind of sums it up. Let me just copy and paste it into here. All right. Okay, back to OBS. There we go. We're good. We're good, guys. We're good. Oh fuck! It didn't paste with the right attributes. It's annoying. So here's my theory. Let me go through this first about what happened with Epstein and Wexner. How do they know each other? What do they even do? Who even are these guys? So they met around 86 through a guy named Robert Meister and his wife. Now this part is, I don't know if this is true. This is like that. The first part, a lot of sources say that that's true. Robert Meister says that's true. Leslie Wexner says that's true, and a bunch of other people interviewed and reporting. That seems to be how they met in 86. I think that they started hooking up. I think Wexner is DL bisexual. I think I think that this is a crazy theory of mine. This is not verified at all, but I think some of Epstein's connections with gay men, where you're like, well, what were they getting out of it? Particularly Peter Mandelson. I think they were kind of secret boyfriends. That's my guess. In Nobody's Girl, Virginia Freybook, she does say that she witnessed Epstein hooking up with a very famous, powerful man, who also, that man also engaged in like whatever sexual. He also sexually assaulted girls as well in front of her, and Wexner is one of the guys that Virginia accused of being one of the guys she was trafficked to. So I think that unnamed guy in her book is Wexner. Could be I don't know, could be a lot of people. Anyway, so they started hooking up. He earned Les Wexner's trust. And part of the reason I think that is because if they weren't like hooking up, Wexner's actions, I cannot make them make sense. Okay? I can't make them make sense. Even if they're like, which, and I don't even get into this here, but I think, Mark was pointing out, Wexner is a very potential source, like contact for Epstein to become involved with intelligence. Like it would make a lot of sense were Wexner to introduce Epstein to some sort of like CIA intelligence. He has connections there. Israeli intelligence. He has connections there. Wexner may have been a introduction point. But anyway, even with all that, I still don't understand Wexner's actions because, Epstein gets hired in 89 as Wexner's like money manager. Wexner sends his own money manager to, I got it. My thing here says 87. Is that not right? Well, I don't know. He got hired at some point. Epstein, let me just read what I wrote. What am I doing? Trying to wing it. Wexner, notoriously introverted billionaire, lives in Ohio. Like it's not a very happening place. Not a lot of parties going on there. Epstein was his secret boyfriend who took him to meet interesting people, go to parties, and introduced him to women. Wexner hires Jeffrey Epstein in 87 or perhaps 89, one of those. Or 87, okay. 87, 86. Like he hires him like right away. He's like, hello, I'm Jeffrey Epstein. Nice to meet you. And he's like, I'm hiring you to be a very like prestigious position at my company. You're going to be like my financial manager. He gets his own financial manager to check Epstein out first. And the financial manager is like, dude, this guy does not know what he's talking about. He tells Wexner this. This guy does not know what he's talking about. Who's his name? Levin? Harold Levin. He's like, this guy is scamming you. And Wexner's like, no, okay, thanks for your advice. I'm going to hire Epstein to be your boss. Hires Epstein to be his boss. Epstein convinces Wexner that Harold Levin is stealing from him. Harold Levin gets fired. Epstein convinces Wexner to like let him take control of everything. And as Mark points out here, in around 91, is it? Yeah, like so many red flags with Epstein and Wexner that like it just doesn't make sense why Wexner kept giving him all this power. He gives him power of attorney over all of his finances, over the Wexner Foundation. There's a whole thing where he had his mother, Wexner's mother, was on the board of the Wexner Foundation, and she was like, I don't know, sick or something for a little bit, and they gave Epstein her spot, and Epstein was like, kick her out, do not have her in there. And they actually compromised on that and she was like, what the fuck? And she was like angry at her son, Les Wexner. She's like, who the fuck is this guy? Give me back my spot. And they compromised and they let them like keep half of their whatever board shares. I don't know how business works. So something like that. They hung out constantly through the 90s and 2000s. Many victims described them as being together constantly, as being like best friends. Jeffrey Epstein is constantly living in all of Les Wexner's homes or his old homes. They get homes really close together. Epstein moves into a house, like a mansion in Ohio, right next door to Les Wexner's enormous mansion. It's just like, but these two mansions, they're so secluded. They're the only two like things around because Wexner's a weird, like kind of reclusive billionaire, right? Epstein's like, yeah, I live down the street from him, and then no one else lives in a like 100-kilometer radius. We'll get into that later. But anyway, and I sort of feel like there's so many red flags here. There's so many red flags. Epstein's like taking advantage of Wexner and like whatever, doing all this shit with his money that he shouldn't be doing. And then people are telling Wexner about this, but he never cuts them off. It's all good. And my view on this is that Epstein was scamming Wexner. He was like conning him and taking his money. And at the time, Wexner, I think, considered Epstein like his best friend. Epstein considered Wexner his best ever mark, like a fucking whale. You know, this guy, oh my God, he's like giving me hundreds of millions of dollars. This is like a big part of how Epstein gets his early fortune. Nowadays, Wexner claims that, we found out Epstein was stealing from us in 2007 or so, which is around the time that the Epstein was on trial, right, for soliciting a minor for prostitution. Let me just read what I wrote here. Epstein genuinely was coming from him or conning him and stealing from him. Wexner's not dumb, probably realized this all along, but decided it was worth it for the lifestyle Epstein could give him. Then in 2007, Epstein's on trial for soliciting a minor for prostitution. This is when Wexner cuts him off. And it does seem to me like Wexner genuinely hated Epstein after this point. He was like, you're dead to me as a friend. And I sort of feel like the level that he cut him off, like this is around slightly, this is after the time that Trump supposedly cut him off too. But like Trump was never this like angry about it. Or as Wexner is what little he has said about Epstein up until the other day where he did this fucking thing, this deposition. He's always been like, he's an evil man. You have no idea how evil he like hates him. And that level of hatred, I feel like you only get that for someone who you used to date, someone you used to be in love with. Like, you know what I mean? Like how love and hate are not opposites. They're like, they're sisters. Like the opposite of both love and hate is indifference. But love and hate are both like passionate, strong, powerful emotions. And when you hear Wexner talk about Epstein, like we'll listen to him in just a sec. I don't know. Try to keep that in mind. See if you agree with me here. Also, great point, Dan. Apparently stole like hundreds of millions of dollars from him, Epstein, but Wexner never reported it. He wasn't like, but it's like Wexner, that's illegal, right? Like you can sue someone for like embezzlement or whatever. No, never did that. No, we're not watching the deposition. Sorry, I'm doing this as an introduction. I don't know what I'm doing here. Is this a weird way to do it? Maybe. But I feel like Wexner is one of the most like guilty people. If anyone's guilty in the Epstein case, Wexner has to be one of them. Because his actions, his connections, like the testimony of so many victims he comes up in, this guy knew what was up. He was, very likely participating in it, very likely deeply enmeshed in it, and like so close to Epstein. Like this guy is such a major figure, up there with like Gilen Maxwell, Jean-Luc Brunel, like the co-conspirators. The FBI, when they were investigating this, they had Wexner as a co-conspirator. Not just like a client or someone who knew about it or a guy who was fucking in the fucking black book with a circle around it. No. He's a co-conspirator, but no one talks about it. This guy somehow avoided fucking sitting for testimony. He got served. We have documents that the FBI served him, papers like subpoena, didn't fucking testify. He's gotten out of everything. He's never fucking done anything. In 2019, he sent an apology email to his own employees that I don't even think has been published publicly. Maybe I'm probably somewhere, but I couldn't find it. But there are like some articles reporting on like what he said. Like this guy is skated by. This guy's a massive billionaire, super powerful, like extreme wealth. So this is like a bit of a two-tier justice system, right? Like Gilen Maxwell, she ain't got Les Wexner money. Jean-Luc Brunel, he ain't got Les Wexner money. Not even like fucking like, Trump. I mean, now I guess he probably does, but, Wexner is incredibly powerful and is totally escaped justice. So it is a big deal that he was able to sit for like a 5-hour deposition. So we'll get into this in a second. Mostly, and when he does talk, he says, Epstein conned me. He conned me. And to him, that's the big deal. That's the true evil of Epstein. Yes, okay, he molested a few thousand, underage girls and trafficked countless other women and girls, like above and below the age of consent, against their will. Yes, he was clearly, like all of this shit we can say about Epstein. Yeah, but none of that is as bad as stealing hundreds of millions of dollars from Les Wexner. Like, if you ask me, that's stealing $100 million from Les Wexner is the only cool thing, in that entire list. Like, I think that's like ethically neutral. I mean, stealing it from a billionaire, that guy shouldn't have that money to begin with. That's good. That's good. You should do that if you have the opportunity. You shouldn't do what Epstein did with that money, though. You should do something cool with it. Before anybody thinks we got a hand at the Epstein here, he's actually bad. So, okay, that's a very quick summary. And keep in mind as well, not all of that is confirmed. A lot of that is my own personal speculation, but a lot of the dates there are correct. Let's do it. So I started watching. I'll go through my notes a little bit here. Oh God, sorry, I burped right into the mic. God, was that gross? Do you hate me? I'm sorry. All right. So yeah, I saw some other people commenting on this. We were talking about this in the thing. Wexner doesn't have that much money, really? Oh, I thought he had how much money do that guy have? That guy's huge, isn't he? Hang on. Let me double check. Oh! No. Where? Why? Yeah, here we go. No, hang on. There we go. Sorry. Sorry, I'm all over the place. Les Wexner net worth. Is that what I Google? From 9 billion to 10 billion. Okay, that's quite a bit. He's the wealthiest guy in Ohio. 3 Ohio billionaires among the richest people in America. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Who are the top 100 richest people in America? Let's see where he is on that list. There's not that many billionaires. Forbes 400 list? Oh, God. Wikipedia, please tell me that you got a list that won't take me an hour to get through. Wow, look at this, guys. Look at this, gang. You see this? See how I got my automatic highlighters here? Yellow highlight means they're affiliated with Epstein. Green highlight means they're affiliated with Peter Thiel and the PayPal Mafia. Red means they're affiliated with AIPAC and Israel lobby. Look at the top 7 richest guys in America. Elon Musk is in the reptilians. Larry Ellison is a AIPAC shill. Mark Zuckerberg, PayPal Mafia. Jeff Bezos, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, all affiliated with Epstein. This is the world we're living in. Oh, now I get it. It's because it's Mark Zuckerberg. Now he ain't that much. And now, so we're talking Elon Musk, 428 billion. That can't be real, right? That can't be real. That cannot. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. But Miriam Adelson and family are getting a family in there. That's 37 mil or bill. Oh, damn it. It won't go longer. Okay, I guess we got to go to the Forbes list. I just want to know, where is Wexner? See list. And Wexner's not on? Oh, God. Okay. Hang on now. Okay, Donald Trump, 7.3 billion. I believe Wexner has more than that. 8.8 billion. Oh, God. Here we go. He's on this page, I think. Wex. There you go. Les Wexner family, 9.3 billion. He's the 137th richest person in the U.S. So, we got to think here, it is a big deal that a guy with this much pull, there's only a small venue's worth of people richer than him in the U.S. None of these people ever have to do shit like this. You think you can arrest these people? You think you can that a cop would stop them if they did something illegal? It's so nuts that this happened. It's a big fucking deal. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm making sense. Yeah, is Peter Thiel 25? I thought Peter Thiel was lower than that. What's Peter Thiel's net worth? Because Peter Thiel, I feel like he punches above his weight class as far as power. Let's see. Peter Thiel net worth? Oh, you're right. Wow, 27.5 billion. I thought he was closer to Wexner. I guess not. But yeah, I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of fucking money. Is he in the top 25? No, he wouldn't be. He'd be slightly lower than that. Gang, inequality, like, it's out of control. It's out of control. These people are sick freaks, and they should not be allowed to do what they do. They should not be allowed. No one should be allowed to accrue that much money. If you make that much money, first of all, we got to take it away from them. Second of all, they should be punished. That should be illegal. Anyway, listen, I know. Green highlight, Zuckerberg. Green highlight means cool, chill guy with a nice chain. Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. You do got a nice chain there, Zuck. All right, gang. I had like a bunch of things I wanted to go over. I'm getting the sense I might only have time to go over the Les Wexner timeline here. What would be the smartest way for me to do this? Maybe if I go over here and play it. Hang on, because I want to be able to go and look at my own notes. So what if I do this? I'll put it over on here. Oh, is that gonna work? Maybe not.
We'll go on the record. This is a deposition of Mr. Leslie.
All right. Fuck. God, this is driving me crazy. Okay, here we go. So maybe I'll watch it on here. And can I do that? If I hit play?
H. Wexner, conducted by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform.
Great. Okay. So, sorry, just figuring, just a bit of housekeeping here, gang. I'm going to play it on this screen while I look at my own notes, and that way I'll kind of be able to do both. So yeah, you can see he looks pretty old, you know.
Under the authority,
an old guy, and I think he's kind of playing that up a bit, right? Like, remember when Harvey Weinstein was called to trial, and he's like using a walker, like he's I'm Harvey Weinstein. Hello, since the last time you guys all saw me, I suddenly got really old, you know. It's like for sympathy, but at the same time, like Wexner's like 88 years old. So who knows? Who knows what's going on here? But I think, what did I say? Around 8 minutes, he does something really. He does some real old looking shit.
For this reason, the marked exhibits that we will use today will remain with the court reporter so that they can go into the official transcript, and any copies of those exhibits will be kept at the table or returned to us when we wrap up. Can a member of Congress joined? Can he please identify himself for the record?
Dave Mann, California 47. Thank you.
This is the part I was like, how old is this guy? I mean, to be fair, he is really old. So it might be genuine old guy shit going on here. I don't know. I'm just not inclined to give this guy a whole, a whole lot of benefit of the doubt.
Dave Mann.
But around 10:15, he gives you a summary of his entire life, which I think is worth listening to. Is there anything to learn here, guys? Tell me what you think. Because like I always, and I remember when we went over like the Gilen Maxwell interview, my thing is, in a criminal case, the people that know the most about it are criminals. And you can actually, like, in order to learn about it, you have to listen to a lot of fucking untrustworthy motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? So, unfortunately, we got to listen to this guy who is definitely lying through his teeth for most of this. Is it a little bit loud? Thank you. Let me just, I'll turn it down. And yeah, I'll try to keep an eye on it.
Well, I was raised in a very poor family, and we had no money. And I had
I'll go back so you can hear the question.
Business degree.
And I know you had a long career, but can you briefly summarize your professional career for the committee?
Can you briefly summarize your entire career? Yeah.
Well, I was raised in a very poor family, and we had no money. And I had an Aunt Ida, and she loaned me her life savings, which was $5,000. And on the understanding I could put it in the bank, so it would appear that I'd have money.
Bullshit. I don't believe that. $5,000. I mean, maybe that was meant more. That went further back then, but like, this is such fucking billionaire like bullshit. Well, I actually didn't inherit wealth. I built myself up from the ground up. My aunt gave me her life savings. Bullshit, she did, dude. Bullshit.
And I could borrow money from a bank, and I opened a store in 1963. And then I opened a store every year for the next 5 or 6 years. And so by 1969, I had 6 stores. I took that company public, not to raise money, because it was remarkably successful. And I wanted the associates of the business to own a piece of the business. So,
and that company was the Limited, right? Limited Brands, L Brands.
I gave stock to virtually everybody that worked in the stores and the back rooms and cleaning people. I mean, I'm very proud of that. And then opened more stores and more stores, and figured out at one point that there was a limit to how many limited stores I could open. So I opened it.
Yeah, there was a limit. That's why he called it the Limited.
Invented a second business called Express and opened up more and more stores. And what the business then turned into was the largest multi-division fashion specialty business in the world. And in hindsight, I kind of invented multi-store national and international store retailing. And just a remarkable, as I look back, I don't know how I did it, but probably in my lifetime I opened 10,000 stores around the world, probably 20 different brands.
Yeah, so the guy, 10,000 stores around the world, 20 different brands. That seems, I assumed more than 10,000 stores, but I mean, who knows? The Limited includes Bath and Body Works, Abercrombie and Fitch, and Victoria's Secret. Thank you, Mark J. Yeah, the guy has got a lot of shit. The guy basically invented fast fashion, you know?
So
I think he
that's
says,
what I did. And that's what I did in business. I started to tell you what I do personally, but that's another story.
He also laughs a lot. You hear him laugh a lot, quite a bit. And I sort of feel sometimes like that just seems like a whatever laugh, but sometimes it kind of feels like a nervous tick, like a tell, you know? Like I think it would be worthwhile for somebody to go through here and mark down all the points that he laughs, you know, and be like, ooh, they should have kept pushing there. They didn't quite get to the point, you know what I mean? All right, now here is, I think, where he starts talking about Epstein.
Thank you. Let's move on to your relationship with Mr. Epstein.
Gang, how did I know that? Am I psychic?
When did you first meet Jeffrey Epstein?
Probably
now
35.
How much he remembered his career, exactly how many stores he's opened, blah 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 blah, like $5,000 from his aunt. I mean, I guess some of that stuff his stories he's probably told numerous times, but like now contrast that with how he talks about Epstein. He's like, literally jeez, how did I meet? I don't know. He's like completely no idea.
When did you first meet Jeffrey Epstein?
Probably 35 years ago.
Finland, what's up? Welcome to the show. We haven't talked about much, to be honest. We just got started with the video.
40 years ago, I don't remember exactly. And met him through friends.
Approximately what year would you have met him?
Probably between 80 and 85. I don't remember.
He doesn't remember when he met Epstein. Like, this is something like, yeah, like, okay, whatever. When did I meet my friend here? When did I meet my whatever? Like, I would have to sit down and think about it. But like, what do you think he would, if he genuinely was trying to help the prosecution here, like he says he is? Oh, I really wanted to help you guys out. What do you think that he would have boned up on this shit beforehand, maybe like read some of the articles about him or got one of his 10,000 assistants to read one of these articles and put together a timeline and like he doesn't remember. He doesn't know. Oh, I know. 1980, that is crazy early. That is far earlier than any other source I've ever heard for when they met each other. I think it's generally said, and here I'll go over to the Obsidian here because I think I got an app. What's it called? Hang on. What was it? As agreed. I first met Epstein in the mid 1980s through friends. This is from what is it from? From this New York Times article. Leslie Wexner accuses Jeffrey Epstein of misappropriating vast sums of money from 2019. Yeah, 2019. What about this one? Oh, crap. Did I not pull these quotes? Or perhaps I did. Oh, yeah, here we go. Les Wexner, the billionaire who built brands like The Limited and Victoria's Secret, and this is from this article from New York Times, Scams, Schemes, and Ruthless Cons, the untold story of how Jeffrey Epstein got rich. Les Wexner, the billionaire who built brands like The Limited and Victoria's Secret. The two were introduced by Wexner's friend Robert Meister, an insurance executive who happened to sit next to Epstein on a plane to Palm Beach. Meister suggested that Wexner get in touch with Epstein for financial advice. Wexner soon had a financial advisor, Harold Levin, and I sort of went over this a bit earlier from memory, but I'll read from this article, fly to New York to meet Epstein. Levin told us that he spent an hour with Epstein in his office and immediately got a bad vibe. This is what happens when people who actually know shit about money sit down with Epstein, whether it's Levin or it's like Leon Black's financial advisors. Like, if you actually know shit and you talk to this guy, you'll realize this is a fucking snake oil salesman. Okay? This guy is a fucking pea brain when it comes to money. He's just pretending. He's putting on a show. This guy is a fucking ham-fisted galoot, okay? He is not smart. And that's what Levin told Wexner. But he found a payphone and called Wexner. I smell a rat, Levin reported. I don't trust him. Wexner apparently didn't listen. About a year later, he hired Epstein to be Levin's boss. As far as Levin could tell, Epstein won the billionaire's confidence by falsely telling him that Levin had been stealing. Levin decided to quit rather than work for Epstein. Before long, Wexner had given Epstein essentially free rein by granting him power of attorney over his finances. Sorry, looking around here. Epstein's name began appearing in government filings as responsible for Wexner's businesses and charities. Some of Epstein's phones had Wexner's number on speed dial, according to photos we reviewed. So that's, yeah. In the video, he says, but he's like, I don't know, somewhere between 80 and 85. But as far as we know, they met in 86. Meister introduced them, and he hired him like almost immediately, like a year later, like around 87. Like that is as far as I knew, that was their timeline. And here he is. Well, I don't know, man. Probably like something like this. Crazy go nuts. All right, let's keep listening.
I will enter the.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. Wrong thing. 1 sec. Okay. Boom.
And how did you first come to meet Mr. Epstein?
Was really by accident. I was friends with a couple, Bob and Wendy Meister.
That's what we thought.
I was in Florida, and I'd never been to Florida. So they were driving me around, showing me what South Florida looked like. And and they showed me the Breakers Hotel, and they were just driving around the driveway. And Bob stopped the car, and he said, "There's somebody you should meet. Really smart, savvy guy named Jeffrey Epstein." And so they stopped the car. I was sitting in the back seat, and they introduced me to Jeffrey, and we drove off. That was about it.
So at that time,
see, and now he remembers that his first meeting with Epstein so perfectly, right? Like I feel like a lot of this is for show. Like a lot of it is whatever. He's pretending not to remember, but sometimes he'll be like, It was a spring day. The breeze brushed across the pond or whatever. And I was in the back seat of Robert and Wendy Meister's limousine as a young, fresh-faced gent entered the door. A savvy young man, they'd told me. Someone I should meet. Like, he's like suddenly very exact. And so I feel like he's dropping character, you know what I mean? Like he forgot that he's supposed to barely know this guy. Anyway.
You had no knowledge of Mr. Epstein until Mr. Meister introduced you to him?
Never heard of him, never saw him, never met him.
So 80-85 is like, that's not right. Like it does. I just think he got that wrong, or maybe even intentionally. But like 86 and then hired 87. I think that's still the timeline that makes the most sense. So I don't know, Widgie, because I've heard like Wexner say it's actually a normal thing to give like a random dude who's like has no real experience in this field full power over all of your money. That's actually very commonly done, but it's just like, is that like, I have never heard of that being done, and that sounds crazy. I would not do that, and I've got like, $150 in the bank. I would not give the power of attorney over to anybody. Like, fuck that. And I am not doing that if I've got 10 billion.
Did Mr. Meister ever raise any concerns about Mr. Epstein?
No, he didn't.
And you meet him in Florida. What's your first impression of Mr. Epstein?
Kind of a medium, dark-haired guy. I don't remember saying much more hello, shaking his hands, or maybe nodding from the back seat of the car.
That was your impression? Oh, medium dark-haired guy. Because you like right away gave him so much access. Like, and this is when Wexner was in the prime of his career. He's like young. He's changing the world of business. He's changing how fucking shopping malls are laid out. He's changing how lingerie is advertised. He's changing everything. Like, everything's fucking, this guy is climbing that ladder. He's just completely blowing everyone's mind. And then all of a sudden he meets this dude and he gives him everything. Like, what? Like, well, it's so infuriating because he's definitely holding back here. He's like, what did I think? He was a medium dark-haired guy. And that's the thing I look for in a person I give power of attorney to.
Car.
What was your first impression of Mr. Epstein?
He was just a guy, about medium height and with dark hair.
At that time, did you have any understanding of what he did for work?
No.
But you hired him. What do you mean, no? Like,
did you understand Mr. Epstein to already be?
I didn't really know what he did for work, but I was like, I'd like to put you in charge of my operation.
Wealthy when you met him?
No.
Yeah, and that I think is kind of true. Like, I mean, Epstein was definitely in the elite world, and he had previously kind of been like skimming off the top when he worked at Bear Stearns. Later on, I think he did some shady dealings over at Towers Financial, but like when they met in the mid-'80s, it seemed like Epstein was kind of broke. He was like missing rent payments and shit.
At this time, I would like to introduce what will be marked as Majority Exhibit 4. This is a Vanity Fair article entitled "Inside Jeffrey Epstein's Bond with Les."
So just watch. Like, I just want to show you this. They're like, here's an article in Vanity Fair about you and Epstein being like best friends, and he's like, "Oh, never heard of it." And it's like, "You haven't? Really? You never read this?" like I don't know.
Wexner from 2021. The article reports on the origins of your relationship with Mr. Wexner.
I just wanted you to deny that he had ever read this.
Give me one more. What? Give me one.
I hate this stuff.
I'll note a hearsay objection for the record.
I'm sorry.
I'll note a hearsay objection for the record.
So from what I understand, that his lawyer here, who's an Ohio lawyer, this guy isn't like a fancy big city lawyer or something like that. He's an Ohio lawyer, humble man. But he's like, he is allowed to object, but his objections don't change anything really. But I mean, I guess they change the vibe in the room, and maybe they make Wexner feel like he has more ability to say no or to clam up or something like that, or maybe that's the hope. But it's not like in court where you can be like objection, and then the judge will be like, I'll allow it, but watch yourself, counselor. One wrong move and I'll hold you in contempt of court or whatever. Like, it doesn't mean anything, but he's just stating it for the record.
For the record here, federal rules of evidence do not apply to congressional
And they're explaining that right now.
deposition.
I'm noting my objection. I'm not instructing him not to answer. I'm noting that this is hearsay. That's all.
Okay.
Sorry, okay, I guess it's a little bit further on that he says he hasn't read it. This part I just wanted to show.
I don't know. You remember seeing the article?
I've never seen it. Look at this guy's face too, eh? Zoom in a bit. I want you guys to get the up close, the full Wexner 5D experience. Movie theater seat shaking.
I don't know. You remember seeing the article?
Oh, sorry.
Do you agree?
Sorry, teacher. I didn't do the reading. Oh, what do you think the deal is with no Republicans showing up? Not even Massey. I mean, like, Massey not showing up is crazy, but I mean, like, it's Trump, right? Like, I feel like there's just like, if anyone who goes to that meeting, anyone who goes to that hoax meeting, Leslie Wexner does not even real, folks. He's a fake guy, fake dude, fake billionaire.
With the article's characterization that you met Mr. Epstein through Mr. Macer?
Objection. What character? You said he didn't read it. What characterization are you referring to?
But yeah, so it's like the article we were just looking at where it's like they met through Meister, and he's like, do you agree with that? And it's a weird question because he already said, yes, that's how I met him. All right, so I'm going to move ahead a little bit here. Oh, actually, this is interesting. So that thing we just read about how Harold Levin warned him about Epstein. He addresses that here. Oh God, sorry again. Maybe I'll put this on.
Go off the record.
I'm gonna put it on 1.5 speed, but let me know if it's too fast. Just because he does talk quite slow. So let's see.
So you previously testified.
You guys are a little bit too fast. Okay, I'll slow it down. Here we go.
That Mr. Macer introduced you to Epstein. Is that right?
Meister. Bob and Wendy introduced me to Jeffrey Epstein.
And at that time, what was your relationship with Bob and Wendy Meister?
Well, I met Bob because he was a international insurance broker, and they had our insurance business, and Bob wanted me to meet his wife, and Bob and Wendy became friends.
And follow-up question.
Did you trust Mr. Meister with advice?
I believe that all of the points where it says off the record is just when they took a break, like a coffee break or something like that. I think that's all. I think that's all what that is.
Well, I trust him with insurance advice because that's what he did. He was the vice chairman of an international insurance company, but I didn't trust him like for business advice or anything beyond the scope of what his profession was.
I want to direct your attention to page 9 of the article.
Transcript. This is the part I'm talking about. Okay, watch this. This is good. It's interesting. Page 9. Come on, guys, flip to it.
And we're specifically looking at the 6th paragraph from the bottom. It starts in September 1997.
Looking for that part right here. No. Okay, I don't have it.
And when you're ready, I'll read the relevant.
Just let him finish that part.
Let him finish. Let the man read, all right?
I just read that paragraph.
Yeah. It reads, in September 1997, Wexner celebrated his 60th birthday with a dinner at his Ohio estate. Meister says he used the occasion to once again tell Wexner how untrustworthy Epstein was. My wife and I
Oh, Danny, we will definitely see that, yeah.
told him and Abigail hundreds of times to stay away from Epstein. Mr. Wexner, do you recall this occurring?
So there's Harold Levin, who we were just talking about. I told the guy, stay away from Epstein. The guy is conning you. He is a con artist. He's a con artist, which is the thing that Wexner eventually was like, by the way, he was a con artist and I never knew. No one ever warned. I had no idea he was conning me. Meanwhile, like, people were telling him that consistently, like, the entire time that he knew Epstein. They're like, dude, it is really weird what you were letting this guy do. And then all of a sudden, in 2007, Epstein's on trial for soliciting a minor for prostitution. He's like, you know what? I think this guy might be conning me.
Objection, double hearsay.
Are you directing your witness to not?
And so, like, you know what I think it might be? The reason he keeps doing these objections is he's like, he just didn't know that that doesn't make a difference here. You know, he's an Ohio guy. Listen, he's not used to this. He's not used to these big, weird Congress filmed deposition things.
The witness
No,
answer the question.
no.
Are you directing the witness? He's like, no, I'm just stating my objection.
I will direct the witness not to answer if that's my intent. I'm just raising an objection for the record.
I first need to understand this. I never had a birthday party for myself. In fact, I never had birthday parties. My mom and dad just didn't do that. And Abigail.
What is he talking about here? Hang on. Birthday parties. What was the question? Was it about birthday parties? I thought he just got asked. What the fuck is he? Didn't he just get asked about, like,
my intent?
Epstein was.
Going back.
My wife and I occasion to once again
He's
tell
reading the paragraph.
Wexner how untrustworthy Epstein was.
This is Levin talking. No, we warned him how untrustworthy Epstein was.
My wife and I told him and Abigail
Wexner's, Les Wexner's wife.
Hundreds of times to stay away from Epstein.
We told him hundreds of times to stay away from Epstein.
Mr. Wexner, do you recall this occurring?
Objection, double.
So that was the question. Mr. Wexner, do you recall this occurring? Lawyer steps in. By the way, that's double hearsay, double dragon, double jeopardy. And I'm stating my objection for the record, and I know it doesn't mean anything and that I'm just wasting everyone's time. Oh, it was on his 60th birthday. Okay, thank you, Asmadrona. Okay, I guess I missed that. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about birthdays now? Okay, gotcha.
Hearsay.
Are you directing your witness to not the witness to not answer the question?
No. I will direct the witness not to answer if that's my intent.
Gotcha. That's when Levin warned him. Okay, cool.
I'm just raising an objection.
Okay, thank you. It's like, before I was like, nothing makes sense.
I first need to understand this. I never had a birthday party for myself. In fact, I never had birthday parties. My mom and dad just didn't do that. And
when I was growing up, when I was a little kid, I had a birthday party when I was like pretty young, like, I don't know, 5 or 6, and I got a toy. Like, my friends came over and they all got me like presents, and then one of my toys broke like that day, and I was like really sad and I cried, and my parents were just like, okay, no more birthday parties. Like, for like the rest of my life. So I feel the pain.
Abigail's been great because
it was Meister warning him. Okay, cool. All right, sorry guys.
Milestone birthday has been a surprise party, and I don't remember for sure, but the 60th birthday party.
Okay, so he is just wasting time there because he's like, I never had birthdays. Even growing up when I was a kid, my parents didn't have birthday parties for me. The only parties I had were Abigail. Like, it's like we weren't wondering if Meister was telling you at your fucking when you were 8 years old at the fucking Laser Quest. That's when he warned you about Epstein. We're talking about when you're 60. Like, you don't need to get into it. But then he's like, I never had birthday parties, but although Abigail would organize surprise parties for all the milestone birthdays. It's like, okay, well, 60 is a milestone birthday then. So you did, so what the fuck?
If Senator Lieberman was there and Marshall Rose was there, Shimon Peres was there.
Shimon Peres, Prime Minister of Israel? President of Israel?
John Glenn was there. Max Fisher was there. And I don't think Meister was there.
Let me ask you a different question.
So he never said this.
President.
He wasn't there. He never said this.
Let me ask you a different question, Mr. Lex.
What the fuck is it? Well, so you did have the party and you're like, I don't think he was there.
There. And I don't think Meister was there.
Well, bro, you don't seem to remember a lot of stuff. I mean, okay, man, whatever.
Let me ask you a different question.
So he never said this. He wasn't there. He never said this.
Let me ask you a different question, Mr. Lex Wexner. Do you recall Mr. Meister and his wife repeatedly warning you to stay away from Epstein?
Yeah, he's just like dodging the question by answering a very specific part of it. He's like, let me start by talking about my childhood birthday parties, and then let me name like 10 people who were at my 60th and be like, but none of those people are Robert Meister, are they? Yeah, I don't think he was there. It's like, okay, but he said he warned you like a bunch aside from that. Oh,
Never.
good question, Finland. Is Meister still alive?
I want to now direct your attention to the 5th page.
Appears to be.
And we are looking at the 6th full paragraph.
The one that starts soon after?
Yes.
Sorry, did he answer that?
Never.
Repeatedly
did he
warning you
repeatedly
to
warn you?
stay away from Epstein.
Never.
Okay, so he never warned. Okay, that seems weird because if I were Les Wexner's friend, I mean, I assume that all of Les Wexner's friend, like everyone who was like a real friend of his, would have been like, dude, stop doing, like, what are you doing with Epstein? Like, this guy is a kid. He has no experience in this field. He's sketchy as hell. He's always surrounded by like young girls. Why are you giving him all this power? Like, stop. Like, I feel like a lot of people would be checking in as a friend on that. He's like, no, never did that. At the same time, Meister maybe he did, and then he was just like, I told him, like, everybody likes to say, oh, as soon as I saw Epstein, I knew he was bad. Meister's the guy who introduced him to Wexner, so I don't know. He could be lying too, but it's just like, he's really just like, no idea. All right. I'm going to skip ahead to 23:20, and now we're going to talk about Gilen Maxwell. Gilen, here we go.
Never.
It's another question. I don't even know what it was. But he's like, never once happened. Let's just hear what it is.
Epstein ever inform or represent to you that he was a...
Who? Oh, Epstein.
Mr. Wexner, at any time, did Jeffrey Epstein ever inform or represent to you that he was a part of any intelligence service of any nation, including the United States?
Absolutely not.
Oh, did you ever learn that he was...
Was Epstein intelligence? He'd be like, yes, he was Israeli. I mean, nobody. What? Who are you? What year is it? We've got to get back to 1985.
Involved with any intelligence service?
Never.
That's funny. That article about the guy who calls everybody in Epstein's address book, Meister's like, he's a sicko. Bye-bye. Honestly, iconic.
Let's move on to talking about Miss Maxwell. When did you first meet Gilen Maxwell?
All right. When did you first meet Gilen Maxwell? This is an interesting answer.
Probably about the time that I got engaged to Abigail. So must have been about 1990.
Okay. Around the time he got engaged to Abigail. This is apparently something else that Epstein helped him out with, that engagement. Abigail Wexner was his wife. So he's guessing around 1990, which is interesting because this is a date that we have sort of like debated over on the stream quite a bit. When did Epstein and Gilen meet? I have always, I'm not always, I've moved around, but like my best guess is 1991. So 1990 is a little earlier. Yes, I agree. Like 1990, he doesn't seem to really know, but he says 1990. That's earlier than we knew of that happening.
And do you recall how you met Miss Maxwell?
Well, Jeffrey wanted me to meet the person he was going to marry, and I was engaged to Abigail. And
so it's like, what? Like he wanted you to meet the person he was going to marry. So probably in 1990, 1991, probably. And Epstein was like, I'm going to marry this girl. Les, buddy, you got married and you inspired me. I want to be happy too. like, is that how it went down? You guys really taught me a lot about love. You and Abigail, you've got the life that I've never allowed myself to have. By golly, Mr. Wexner, sir, I think I found it. I think I found the one. I think I'm in love. Her name's Ms. Maxwell, Ms. Epstein Maxwell, soon enough. I have never heard this. What about Robert Maxwell? HBP music. Yeah, so I think we do get into this in a second here. A lot of people talk about Epstein taking Stacey Williams to Trump Tower. He also made her go to Wexner's with the marriage papers and had Wexner sign it on. Oh, really? She was really? So that would have been in 1990, I guess? I thought Stacey Williams was younger than that. So how old would Stacey Williams have been in 1990? Hang on. Stacey Williams' age. Oh, 68? Okay, so she would have been like 32 at that point? Is that right? Oh, sorry. I'm thinking about somebody different. Stacey Williams is the Sports Illustrated swimsuit model. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay. Interesting. And so you're saying so she was the one who Epstein brought with him to Abigail Wexner when he got her to sign the prenup, right? And he brought the prenup, and he brought like this beautiful Sports Illustrated swimsuit model, and he was like, put the paper on her back and was like, here you go, sign it, as sort of like a weird fucking like, perverted mafia guy like threat sort of thing to be like, yeah, we got you your prenup, but Wexner could have any woman he wants, right? Or something like that, right? Sorry, I was totally thinking about somebody else. Yeah, 68. My bad. Oh, no, that's not right. There we go.
Period.
What are we talking about?
Do you have any recollection of where you met Miss Maxwell?
No.
And based on your testimony, is it fair to say that
when Maxwell showed up, I was like, who's this lady? She gonna get in between me and my boyfriend? I mean, my financial advisor? I don't like her very much.
Mr. Epstein introduced you to Maxwell?
Absolutely, yeah, sure.
And you mentioned it previously, but what was your understanding of Miss Maxwell's relationship to Mr. Epstein?
All right, so whatever. I'm gonna skip this because he just doesn't know. He doesn't say anything. I shouldn't say he doesn't know. Maybe he knows, but he doesn't give them anything. Skipping ahead to, this is an interesting one. 2650.
And
here we go.
And the trafficking of young women, trafficking and
so Gilen's in jail for trafficking young women.
Sexual abuse of young women or girls. Did Miss Maxwell ever introduce you to any young woman or girl?
No, I don't think she ever introduced me to any female or man.
And this is a weird time to laugh, right? Let's see that again in ultra close up.
No, I don't think she ever introduced me to any female or man.
Did
Am
Miss
I right,
Maxwell
folks?
ever
I'm like, keep pushing. You see this guy laugh? You keep pushing. He's hiding something.
ask you to introduce a young woman or girl to your friends or associates?
Oh, so Wexner he got married, but he got engaged maybe 1990, right? Maybe?
No.
Oh.
Did you ever introduce any young woman or girl that you met through Miss Maxwell to any of your friends or associates?
Objection. Assumes in fact not in evidence.
Feels weird that he asked that question. Yeah, that is a weird question. He's like, did she ever introduce you to any women? No. Did you ever introduce the women that she introduced you to other people? And it's like, don't ask those in that order. Yeah.
Your client is still urgent to answer the question.
That's fine.
Repeat the question.
All right. Now, we are going to jump ahead again to 29 when we get back to Epstein stuff. The Gilen stuff, he genuinely doesn't seem to give a fuck about Gilen at all. So I'm going to skip over all that.
When did you hire Mr. Epstein to officially work for you?
This is a good question because I don't think we really know. I'm guessing 87. Let's see if Mr. fucking 80 to 85 knows. When do you hire him?
I think it was about the mid-'80s.
Oh, okay. Well,
Do you have any recollection of how long you knew Mr. Epstein prior to you hiring him?
Not specifically. Maybe I met him and that visit in the car, and maybe it was 6 months or a year later that I asked Bob about.
That's crazy. Even if it was a year later, that is so nuts to do what he did.
I needed somebody to help me. And I think he said, did you talk to Jeffrey Epstein? And I think so. I'm guessing from when I met him first to actually having a conversation, it was probably a year.
Just to clarify, that's not actually the time that you hired him, though. That's the time you had the conversation.
Yeah, I don't.
Man, good question, Finland. I don't know. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Clintons one as well. But I mean, fucking Bill Clinton will just lie right up until the point that you have rock solid evidence against him, and even slightly past that point, he'll just lie. But I mean, he might give us something. I don't know. Obviously, he'll protect himself. And Hillary, I mean, I don't get the sense Hillary really knew Epstein that well at all. But maybe Gilen more. Bill, I'd be very interesting.
Yes, that's.
For the record, you don't recall the exact dates that you hired him?
No, I don't.
Another member of Congress has joined us. Can she please introduce herself for the record?
Yeah, Rashida Tlaib, I represent the 12th Congressional District.
So this is Rashida Tlaib. She comes in. Does she start interviewing him right there? I'm looking at my notes. Sorry, 1 second. God, sorry. Where were we? Yeah, okay. I do want to hear something around in about 20 seconds. Let me jump forward here. Here we go. So, question back on Epstein.
If you wave or something, it'll remind me.
Wave at me and that'll remind. What is he? Oh, is he talking to Rashida?
We have the video set up.
Okay, I'll try to speak louder. If I'm not speaking, if you wave or something, it'll remind me.
Mr. Wexner.
Oh, I've got cool grandpa energy, right? Look at my little friendship bracelet. What is that thing? What is that thing? I'm going weird, like Pizzagate mode on this. I'm like, what does it mean? If we could unlock the secret symbolism of the fucking bells on a string around his wrist, then that will answer every question. Hey, it's the Goblin Queen. Hot Goblin 42. Our queen.
Wave or something, it'll remind me.
Mr. Wexner, would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Epstein, at least initially, to be solely business related?
Yes.
Okay, this is an interesting question. Would you characterize your relationship with Epstein as solely business related? Because everyone knows. Fucking no. That obviously it was not solely business related. these guys were hanging out and moving into each other's homes. There's something decidedly not business. You don't learn about this sort of shit in business school. You know what I'm saying? And yet, yeah, let's listen to the guy's answer.
Did you at any time ever consider him to be a close friend?
No.
That is so nuts. You hear that? Did you at any point in time ever consider Epstein a close friend? No. That's so crazy. That is such a lie. That is like a lot of stuff. I'm like, he's probably lying there, but I don't know. That is everyone knows that's a lie, right?
Mr. Wexner, would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Epstein, at least initially, to be solely business related?
Yes.
Did you at any time ever consider him to be a close friend?
No.
No. Everybody's just got to like take a pause. Everybody, this is your moment to do a spit take.
How often did you interact with Mr. Epstein throughout your relationship?
Okay, hang on. Now I gotta kind of go. Let's check the record on this one, okay? Because these guys were never friends. Let's look at the what article is this? This is the talented Mr. Epstein. This is from 2003. This is a Vicky Ward article about how this cool guy named Epstein, who definitely is very cool. He's a Gatsby type. So here's talking about Wexner and Epstein here. Wexner, through a trust, bought the townhouse in which Epstein now lives for a reported $13.2 million in 1983. 1993, Wexner married Abigail Copel, a 31-year-old lawyer, and the newlyweds relocated to Ohio. In 96, Epstein moved into the townhouse. Public documents suggest the house is still owned by the trust that bought it. Epstein said he now owns the house. Sorry, that was not the one I meant to read. Okay. Wherever and whenever it was that Epstein and Wexner actually met, there was an immediate and strong personal chemistry. Wexner says he thinks Epstein's very smart, with a combination of excellent judgment and unusually high standards. Also, he is always a most loyal friend. Okay, 2003, Wexner seems to think that they were friends. Epstein gets annoyed when anyone suggests Wexner made him. I had really rich clients before, he said. Yet he does not deny that he and Wexner have a special relationship. Epstein sees it as a partnership of equals. People have said it's like we have one brain between two of us. Each has a side. People have said it's like we have one brain between the two of us. It's like we're two. He's like my missing half, you know? Yeah, you guys were not friends. And then here's Wexner. I think we both possess the skill of seeing patterns, says Wexner. But Jeffrey sees patterns in politics and financial markets, and I see patterns in lifestyle and fashion trends. My skills are not in investment strategy, and honestly, this is a pretty solid burn on Epstein. And as everyone who knows Jeffrey knows, his skills are not in fashion and design. Motherfuckers walking around in fucking sweatpants all the time. We frequently discuss world trends as each of us sees them. Like, these guys are friends. These guys are close friends, if not lovers. All right? These guys hung out. And now they're hanging out. Oh, we don't even. Oh, no. He's pure business. Never. No, I barely knew the guy. Oh, this is from later on. Is there anything else I wanted to read? Yeah, okay. I mean, that'll do it. I could show you guys like a lot of stuff of them being friends. Here's some photos of the guys. No, going too far ahead here. Here we go. Here's Epstein redacted Wexner, but here's one where we can see who it is. I believe that's Abigail. Is that Abigail? I think. Hanging out. Here's the fucking note, which we will get to later in the interview. They bring this up, but here's his birthday fucking card to Epstein, the birthday book. Dear Jeffrey, I'll try to do it in his voice. Dear Jeffrey. That's not how he talks at all. Sorry. Dear Jeffrey, I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is. Tits. Happy birthday. Your friend. Your friend. You wrote it on his birthday card. We have it. We got you dead to rights here, Wexner. You guys were friends. And what about the one? Oh, I did have one where they were like, he's like laughing really hard, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, these you guys are definitely not friends. That is not friend energy. Oh wait, actually, I was joking. It is. It totally is friendship energy. You guys are boys. Why are you abandoning your boy like this? Yeah, I hate to see it. Oh, that's in New Albany. So that's at their home? That's at the New Albany home then? Like they're having some big event and they're like sitting near each other. They're friends. They are friends. Who's this though? Who's the brunette lady? Hope I never held something I wrote on a birthday card. Yeah, like if I'm signing a birthday card for someone I don't really know that well or whatever, like I'll be like, hope it's a good one or whatever. I'm not going to be like your friend James. What? Who would do that? Maybe some people play it fast and loose with the friendship shit, but like this is a lie. For this and many other reasons. Never saw him as a friend. Let's just play it out, and the next one's going to be at 37. Wait, 37. Sorry, okay, I'm going to skip ahead to 33. Sorry, I'm skipping things on my list. All right, here we go. Check it out.
Would do or your lawyer would do, and something I thought was unfair for my secretary to do.
Mm-hmm.
Question.
And you testified that at times he would call you 3 times a day. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
You testified that sometimes Epstein would call you 3 times a day.
No, what I'm saying is that he would call me 3 times, maybe in an hour. 'Cause he wanted to tell me something about what he was doing, or would ask me a question about taxes, so he could understand what he was preparing. But he might not call me for 3 months, maybe 6 months. I didn't pay attention. It wasn't important at the time.
Mr. Wexner, is it your testimony today that your conversations with Mr. Epstein were predominantly focused on your business relationship with him?
That'd be very accurate. That would be very accurate.
That would be very accurate. Yeah, just business. He was just an employee. We did not hang. He was an employee. I treated him like I treated any of my other employees. You look at my employees, I give them all houses. I buy them mansions. I have them move in with me. I buy them a little mansion next to my massive mansion. They get that's cool. That's just being a good boss.
What common interests did you share with Mr. Epstein outside of work?
None.
Molesting children. I mean, no, I don't know. I didn't really know him that well.
So you didn't have any personal relationship with Mr. Epstein whatsoever?
This guy said he doesn't back down on it, but to the credit of the people interviewing him, they get him to double down on this lie again and again and again, and he's just like, I didn't know the guy.
I don't think I ever went to lunch or dinner or a movie or had a cup of coffee with Jeffrey.
Never went to a movie, never had a cup of coffee. So he's having a cup of coffee right now. He's better friends with all the people in this room than he ever was with Epstein. It's like, okay, well, can you give Rashida Tlaib a house?
I've thought about that recently. And I'd say the same thing about my attorney. I'd never been to his office. My current attorney, who's been our family attorney for 30 years. And how could you, I mean, I can't explain to myself how I could have an attorney who lives in Columbus, who was my personal attorney, and I'm friendly with, and never visited his office. I just, my focus was on my business, and my focus was on community before my family. That is, before my family existed.
Until your family, not
until, yeah, that's a better way of phrasing it.
Skipping ahead here.
You at no point ever considered him to be a friend.
Again, he's asking this like it's like no one can believe it. They're like, I'm gonna give you one more time here. Like, do you want to try being honest?
No, I didn't see Jeffrey as a friend. I saw Jeffrey, as I see Matt, my attorney, as friend. We're friendly, but we're not friends. I mean, obviously, someone that worked for you in a trust position, you're friendly with.
His kids referred to Epstein as Uncle Jeff in like 2006. That's funny. I never once put my arm around him with a glass of champagne in my hand. I drop boobs on the birthday cards of all my employees. Crazy.
You're not
billionaire trusting the same guy to do his taxes as counting his silverware is wild testimony.
A hostile adversarial argumentative position with the people that are advising you.
Keep in mind, too, he's not just trusting Epstein to do his taxes. He gave Epstein power of attorney. Epstein had access to all of Wexner's money.
It's been reported.
Yeah, drawing tits in a birthday card for a guy you've only have a professional working relationship with. Sure. Yeah, it's like, is that your move for birthdays? You ever been accused of sexual harassment before? Okay, sorry. Bad question, actually. It's accused of much worse than that.
Repeatedly that you were close friends with Mr. Epstein. Why do you think...
This is we have heard everyone say, you are the only person I've ever heard say you weren't friends with Epstein with. Let me hear listen to the tone of this guy's voice. He's like, honestly, wasn't expecting you to lie about that.
Argumentative position with the people that are...
Been reported repeatedly that you were close friends with Mr. Epstein. Why do you think...
What the fuck is going on?
People would come to that conclusion.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Objection.
Speculation, because he would tell him that. But he told me he was friends. I mean, if you told me that you were friends with...
He told me he was friends with you, sir. So maybe you're the one who's Epstein's friend.
Bill Clinton, I would believe it. Or if...
Yeah, he was friends with Bill Clinton.
Anybody told me somebody was a friend.
Bad example, Les. You picked one of the many people that Epstein actually was friends with.
And I would believe it. So, I think the perspective that I have now, and I think it's really important for this group to understand.
Okay, so here's where we get, now this part I do think he's being honest about. So let's hear this.
As I look back at it, I was conned by the world Olympic all-time con artist. And you look at, I read in the news all the people he knew.
I believe this is the thing that he wants you to take away from this. This is really why he came in to testify. He wants people to know that Epstein was the world's greatest con artist. He wants people to know. Epstein conned me. He scammed me. He stole tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars even from me. He is the world's greatest con artist because he fooled one of the best guys ever. One of the most, the hardest guys to con in the world, Leslie Wexner.
Royalty, kings, princes, and all that. An incredible con artist.
Do you think Mr. Epstein thought?
But I mean, I don't know. That's my thing. Because I always have thought of Epstein as like that was his, not always, but like the more I've read about Epstein, and you can watch like my very first stream I did on the Chill Goblin main channel about Epstein, where I was like, I think he was a con artist. I think that's what he was. I don't think he was this financial genius. I think he was very good at convincing wealthy people to trust him and just fucking taking all their money or as much as he possibly could and fucking them over. I think he was really, really good at that. And there's no one he did that more to than Wexner. Now, was there more going on? I think so. I think that that Wexner, knew what was happening, but decided he liked the benefits. Maybe they were doing some sort of geopolitical, whatever, intelligence stuff together. They certainly worked together on bringing, what's it called? Spook Air? I forget what it's called. The airline from Iran-Contra. They moved it from Arkansas to Ohio. So instead of shipping, cocaine and weapons and shit, the Contras and whatever, Iran, they they started bringing clothes, all of Wexner's L brands, Victoria's Secret, whatever clothes to Ohio warehouses. Like that's weird. Like there's some fucking CIA shit going on in there, right? But there must be. And Epstein did have some CIA contact, or some Iran-Contra contacts, right, with Adnan Khashoggi, whatever, Lease. What's the guy's name? Pottinger. All these sort of spooks. There's some of that going on too. But I do think at the heart of it all, Epstein did steal from Wexner, like he stole from everyone that he possibly could. As early as when he was at Bear Stearns, just taking their fucking money. Southern Air Transport, thank you, Finland. That's what it's called. Spook Air. SAT.
You two to be friends?
You're right. Yes, and they actually they get into gang stuff later in the thing too. Gang stuff. And that's a great point, Stevens. There's not enough sympathy there, even if he was the most con man to ever be conned. He lost very, very nearly nothing. Yeah. Oh, you lost $100 million out of your $10 billion or whatever it was. L Brands were like L Wexner. Yeah, no wonder it's called L Brands. Taking the L. He's just a little guy who got scammed. I do not feel bad for him at all.
I don't know what he thought.
I think I might skip it.
When did you learn that the Palm Beach Police Department was investigating Mr. Epstein?
Yeah, good question.
I don't recall.
So here's the interesting thing, right? So he's like, I got scammed. And I realized that I got scammed. And as soon as I realized that I got scammed, I cut him out of my life. He was dead to me. Okay, great, cool. But that was in the, he's a guy like Trump, like Clinton, who did apparently cut ties with Epstein, but yet at the same time, they cut ties, Wexner cut ties in 2007 when Epstein was being arrested, not when he was about to plead guilty to soliciting a minor for prostitution. He was about to spend a year in jail. Not really. You guys know the whole jail thing was kind of bullshit, but yeah. What was I talking about? But he's like, no, it's because I realized he was he was conning me. But everyone had been warning him about this for decades at this point. So why was it then that all of a sudden you happened to realize? Are you sure it didn't have anything to do? So he's asking, when did you hear about the arrest?
Mr. Epstein was convicted in 2008. Did you maintain any contact with Mr. Epstein after his plea deal?
As I recall, concomitantly with Abigail taking over.
Concomitantly? Does that mean concurrently? As I recall, concomitantly.
As I recall, concomitantly.
Concomitantly? What the hell is that? What the hell? That ain't no word I ever heard.
With Abigail taking over the finances. My wife is a M&A lawyer. She worked for Davis Polk. She's really smart. And she took over the finances. And kind of concomitantly, she was discovering.
Concomitantly. Okay, I didn't know about that word either, but I think he's saying it wrong.
That he would stole money from us. And
right. No, that ain't what happened. He's saying, oh, my wife's actually real good with numbers. She's a real mathy numbers type. And she figured out in 2007, she was checking the books. She's like, wait a minute. Leslie, come here. Look at this. You know this guy Epstein, who we all love and we've never been suspicious of ever before? Looks like he's actually taken us for a fucking ride over the past 2-3 decades. Apparently, he took $100 million from us. You believe this shit? Look at the numbers. Look at the math. It all adds up. He took that. Oh my God, we got to cut him off right now. And he's like, oh, great. Okay, we'll do it. I'm glad that you're such a whiz. But no, that ain't what happened. Here's what happened. Abigail, along with everyone else in Les Wexner's life, thought Epstein was weird for a long ass time. Probably when, what's her name? Stacey Williams came with him to the marriage certificate or the whatever prenup signing. Or even before that, she was like, this guy's fucked and I hate him and I don't want him around. And she was telling that to Les Wexner that whole time. Well, this guy's fucked, dude. Why are you doing that? He's ripping you off. Why are you giving him another house? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And then in 2007, she's like, my guy, cheese it, fam. You know, she was got all Toronto man's on him. She's like, nice it. Look, he's fucking holy guy. Epstein's fucking Timbit. Book T. Okay, I'm stop that. I don't even know what I'm doing. What am I doing? What am I even saying? Oh, Williams went to Les, not Abigail? Oh, I thought it was, okay. That was the other way around. No, sorry. I was getting to a point here. Oh yeah, I was telling you what really happened. Finally in 2007, she's like, my guy, listen, Epstein is about to go to jail for like doing pedo shit. Cut him off. You have to cut him off. Maybe she like, whatever, was like, I will leave you. I will break up. I will divorce you unless you cut off this guy right now. And he was just like, shit, you're right. You're right. But we can't say it's over that. Like, how about we say we found out that he was stealing from us? Does that work? Because he has been stealing from us. You know, I feel like that's like kind of a cover story. Because the timing makes no sense. And he acts like there were no signs. But Epstein was nothing but red flags that entire time they knew each other. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Self-preservation move.
Commonly finding out about these accusations and the criminal activity that he pursued. And when we found out about it, we severed relationship.
That's my guess. Abigail threatening to do a Melinda. Yeah, exactly.
And when we found out about it, we severed relationships with him immediately.
Mr. Wexner, I appreciate...
Thank you, Jonathan Powers 2211. Thank you so much. Thanks for all this work you're doing. Love these streams. Well, I love your money. Yum, yum, yum. Ow, 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 ow. $4.99, baby. Hey, this is how we're going to get to the top. Hell yeah. Awesome.
The context, but when was the last time you were in contact with Mr. Epstein?
I have no recall.
Did you have any contact with Mr. Epstein after 2008?
What happened in 2008 again?
Mr. Epstein.
So 2008, he went to jail.
Epstein entered a plea deal related to the solicitation of minors.
Oh, okay. Never talked to him, never saw him. As far as I was concerned, once we knew how bad he was dead.
Once we knew how bad he was dead. And that was in 2019 when we hired an assassin named Hillary Clinton to break into the jail and murder his ass. All right, that's the big thing he wants to get out. Like, you'll notice, like, he brings it up a few more times in this thing. I don't know, we're going to play them all. But it's all kind of unprompted. Like, they weren't asking him, did Epstein con you? They were like, were you friends with Epstein? And he's like, here's the thing about Epstein that nobody knows. He was a con artist. Like, that's what he wants the takeaway to be. Once we knew how bad he was dead. I'm going to go to 41. Let's see this.
I wish I could think about that.
What was the question? Lesbian Wexner. Thank you for using his full name, Vin Von Voom. Really bad liar. What are these faces he's pulling? Oh, yeah.
I wish I could think about that.
Dang it. I have to go back again because that still wasn't
how bad he was dead.
He's leaving like Alex Jones amount of dead air there.
Did Mr. Epstein ever ask you for personal favors of any kind?
Did Mr. Epstein ever ask you for personal favors of any kind? I mean, they knew each other for a long time. Feel like he must have, right? But look into this silence here.
Not that I recall.
Oh, sorry. No, it's not that
Did you ever ask Mr. Epstein for personal favors of any kind?
No.
How involved was Mr. Epstein in your personal life?
I wish I could think about that.
Yo, stumper. You stumped me.
Not at all, really. Like, I think
Not
he
at
met
all? Fuck you, man. Come on. You can't be playing us for like a fool like that. Come on, man.
Abigail after we were engaged, and he didn't know we were going to be engaged, because I didn't discuss my personal life with him or anything.
Imagine a drag queen named Lesbian Wexner. I don't even want. What would that even be? Jesus.
Just, he was kind of the business manager of my personal affairs. And, you know, at the time, I probably had 20 CEOs reporting to me. And so I had I was used to having business relationships with people, whether it's attorneys, accountants, investment banks that we were doing business with, at commercial banks. But I never had personal relationships with people that I worked with. I was pretty much a loner.
Is it true that Mr. Epstein
He is, like a lot of people have commented on him being a loner, but Epstein really does seem to be like the exception to that.
Saw your prenuptial agreement?
I don't recall that I had one.
He says he didn't have a prenuptial agreement. All right. He's a romantic.
If you did, would you consider that to be a business transaction between you and Mr. Epstein?
Objection calls for speculation, but you can answer.
If I had one, I would have talked to my attorney.
Was Mr. Epstein involved in hiring personal staff?
I think the answer is none. I can't remember.
All right. I don't think we need to listen to too much more about that. But he says he doesn't even have a prenup. 4215. Jumping ahead here. Question about Epstein and financial.
An exception.
And we will discuss your financial relationship with Mr. Epstein in greater detail later, but broadly, did Mr. Epstein ever ask you for any financial favors?
Because you did him a lot of financial favors.
No.
No. So you just did those, you unprompted? You were like, buddy, I'm going to give you a few $1,000,000. And, the largest private residence in Manhattan. And I'm going to give you a house over here. I'm going to give you a house over here. I'm going to give you all this shit.
Let's talk about your property here in New Albany. When did you first buy the New Albany property?
New Albany. Okay, yeah. We'll get into this.
Probably in the early mid-'80s, I started buying property as land.
Probably in the early mid-'80s. Okay, so, and let's go over to Obsidian for a second here, because I want to show you guys exactly what we're talking about here. If in the laid-back Ohio town of New Albany, we've got, this is Google Maps. Here it is, folks. Beautiful Ohio. What a lovely place. I got to make this smaller. Hang on. Yeah, there we go. Now it looks like a real Google Maps page. Oh, boy. Google. We are looking at, so we've got some houses here. There's the New Albany Farms, nice properties. Oh, wait, hang on. Let me zoom in so you guys can see. Some like pretty big properties over here. You know, looks cool, looks nice. And then you go down New Albany Farms Road, and then you turn onto Kitzmiller Road. And you go up here, and then you hang a left on White Barn Lane. Now, White Barn Lane will take you up through this thing. You're kind of in the middle of nowhere here, pretty far away from everything. And then look at this. Look at this massive estate. So this is Les Wexner's home. And it looks nice. I mean, the guy has an eye for design. You can tell. The guy, he's a fashion guy, right? He's like that's his main thing. It's got like a nice, big, long pool, I guess. Underneath, he's got some kind of a roundabout. If there's you want to have a little, backyard NASCAR race or something like that. Who doesn't want that? What's this? A second pool, or is this like a tennis court, something like that? I don't know. Oh no, this is the tennis court over here. You got a lot of stuff, and then you stand here, right? So imagine you're in the mansion, you're hanging out on what I'm guessing this is like a porch or a balcony or something like that. You're at the top of that white thing right in the middle. You're standing there, and you're looking out across your fucking empire, right? You're looking out, and then you see down this secluded, like, secret row of trees all the way down here. You got another house, got another mansion, a smaller mansion, all right, in the shape of a cross, like it's like a, I don't know, Catholic church or something. It kind of does look like a temple, That's interesting. Who might live there? Well, what's going on over here? Listen, I don't know, but I'm just saying it looks weird. All right, you can also get there. So White Barn Lane, the road that is only for like Epstein's estate here. You can also keep going there and get through the woods, through the forest, get there to this other house here. All right, so this is like this whole little middle section here. That's I wish you guys could see my cursor. For some reason on Obsidian, I can't show you. You guys can't see my cursor, so you can't see what I'm trying to point you at, but. Hopefully you can get the idea of what I'm saying here. This is the thing. So there's only two ways to get into this. There's through this entrance down here and through this entrance down here, also on Kitzmiller Road. And he's got a bunch of other shit over here. I don't know what's up with that, but like look at how this is laid out. Hey, look at how this is laid out. We've got these two houses. All right. So anyway, this is New Albany. So this is the property that they're talking about. And I can give you, and you know what? Google Maps is not always the best way to look at things. So here's another shot. Look at this. We've got Les Wexner home in New Albany. So now we can actually kind of see it like, not just from above. It looks like a castle. I won't lie. I kind of think it's cool. Goblin Queen, are you still in the chat? What do you like? Do you think it's good? What do you think? Should we move into a place like that? and then over here. There's what that other mansion looks like, right? And like even from the air, look how far away everything else is, and they've got these huge forests around. This is like a secluded. This is where a reclusive billionaire like Leslie Wexner might want to live. All right. So let's hear more about the history of this property here. He got it. He just said he got it in the early '80s or something like that.
This was. What you saw today, if you drove around New Albany, this was all farmland. Where the house was a sod farm. So it was just...
The Gobmune.
In the country.
Did Mr. Epstein play any...
Pickleball was invented by the CIA? That's crazy. By who? Co-created by a CIA guy? That's nuts.
Role in the acquisition of the property?
No.
Did Epstein play a role in the acquisition of the property? I do believe that because I think he got it before knowing Epstein.
Any role in the development of New Albany?
Oh, no.
On your property, would you often conduct business meetings?
Would he?
Would you?
With whom?
I like how annoyed the guy interviewing him there is. He's like, Would you often conduct business meetings? Would Epstein? Would you? He's like, fuck you, man. Come on.
Would he?
Would you?
Would you?
With whom?
With anyone he's...
Just a business meeting, bro. Anyone.
Doing business with?
Okay, including L Brands?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the only business meetings we ever had...
Even that, he's like, no.
...in the house were business meetings in L Brands, community meetings, some university meetings, but no, I don't think we ever had a New Albany meeting. As a business in the house, we'd have it at the New Albany office.
Mr. Wexner, did you ever meet with, socialize with, or otherwise engage with Jeffrey Epstein at your New Albany, Ohio home?
Did you and Epstein ever socialize, or even just like, were you guys ever in the same room in your house?
Again.
Did you ever meet with, socialize with, or otherwise engage with Jeffrey Epstein at your New Albany home?
I was like,
I'm sure he was in the house, but I can't remember.
He probably was in the house. It's like, bro, you gave him the fucking temple across from your house down the fucking weird like runway. Like, he's like, oh my God. This guy who he was just business partners with, who he never like actually hung out with, he lived here. Epstein was this was Epstein's house over here. Wexner's house over here. And he's like, yeah, we barely knew each other though. It's like, you built him a fucking clubhouse, man. You got, are you serious? You guys were, you don't remember. I'm sure he must have been there at some point. Bro, this is like what you and your best friend when you're 9 years old talk about doing when one of you becomes a billionaire. You know, this is like fucking like weird like wish fulfillment shit of like best friends / secret boyfriends. And he's like, I don't know, man. I cannot believe this dude.
For a specific time, I don't remember setting meetings with Jeffrey.
He's like, and he's my business guy, but I don't think we really had meetings.
Most of the business I had with him was over the phone.
Yeah, so we'll get to that as well. As that has Maria Farmer was taken to.
Most of the business was over the phone.
Do you have any recollection of when he first visited the property?
No.
And do you have any recollection of how often he would visit the property?
No.
No.
So is it your testimony today that...
Wait, did my lighting change? Why does it look so different? Oh, okay, it's back to normal. Right.
You would not have been aware of every time he visited the property here in New Albany?
Without question. I wouldn't have known. When something I would explain to you, it's like that I wonder about now. Like Jeffrey might call the office, and my admin would say, Mr. Epstein's on the phone. He has to talk to you right away. And I'd pick up the phone and say, what is it? And he'd say, well, I'm in Switzerland talking to a Swiss bank about something. And he'd try to explain.
Yeah, it sounds like he was like lying to you a lot, and you just kind of didn't care. All right, cool, man. That's great.
So you wouldn't understand the transaction. It's really complex, but and I'm really busy. But I needed to tell you this or know that. And I'd say I'm in the middle of a meeting, and I'd hang up. And then, as I said earlier, 15 minutes later, he might call me back, and I'd look at it now and say, he was probably in bed in New York. I didn't know where the hell he was.
Were you aware that Mr. Epstein stayed on your property?
I know he bought Jack Kessler's house, but I don't know when he was there.
And that wasn't on your property?
No, that's my neighbor's property. My business partner in New Albany's friend, or his house, right?
Were you aware that Mr. Epstein stayed at one of your guest house on the property?
Now this is I think a little bit, yeah. So this is where they get into the nitty gritty of those houses. Did you know he stayed at a guest house, but it wasn't really a guest house? It was like another house. It looks like a guest house compared to Wexner's estate, but it's like enormous.
No,
he stayed there in a guest house. Really?
The house he stayed at was Jack Kessler's house, which is an adjacent property.
It's not my property. That's Jack. That's Jack Kessler. And Jack Kessler is I think he was a Victoria's Secret. He was one of Epstein's, one of Wexner's business partners. Hang on, Jack Kessler. Let's just see. American citizen, Hazan. Oh, American Hazan. What's that mean? Oh, a Jewish musician or precentor. Oh, wait, is this the same guy? What the heck? No. That must be a different dude. Wexner. Epstein's connection to Wexner's to New Albany's transformation. This is from 2024. And Licking County? Jesus, is that what the county's called? Licking County? That already sounds illegal. The little farming community with under 500 people before 1980s is scarcely recognizable in 2023, thanks to a project by Wexner. He joined forces with developer Jack Kessler as the 1990s approached to form the New Albany Company, their vision of a Shangri-La for the wealthy in the village. The old saying New Albany used to be a one-stop sign town and then a billionaire moved to town and everything changed. That is kind of true. The mayor of New Albany said in a 2022 NBC interview. Epstein, as Kessler and Wexner began their plans for New Albany in the mid-80s, Wexner also met and subsequently hired his new personal financial manager, Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein was named his power of attorney, giving him the ability to make hires, sign checks, and buy and sell properties on the billionaire's behalf. This legal relationship between the pair continued until 2007. Sorry, I just want to know about New Albany. Come on. Epstein was seemingly closely involved with the company responsible for New Albany's transformation as well. Epstein was named as president of the New Albany Co. alongside Wexner in 1998. While Wexner was largely the main financier of his developments in New Albany, 2002 profile of Epstein in New York Magazine said he contributed a few $1 million of his own capital to the project as well. And what about the house? Epstein owned at least 2 properties in the town. One home in the 7500 block of King George Drive was an apparent gift from the billionaire to his financial manager. One of the many houses that he was just like, have a house, Epstein, my boy. Have a house, Epstein, my boy, my young lad like you. You need another house. You need one right near me where we can always hang out and chill. Oh, Epstein, my boy. Wouldn't it be nice if I could just come over without having to get on a private jet? Wouldn't it be cool if you lived in a tree house in my backyard? He received the property in a trust in 1990. He later bought the house for $364,636. That's like nothing. And resigned from the trust in 1995. His wife, blah, 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 blah. Outer records showed Epstein sold the home to the billionaire's wife for $0 in 2007. So that $0 in 2007, that is part of that was when they cut him off. And that was like part of the arrangement, I think, of being like, you scammed us. You took a lot of money. And he's like, hey, what are you going to do? I already spent it on like my island and my fucking planes and all this shit. Sorry, yeah, you got me, but what am I? And he's like, well, give me back that property for free. You know, that's what I think that is. The home departed the Wexner portfolio in 2011 when another buyer acquired it for that cheap amount. And here we go. 5025 East Dublin Granville Road. This is the one here. So this is the one he's talking about. And here it is. Epstein bought the home for $3.5 million from JW and CPK & Co., a Kessler and Wexner company, according to Franklin. But when? Buildings around half a mile away from Wexner's mansion, a massive plot of land. And the thing with, but it doesn't say what year that was. See, that's what's confusing to me. When did they own it? But a former Epstein employee's lawsuit accused him and his longtime companion, Gilen Maxwell, of sexually assaulting her while visiting his home in 1996. So it seems like, okay, maybe like in 1996, I don't know if Epstein owned this house yet, but it's still bullshit for Wexner to be like, it's not my property, because he bought it from a company owned by Kessler and Wexner. He's like, that's Kessler's house. That's not my house. Like, this is basically your house, dude. Oh, was it 1993? Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Good to know. Good to know. So then in that case, it would have been Epstein's house beforehand. So like, the guy's full of shit. You know what? I don't like this. I don't trust this guy.
It's about a half mile away.
About a half mile away. Dude, it's a half mile away, but you guys are miles away from everyone else. Like, a half mile ain't that much for guys like you. You probably had like the golf cart fucking races down that thing together.
Mr. Wexner, Epstein's survivor, Maria Farmer, was reportedly brought to the guest house.
Now they get to Maria Farmer. Epstein's survivor, Maria Farmer.
Was located on your property in 1996.
Objection. He's already told you it wasn't on his property.
It's not his prop. It is his property. It's like the fucking backyard. This would be like if, like, to convince my best friend to move to Montreal, I was like, you can live in a dumpster behind my house, you know? It's like, I mean, it's a nice dumpster. It's really nice, actually. It's got Wi-Fi. And then being like, later, like, something horrible happened in that dumpster. I'm like, it's not my property. It belonged to him. It's like, but come on now.
I am bringing up the recollection of an Epstein.
I wish they fought harder on this, because it's like, it is his property. Come on.
Survivor, for the record. Your client is welcome to provide a statement. So again, Maria Farmer was reportedly brought to the guest house in 1996. She stayed there for a summer and claimed she was assaulted there by Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell. Mr. Wexner, do you recall who Maria Farmer is?
Do you know who Maria Farmer is?
I know her name from the press.
Did you ever meet Maria Farmer?
Never.
Never met her, which I think is consistent with Maria's statement. That's right, Finland.
Is it your testimony today that you do not know whether Maria Farmer's ever stayed on your property?
That would be correct.
Sorry, what was the I want to get that question exactly right. What do you ask?
Today that you do not know whether Maria Farmer's ever stayed on your property.
You don't know whether Maria Farmer stayed on your property.
That would be correct.
I don't know.
Do you have any reason to not believe Maria Farmer's account of being abused by Jeffrey Epstein on your property?
Objection.
Objection. It's not his property.
On his property.
And he laughs. I can't believe we're getting away with this. Oh, geez, it sure is fun to be a billionaire. Oh, boy.
Let me be sure I answer this correctly. I never met her, didn't know she was here, didn't know she was abused.
What are you going to do? Look at that little shrug.
I never met her, didn't know she was here, didn't know she was abused.
You have a large staff
I
that
don't really
works
pay attention to what goes on
your property in New Albany.
The reason I'm laughing, I don't know. There's a lot of people around, but I don't know how many.
Can you estimate how many people are working on the property at any given time?
$20.
Do you have private security on the property?
I've had private security since 1975.
Are you aware of allegations that security staff on the property stayed with Maria Farmer until her family was able to pick her up?
I didn't know she was here, so I didn't know her, didn't know she was here, so I didn't know shit about her. Pardon me.
Oh, God. It's taking forever. But this part's important. Sorry. You gotta hear this.
And I believe that you testified to this earlier, but to your recollection, did Mr. Epstein personally own property near your home?
He bought the house from Jack. So
He bought the house from you and Jack. He bought the house from you and Jack. It was your property. And then it was Epstein's property.
half a mile away, if that's near.
Half a mile away. Bro, it's in your backyard. Come on. You can't use fucking geography like that as if it's in New York and he's like 10 blocks away. You guys lived on the same estate. He lived in your backyard. He was the fucking monster under your bed. Motherfucker. He can't get away with this shit, right?
Was that the address at the 7500 block of King George Drive?
I don't know that address.
Are you aware of the entity New Albany Company, LLC?
I think that's what we call the New Albany Company.
Why was this LLC organized?
Okay, so okay, let's just pause here. I think I've heard enough of him talking about New Albany, and talking about Maria Farmer. So Maria Farmer, here's her driver's license, okay, from around this time, and you'll notice Maria Farmer, 1 White Barn Road, New Albany, Ohio. This was in issue date 96. According to her story, like this is when she was the artist in residence at Lex Wexner's New Albany estate. All right, that big ass looking thing. So 1 White Barn Road. Remember, like here's the properties. We got Epstein's house in the top right corner, slash Lex Wexner slash Kessler's, like whatever, guest house, whatever you want to call it. And then down in the bottom left, we've got the actual Lex Wexner estate. Okay. So let's go to Google Maps. Now, 1 White Barn Road is the thing that I've got here highlighted. 1 White Barn Road. That's this. 1 White Barn Road. So White Barn Road or White Barn Lane or whatever they're calling it. I guess the name of the road changes before and after the White Barn. It's a road and then it's a lane. That seems weird. But this little building here, do I got a picture of it? I meant to get one. Oh, yes, I do. This is just the entrance. This is the gated entrance to Leslie Wexner's Kitzmiller Road property in New Albany, Ohio. This building is not, no one lives there. It's basically like a giant gate that's disguised as a barn. You got to go through there. It's probably like security guards in there. So you put that as your address if you were living on the estate, and you're like, yeah, the mailman doesn't get to drive all the way up to the house. So leave it at this is like the front door. Okay. This is where the Uber Eats guy rings the doorbell and drops your bag of fucking, burrito boys. So this was Maria's address, 1 White Barn Road. And if we look at the fucking map here, there's 1 White Barn Road. Okay, that's her address. That's her mailing address. That's where her driver's license got shipped to. And then inside of this gated compound, there's only 2 houses. Wexner's house and Wexner's other house / actually, this has nothing to do with Wexner. That's a different guy's property. I don't know anything about it. Over here, where Epstein lived. All right, you see what I'm saying? I guess I might be making too big a deal about this. But that alone, the fact that her address wasn't here or at Wexner's house, those 2 houses share the same mailing address, the entrance down here. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. Can't keep getting away with it. And so after the deposition, this just happened. Maria Farmer gave a statement. I'm just going to scroll down to her statement here. Here it is. In the summer of 1996, I served as the artist in residence at Lex Wexner's estate. I was instructed to obtain a driver's license using the address of Wexner's home. Later that summer, while working and living on Wexner's estate, I suffered abuse at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, get out of here. I don't want this. Stop. How do I? No. I don't like you. Okay, whatever. Sorry. Wait. No, guys, hang on. I'll figure this out. While working and living on Wexner's estate, I suffered abuse at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein and Gilen Maxwell. Epstein also stole photographs of my minor sisters and me, private, anatomically revealing photographs I used for artistic reference and kept numbered in a lockbox. When I attempted to escape Wexner's estate, I was threatened by Wexner's employees and associates, sharpshooters, guns, and guard dogs, and held against my will. When I was able to escape, I reported Epstein and Maxwell to the FBI. I told the FBI about Epstein and Maxwell's sexual abuse of me on Wexner's estate, the theft there of the images, and being held on Wexner's estate. I'm glad Wexner's deposition, this lever of power, is being used to try to achieve some accountability and justice for the many survivors whose trauma has for so long been ignored, dismissed, or discounted. Wexner's reported downplaying of his relationship with Epstein is abhorrent, particularly given Maxwell's own description of him as an Epstein's closest friend. I am also troubled by Wexner's stated lack of knowledge about my abuse and suffering on his property. Yeah, so that is, that's that. So that's just more bullshit, I would say. Where is the 5700 address? I believe that's Epstein's house, right? Here, hang on. I can check. I think on Google Maps. If we go up here and then I double click here, will it? Can I? What's here? Oh, that's 5025. Okay, where's 5075? Is that this one? Hang on. Yeah. Oh no. 4500 Kitzmiller Road. What's the 5700 address? Where did that one come up again, Stubens? Maybe it's like the thing over here. I don't know. What's this? Plain Township. Oh, it's a township? Okay, no, that's not what I was asking. No, one white barn road is what we wanted. Anyway, yeah, a gated neighborhood with only 3 houses. And he's like, I don't know. I don't really keep in touch with my neighbors. It's like, you guys all live together in a weird fucking complex. All right. Okay, back to the main event here.
Because it made business sense.
What was the LLC used for?
I would assume it's for the New Albany project.
Was Jeffrey Epstein involved with this entity?
Only to the degree as fiduciary financial advisor would be, as Dennis Hirsch was.
I'm going to skip ahead here. We gotta pick up the pace. We're not even an hour in, and there's 5 hours I wanted to get through. So instead of showing you guys like every single thing I marked down, I'm only going to show you the guys the really important stuff. This part's kind of crazy. 5740.
In your presence, yes.
Okay, I got to hear the question. Go back.
Mr. Wexner, Mr. Wexner, how did Mr. Epstein act towards women or girls around him?
In his presence? Or?
In your
Around him, he means around you, around Wexner.
Your presence, yes.
How did he act around?
I guess the answer would be kind of normal and nice. He would, he would like send my secretary or admin flowers for a birthday. Courteous, I would say.
Really?
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein have sexual contact of any kind with young women or girls?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein sexually abuse young women or girls?
Absolutely not.
And I'll save you the trouble. He asked him a bunch of questions like this, and he's just like, no. Oh, of course not. Do you really think I'd associate with someone as perverted as that? Did any Victoria's Secret, did you ever see him treat Victoria's Secret models like that? I don't know. I didn't really hang out with Victoria's Secret models. Did any Victoria's Secret models ever come to your home? I don't know. I never have met a Victoria's Secret model in my life. Do we even have models? I didn't realize that. No Victoria's Secret model has ever been in my house, or I've never socialized with them. I'd never have done anything with them. I've never saw him around them, blah, 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 blah. No. Just like insane lies there. Must be. And this is interesting because I never knew about this, but it like totally this part could be real. At 10150, here we go.
Discuss Mr. Epstein's arrest.
So prior to Mr. Epstein's arrest in 2008, whatever it was, the investigation.
Previously, but I would like to return to it just to make sure the record is clear. In 2005, police in Palm Beach, Florida began investigating Epstein. In July 2006, Epstein was arrested for the first time for soliciting prostitution from minors. Prior to Mr. Epstein's arrest, were you aware of any investigation into Mr. Epstein?
So this is a question. Is like prior to his arrest, did you know there was an investigation going on? I think that's what the question is, maybe.
Not that I recall.
Okay.
When did you become aware of an investigation into Mr. Epstein?
Probably whenever it was in the press. I don't know when that was.
And you mentioned the press. Was there anyone that was a part of your business that may have alerted you to his arrest?
Could have been.
And for the record, did you have any knowledge of illegal activity by Mr. Epstein prior to his arrest in 2006?
Did you have any? Okay, this is the question. I should have just started here. Did you have any knowledge of illegal activity by Epstein prior to his arrest? And he said something that I hadn't heard before.
The only thing I recall is my chief of staff told me, and I don't know, he knew press, whether it was the newspapers or radio or TV, that that Jeffrey had been accused, or a woman was suing him for, I don't know, being aggressive.
Oh, so a woman was suing Epstein for being aggressive. Has anybody ever heard that before? Finland or Mark or anybody like that? That sounds like something that probably could have happened. I've never heard about that before.
And I remember calling him and saying, "What the hell is this?" And he said, "I was being shaken down by a hooker." And I believed him.
Okay, cool. Well, I called him up. I was like, "What the hell? You, Epstein, you were aggressive with a hooker?" "No, I refuse to believe it. And if you were, I will fire you right now." And he was like, "Of course not. No, they're shaking me down." He's like, "All right. Moving right along here. 108. Skipping so far ahead. 10808.
One final question before we take a break. With the benefit of hindsight, were there any things you witnessed or observed about Mr. Epstein that could have suggested he was trafficking and sexually abusing women?
Yeah, were there any signs? Now that we know he was like molesting 3 girls a day and you guys hung out constantly for like 2 decades, anything that might have tipped you off in that whole time?
Absolutely not. I've asked myself that question over and over, why I didn't see there should have been a clue or something that I should have picked up on. There's nothing that I can recall. Nothing. Not even a clue of a clue.
Not even a clue of a clue.
And I think the reason, in hindsight, and I think for the understanding to get to the bottom of what Jeffrey did, is to understand how great a con he was.
Again, we see him like bringing up the con stuff unprompted. You have to understand, this guy was a genius. He fooled even me, the Victoria's Secret guy. I don't get fooled easy.
Because that's the explanation I have to myself. How could I have never thought he was a thief? How could I never thought he was a pervert? You know, all the terrible things. Never clue.
Anyway, skipping ahead to 11240. Here we go.
Do you recall, and some of this may be repetitive, so you have my apologies.
This is a different guy interviewing him now.
Do you recall what year you initially hired Mr.
Why was the artist there? So Maria Farmer was at the estate there because she had just been hired by the set design department of the Jack Nicholson movie As Good as It Gets, I think, to make some paintings for that movie that would be in the background. And she was like, "Oh my God, I don't have a space to work on these because they're going to be like really, really big paintings." And Epstein was like, "Say, I've got a place in Ohio. Why don't we take you there, far away from the hustle and bustle of New York City? You can work on it."
Yeah. Epstein?
No.
Would it be right to say that it may have been either?
Yeah, because she was going to be there for a while, not just for a weekend or whatever, for like months or something, working on this massive project.
1989 or 1990.
What year did you hire Epstein? 89 or 90?
Okay. Do you recall anybody warning
And
you
he
not?
has no idea. Like, he's being so cagey about the Earth. Like, could you not have looked these up? Do you not have records? It's nuts. It's so annoying. I don't think As Good as It Gets was filmed in Ohio, but maybe that might make sense. I'm not sure. James L. Brooks movie. I don't really like it, but a lot of people think it's good. Okay, we're gonna move ahead now to another mention of an art. You know what? I'm gonna skip that one. Okay, this is maybe I don't need whatever. Okay, 11919. This is kind of worth checking out. Yeah, this is definitely worth checking out. Trying to convince myself.
And that article.
So this guy's like showing him a bunch of articles, big major articles about him and Epstein that have come out.
Is from ABC News, and it's titled "Billionaire Businessman Leslie Wexner Refuses to Reveal Full Scope of Jeffrey Epstein's Alleged Multi-Million-Dollar Theft," dated January 23rd, 2020.
And it's January 25th.
Ah, great. Thank you. Well, I have January 23rd.
Oh, I'm looking at the date in the upper right. You're right.
All
Under
right.
the byline is January 23rd.
There you go.
It's got two dates. I don't know which is correct.
All right. On page 3 of this article, and I'll let you take a moment, in the middle of that page, the article says that they identified nearly a dozen trusts connected
So
to
this
you.
is like, sorry.
I don't
I
think
didn't realize it was full
Sure,
screen.
it
Sorry,
starts
this-
in the.
You guys weren't able to see, but you're still able to hear, I think. So this is like a little bit about like the weird way that they handled money, right? The sort of cagey like money laundering they were doing here. It's like there's about a dozen trusts. Sorry, what did you just say? Gotta go back.
A dozen
I was
trusts.
trying to look up while we were listening where it was filmed, where As Good as It Gets was filmed. I don't see anything about Ohio, but it looks like it takes place in Baltimore, New York. Yeah, I don't see anything about Ohio, but filming. James L. Brooks flew Jeffrey Rush from Sydney to Los Angeles to audition for the role. The paintings eventually, because Maria Farmer dropped out because of all the horrible things that happened to her, the paintings were created for the film by New York City artist Billy Sullivan. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really say. I'm assuming it was probably filmed in L.A.
Connected to you. I don't think.
Where is that?
Sure, it starts in the paragraph trust
Sorry, what was it?
article.
I gotta go back.
And I'll let you take a moment. In the middle of that page, the article says that they identified nearly a dozen trusts connected to you. I don't think.
Where is that?
Sure, it starts in the.
These fucking tricksy business guys getting their like, oh, I've got all this money in trusts and fucking shell companies, and like they think of like boring ass names like the 12 company. Even that's probably too exciting for one of these.
Paragraph Volsher and Boyd, in the middle of the page.
Okay.
Who are those?
I think they're associated with ABC's investigative reporting team.
Thank you.
And it tells us that they found nearly a dozen trusts with names like health and science interests, arts interests, and community interests connected to Wexner that listed Epstein as trustee and received large gifts of stock in Wexner's company. So I'll stop there. Do you have a recollection of the trusts that are described here?
None.
None.
No, I don't remember creating those 12 massive financial, I don't know, piles of money for Epstein, giving him like whatever, putting him as a trustee on. Nope, sorry. 12. I make these all the time. Putting 12 trusts together, I wouldn't remember that.
And so,
I mean, I guess maybe it was just Epstein doing it since he had the power to do that.
do you have any recollection of Mr. Epstein's role with those trusts?
None.
Okay.
Don't know.
We will
Okay.
come back
That's
to
nuts.
that, but I'd like to touch for a moment on Epstein's role with the Wexner Foundation.
Okay, this is
I,
interesting.
for that, will introduce Minority Exhibit C.
So in 2019, the Wexner Foundation, where Epstein used to be like on the board and like very highly involved, they did like, they were like, who the fuck is this Epstein? He went to jail and he was really close to Wexner. We're going to hire a law firm to do a review of that shit. And he's got the review that they did and he shows it to Wexner and Wexner's like, what? I don't remember this. It's like they did, but they questioned you in there. He's like, I didn't know about that. He's like, what do you mean? Bro, come on now. Anyway, I'm going to skip over that. It's not that interesting. Okay, yeah, let's go to this 138.44. Okay, now we're zipping through. Now that I've decided not to show you guys every little thing. I mean, I think this stuff at the beginning, there's a lot of repetition here. The same, like different people interview him and ask the same questions.
So this...
yeah, oh, sorry, what was the connection between Wexner and the movie? I mean, maybe Jack Nicholson, right? I don't know, but maybe nothing. That might have been a role that... a job that Maria Farmer just got on her own, from her own talent.
This is an excerpt from a memo that the Department of Justice wrote in December of 2019. And DOJ was assessing the extent to which people around Epstein might have been liable for their conduct.
Okay.
The memo is long. I've given you only the excerpt that relates to you. There's nothing else in this document that relates to you directly. The section that I've given you on the second and third pages of the document, that's 65 and 66 at the bottom. This is a summary of a proffer that your lawyer or lawyers gave to DOJ in July of 2019.
I don't fully know what a proffer is, but I gather it's like an interview that you do. It's not a deposition. Like, I don't think you're under oath, or maybe you are. Because I believe that the thing that Gilen Maxwell did, that interview she did with Todd Blanche, that was a proffer, right? Or am I thinking of a different proffer I heard from her? I'm not sure. But it's some kind of interview you do with a lawyer. I don't know.
With respect to Epstein's theft from you, in the second half of the second paragraph, I'll read it out loud. Your attorneys, quote, explained that over his years handling Wexner's finances, Epstein stole or otherwise misappropriated several $100 million from Wexner. That misconduct, together with the fees that Epstein...
So that's crazy, right? Several $100 million is how much Epstein stole from Wexner, according to this. Several $100 million.
Epstein stole or otherwise misappropriated several $100 million from Wexner. That misconduct, together with the fees that Epstein paid himself for his services to Wexner, appears to account for virtually all of Epstein's wealth. So several $100 million is a large but not precise figure, to the best of your knowledge.
Yeah, how many million? Just several. That's crazy.
How much exactly did Epstein steal?
So he's like, well, how much do you think he stole? Like, give us a number.
I don't know.
That's how good a con artist he was. You stole it too well.
I'll never know.
I'll probably never know.
Steal.
I don't know. I don't think I'll ever know.
Okay. I guess your wife isn't that good with the, balancing the checkbook.
I'd like to try to understand a little bit better how Epstein was able to steal or misappropriate that many funds. One way, reportedly, is that the trusts that we described earlier, which I know you said you have no recollection of, I just want to be thorough. The trusts that he was trustee of would receive gifts of limited stock, and he would then sell that stock on the New York Stock Exchange and then use a portion of those proceeds for his own personal purposes. Do you have any knowledge or recollection of what I just described?
Seems like this was one of the ways he was able to steal your money. Did you know about this?
I'm effing surprised.
I am effing surprised. If you're really surprised, you wouldn't say effing, right? He's like, oh, so we figured out a way that Epstein was able to steal hundreds of millions of dollars from you. Well, that's an effing shock to me. What the S? What in the effing S do you mean? That's effing crazy.
Shocked. I didn't know this.
Is it that you have not previously heard
Well, you're telling me this for the first time.
what I just described?
I never heard of it, never saw this document.
And
It does not seem that shocked. Not really putting on a particularly good show. Yeah, Wexner seems like particularly incurious about how Epstein stole his money or how much he stole. He really wants you to know Epstein was a crook. He stole from me. He was a con artist. And he's like, how did he do that? He's like, I've never really looked into it. It's kind of nuts. You steal $20 from me, you got an enemy for life. Steal that much and act blasé about it just does my head in. I mean, to be fair, like $20 from probably any of us is a higher percentage of your net worth than this was from Wexner. But
it was publicly reported, I think, by ABC several years ago, but not ever
about the scene peen.
on your radar.
Never.
The report indicates that it was more than or around $1.3 billion of stock that Epstein moved around that way. Not that he kept all of that money for himself, but the total amount of stock sales was over $1 billion. You have no knowledge.
I cannot really follow this stuff because my brain just kind of shuts off when I hear about money shit like this. But I mean, this is probably interesting if you know shit about, like money laundering or the stock market or whatever. And like, oh shit, that's how he did it. I don't know. Like that probably is interesting. I don't get it. I'm too stupid. Oh God, you guys hate me. I'm gonna skip over. Someone asked if he ever had sex with Epstein. We're gonna go to 4850, and he says, by the way, did you ever have sex with Epstein? He goes, no, but we're gonna skip that for now because it does come up later, and that the next part is more interesting. 50. Here we go.
Okay. Did you ever visit his ranch in New Mexico or his house in Paris?
Do you want to break those up for clarity?
Did you ever visit his ranch in New Mexico?
It was the same kind of thing. He wanted Abigail and I to see his ranch. We flew down there and drove around for an hour or two, got back on the plane and came home. And I don't think he had a house.
So you would fly just to go visit for 1 hour?
Yeah, I would fly to Europe for 1 hour on business trips. As crazy it is, getting in.
So he's like, so they asked him a couple questions. They asked him about the ranch, the island. Did you ever visit this property? And he's like, yeah, for like an hour. He's like, I flew there, walked around for an hour, and then I was like, then I left. Wasn't really interesting to me. I was like, it's just like, yeah, I was there, but I just kind of made an appearance and then I left. It's like, but you flew there. They get into that. Okay, I don't have the timing, so I'll just keep it rolling.
Going places for me was like going to the mailbox.
Sorry, hang on. Okay, hang on. I gotta get her actual question. I think I talked over it.
Just to go visit for 1 hour.
So she's like, sorry, you flew there for an hour?
And drove around for an hour or two, got back on the plane and came home. And I don't think he had a house.
So you would fly just to go visit for 1 hour?
Yeah,
he's like, yeah.
I would fly to Europe for 1 hour on business trips. As crazy it is, getting on the plane and going places for me was like going to the mailbox.
I mean, I guess that is kind of how it is when you have a private jet, but Jesus Christ, right? It's fucking Taylor Swift shit. Guys, listen, I don't want to say it, but like, Les Wexner is like probably at least as bad as Taylor Swift. All right? Fucking rich people, eh? Okay, I'm going to skip over this part. This is probably interesting to people. 154.03. Here we go.
Spend time with.
Did you ever spend time with Epstein?
Epstein and Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Ooh, the orange man, the bad orange man.
Together?
Yes.
Oh yeah. I guess it makes sense if Epstein's New Mexico house wasn't built. Yeah. I mean, like, it's funny, right? Because you notice how he's like, for me, flying a plane, 6,000 miles to visit a random like Virgin Islands property, that's like walking to the mailbox for me. But walking like, 500 yards, or I don't know how big a fucking mile is, but half a mile down the road to my friend, my best friend who lives on my property. Sorry, my business associate who lives on my property. I would never do that. That's really far. It's half a mile. Would you visit someone who's half a mile away?
I'll answer this question accurately. I would go to some of the Victoria's Secret fashion shows because it's very important to the brand.
Oh, and yeah, sorry. The question, by the way, just to remind you guys, did you ever hang out with Epstein and Donald Trump? Or did you notice Epstein and Trump hanging out?
At some of the fashion shows, Jeffrey was there and some Trump was there. And I remember, because Trump would always introduce himself to me. And I always thought it was kind of odd that he was at the fashion show because he had nothing to do with fashion. So the coincidence.
Donald Trump, you have nothing to do with fashion. Nice burn. He loves burning people for having bad fashion sense, like he did with Epstein. You can tell fashion isn't Epstein's strongest suit. I would say Trump has better fashion sense than Epstein, though. He had nothing to do with fashion. He had a lot to do with models. That guy loved models. Shouldn't have been that strange for you to see him there. Sorry, I shouldn't scratch my beard right into the mic. That's probably sounds gross, eh?
Together at an event, it could have been that, but I have no specific recollection. I never had a social or like a drink or a cup of coffee, something.
He's also been like the same thing. Yeah, it's called fashion, sweaty. Yeah, he said several times in this. I'm very straight. I'm extremely straight. We'll get to that.
That would put them together.
Yeah, you wouldn't even wear leather vests, honey. Oh, honey, what is that? A suit and a red tie? Ugh, gag me with a vagina.
Okay, so just to clarify, because I want to make sure we're clear on the record, you're saying that you can recall instances.
That's my impression of Leslie Wexner trying to act like he's super straight. Ugh, gag me with a vagina.
Potentially where Epstein and Trump were together and you were in their presence, or just a random scenario where Epstein may be there, Trump may be there separately, and then you would be.
It would be at random. That would be accurate.
Anyway, he doesn't really give you anything that interesting, but he's like, hey, I saw them hang out. Yeah, they would be at Victoria's Secret shows. Because like he's like, I was never really friends with Epstein. We didn't hang out ever. We never went for coffee. We never hung out. He was just a business guy, and I only talked to him once in a while, and kept giving him houses and money, but we weren't friends. But all right. Hang on now. All right. He does kind of. Yeah, he sort of makes fun of Donald Trump here. I won't go through it because it's going to take too long, but he's sort of like is coming down on Trump, and he says like, Trump was always weird. He always introduced himself to me every time he met me. And like he seems kind of mad at Trump, probably because his name, specifically Wexner's name, was unredacted in a bunch of the files, while a bunch of the other co-conspirators still redacted. Wexner's, for some reason, they unredacted. So he's pissed at Trump, I think. Like he doesn't seem to be a fan of Donald J. Trump. And now, I'm not sure. I think this is Rashida Tlaib, but you can't see her face. This around 2 hours in, she starts asking really good questions and like holding this guy, like forcing him to answer. I'm gonna skip the first little bit, but let's go to 2:01:25.
If it happened, but I have no specific recollection.
Okay.
Victims.
2:01:25. Is this something Rashida lead to you guys?
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Landon said the payments were consulting services he provided for New York Strategy Group, which was some kind of firm associated with Epstein. Do you know why? Why was he getting paid the quarterly payment by Epstein?
Not a clue.
Okay. Do you know if there was gynecology services being offered to Epstein?
And so she's talking about how Epstein used Wexner's lawyer to provide doctor, the doctor that Wexner had used for his wife's pregnancies and stuff, like this doctor that was kind of on Wexner's staff. That gynecologist was doing gynecology work for Epstein's like victims, and she's like, "Did you know about this?" And he's like, "No, I didn't." Really? Him? Wow, I didn't know. And she's like,
women.
No idea.
Because you're very associated with the Ohio State University, right?
Yes.
You were the board chair. Okay.
They still haven't stopped associating with him. He's given them so much money, and they're like Ohio State hasn't cut ties with him yet.
You aware that Jeffrey Epstein was paying him quarterly payments?
No.
You weren't?
No.
Weren't aware Epstein was paying like keeping him on staff like he's one of the fucking like saloon owners in Deadwood. Like, yeah, I'm gonna hire you on a retainer just to come and like help me out anytime I have an issue.
Okay, so the article suggests that Epstein would bill you and your wife for at least one of these payments in 2005.
Yeah, and not only was Epstein paying this guy, he was actually using your money, and your name is on these payments.
Quote, as we have in prior years. That's evidence within a
Sorry, I don't know. I don't check these things.
Department of Justice, Mr. Wexner. Were you aware?
Like, this is a great question. Whoever this is asking it, great question.
$25,000 quarterly payments coming from your accounts in 2005 and earlier?
Not till this moment.
You know, Mr. Wexner, I'm watching
Not till this moment. You never heard about this, bro.
this all unfold, and I just want you to know it's incredibly hard for people to understand you don't know this. Maybe you don't know.
And she is the only one who asks this question when this guy fucking lies so blatantly. You understand? It's pretty hard to believe you didn't know about this shit, right? Like, you get that, right? Like, you get how this looks. Let me just hear it again.
All unfold, and I just want you to know it's incredibly hard for people to understand you don't know this. Maybe you don't know the specific details. Maybe you don't know the dollar amounts. But Epstein was able to be empowered and enabled to hurt more people with your money. You understand that?
Oh, yeah, he's a crook.
I know.
Yeah, he's a crook. No, dude, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about him robbing you. We're talking about him, like, abusing thousands of girls with your help. Like, it's not about him being a crook right now. Yeah. Sure, he was a crook. Yeah. You're probably right about that. That's not what this is about. So many of these guys do this.
But Epstein was able to be empowered and enabled to hurt more people with your money. You understand that?
Oh, yeah, he's a crook.
Yeah, he's a crook. Like, bro.
I know. But you don't know the purpose of the payment, and the money's coming from you. It's your money. And you don't know why he's paying a doctor at Ohio State University.
Sadly, I don't.
Did you introduce him to Dr. Landon?
No.
How did he meet Dr. Landon?
I wouldn't know that he met him.
Because Abigail, your wife, received services from Dr. Michael Landon.
Yes. And so
I kind of just want to let this part roll.
My daughter.
Okay. So was it a routine practice for the New York State strategy group's expenses to be paid by your accounts?
I never heard of it.
It's weird because it's your money going in to pay for this consulting services of another company.
It's weird to me too.
So
yeah, it is. You're right. It is weird that I don't know this. I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. Why am I like this? You're right.
Landon never talked to you about these
Never.
quarterly payments.
Never.
Something else that comes up, because one of the claims that you're saying are you're not close friends and everything, but some of us have access to the redacted emails.
Oh, this part's awesome. Okay, so he's been saying this whole time, I didn't really know the guy. Yeah, we hung out. We didn't hang out ever. We had business meetings like 3 times. Yeah, I didn't really know him. And she's like, all right, so you've been talking about how you guys weren't friends. You've said that multiple times.
Something else that comes up, because one of the claims that you're saying are you're not close friends and everything, but some of us have access to the redacted emails. Some of us already.
So pay attention here. This is new. Like, we've got access to the redacted emails. Oh, did I just lose internet? Hello? Oh no, we're good.
Majority of us have gone down there. There is constant claims from survivors. Again, they're redacted from some of the communication directly.
So again, this was redacted from the Epstein files, but apparently in the unredacted files, constant claims from survivors.
Maxwell are directly with other women that were helping Epstein. And your name comes up synonymously sometimes with Epstein.
Take that in. Your name comes up synonymously with Epstein, meaning you were doing, according to the victims of Epstein in their redacted testimony, you and Epstein were synonymous. You were interchangeable. You were doing the exact same shit.
Did you know that?
Did you know that that's how people talk about you?
Well, I know it now.
Well,
this is the first time hearing about it.
They also said that you were lovers.
And they said you were lovers. A lot of the women said that you and Epstein we're fucking.
I know.
He laughs. Look at his face. Look at his. See his little. Oh God. Oh jeez. Try to act straight. Try to act straight. What, really me? No, me and Epstein? Nah, he ain't my type. Let's just put it like that.
It's nothing to be ashamed of. I just
covers his face too. Oh God. Nothing to be ashamed of.
want you to know.
It's so crazy.
No, it's nothing
That's like so crazy.
to be ashamed of. But it would explain, I think.
And yes, Goblin's comment. Speaking of fashion, he's wearing the Village People equivalent of a Patagonia vest. Yeah. He's got, where'd you get the vest? Gay Patagonia? Crazy.
The closeness that everyone consistently says. No one ever says you're not close. Is that like
no
everyone
one
says
ever says you're not close, except for you. You said you didn't know the guy.
that you had a close relationship, that you and Epstein were close friends. Did you know that?
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. I think that
Objection, that's just the hearsay of hundreds of women in redacted Epstein files. Objection, that you can't believe them. You can't believe them. Look at this guy. This guy, look at this guy. You can tell me this guy doesn't like pussy? I mean, and doesn't like dick? I mean, he only likes the one?
Mr. Wexner, could you provide us with the name of every registered legal entity? And this is important because if you don't know now, then give us the information. Help us find the people that hurt the girls with your money. I'm asking and urging you to, please. You started your business with your Aunt Ida's money. You don't want your legacy to be not just Epstein, but Dr. What is the guy's other's name? Dr. Richard Straw.
This is like the best part of the thing is when this woman is asking the questions. Does anyone recognize Rashid Tlaib's voice? I don't. She's like probably like the best, like, you know, politician, congressperson. But like, I like her a lot, but I don't know her voice that well.
It's Richard Strauss, who also well.
Oh, I don't know.
It doesn't matter. You were chair of the Ohio State University. You were the board chair at the time that he hurt other women.
The guy is he's pretending to be an idiot.
Athletes on campus. This is to say to you, it's not only one person that hurt women, but now two that are affiliated with you directly. And I just want to urge you that.
Oh, is this the thing? I think Mark, were you mentioning this? Sorry, I'm trying to scroll up here. But somebody was mentioning that there's another scandal at Ohio State.
If you don't know the answers to this, follow up with our committee. Give us the information so we can find out who hurt the women and who benefited from it. So could you provide us with the name of every registered legal entity of which you were the beneficial owner between the start of your relationship with Mr. Epstein and his death? Can you provide that to the committee, sir?
I would provide you with everything and anything I could to nail that son of a bitch.
Names, where they were.
That son of a bitch. I'll help you. I want to help you hunt him down. Sir, he's dead.
Registered and the date of registration and the names of whoever.
Okay, so it's not to leave then? Oh, okay.
Acted as the agent of those entities.
Who is this?
Can I request that you just put that request in writing and direct it to me, and we will take. We'll take it and respond
And it's
to it.
important
Look into
because,
that,
Mr. Wexner, so you know the women, the survivors told us to follow the money consistently. The other question, and this will be my last, you claim that you have been a victim and defrauded by Epstein, correct?
Correct.
Then why didn't you file charges, go after him? He used money to hurt girls and probably young men.
Great question. Yeah, so you knew he was doing this, or you knew he was like stealing hundreds of millions of dollars from you. Why did you never do anything about that? Why'd you never go after him for that? Like, you could have done that. You have the resources. You got the fucking legal team.
Why didn't you do anything?
And the real answer here has got to be because Epstein had all this fucking blackmail on me. Because we were friends and we did abuse children together. And I knew that he knew that I knew that he had videos, evidence of that. So of course I couldn't get mad when he stole hundreds of millions of dollars from me. That's got to be the real answer here, right? But what is he going to say? Like, what do you think his excuse is going to be?
To recoup your name, which has been synonymous with Epstein. Do you know your name comes up in the emails among victims who never met you, but your name was used consistently?
I'm not sure I understand what the question to him
The
is.
question is, why didn't you file any charges against Epstein if you conned you of $200 million that we know of? Why didn't you go after him?
Okay, $200 million that we know of, because he didn't give him an answer, but we know it's hundreds of millions of dollars. I guess since we know it's hundreds, the lowest it could possibly be is 200. So,
Well, at the time I didn't know.
But when you
And
found out, why didn't you go after him?
why didn't you go after him? Like, this is the thing. It's such a good question. Like, you knew, you say you found out in 2007, even though everyone knew it was happening way before that. But you knew in 2007. Why did you not do anything about it?
Is it because he was a good friend?
Is it because he was a friend?
no,
No, it wasn't that.
You had
my dad is probably laughing.
Your dad's laughing. Okay.
You know,
No,
one of the things my dad told me that you don't get a pissing contest with an elephant.
You don't get in a pissing contest with an elephant. What? What are you talking about, dude? But you're the elephant here. You had so much more money than Epstein did.
And running a public company for a long time, I'm not good at public relations or financial public relations.
What?
And so I would answer questions to analysts. I'd call people up and I'd tell them the truth. And what I learned in the course of my business career is, whether it was my chief of staff, the company lawyer, personal lawyers, what should I do? And the advice is, let us handle it. You don't want to get ahead of this. So
Oh, it is to leave? Okay, thank you, Mr. Elu. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay. Because I knew she was in the room because they had announced her earlier, but when she starts asking questions, she doesn't say her name. I thought so, but okay, good to know. Because this is the best part, and she's only there for 10 minutes. She should have been able to ask more questions, and she was asking him good questions and pushing him on shit. Nobody else is really doing that. But anyway, yeah, this is the best part.
I'm happy that today is happening.
Doesn't answer the question. I'm just bad at public relations. What are you talking about? And he's like, and I'm happy that it's happening today.
Because I want to help, and I would do everything I can to nail that son of a bitch.
You do everything I can to nail that son of a bitch. Bro, he's been dead for 7 years. What do you mean you do anything you can to nail? This is not even about him anymore. This is about nailing you.
Because they might be hurting
Please let him.
more.
Please just let.
If you wanted to do anything you can to nail that son of a bitch, maybe you should have done something in 2007 when you realized he'd scammed you out of a fucking fortune, instead of waiting until never cooperating with investigations on this until you were forced to testify by the fact that you are synonymous with Epstein and the still redacted Epstein files.
Just let him finish.
And I can't tell you how much I value my own ethics, my own moral compass.
Oh,
that it has a
you value that, eh? Okay.
north.
You're a fucking billionaire, bro. You ain't got moral compass.
And what I think happened, now knowing about all the cons, is that Jeffrey would tell somebody that they were me or this was somebody else. Like, you and I've never met, right?
Okay, this part's nuts. You will never guess what he says here. You will never guess how he tries to explain himself. He's like, listen, I just don't assume things about people. I wouldn't assume that Epstein was a bad guy just because he scammed me out of $200 million at least. For example, you will never guess what his example is.
Me or this was somebody else. Like, you and I've never met, right? I don't recognize you, but you're a congresswoman. I think, because...
Yeah, I never met you, but you're all over the emails.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, I never met you. You're all over the emails. The fuck?
So I presume you're a congresswoman, and I presume you're not a man in woman's clothing. But I don't know what I didn't know.
What? I presume you're not a cross-dressing man? What are you... Why would...
And this is...
You know now, we can do something about it.
Oh, yeah.
So Wexner you claim that you cut ties with Epstein.
What an insane thing to say. What a fucking shit weasel.
7, right? Okay. But
you cut... Oh, and she gets him here too. Oh, it's so good.
You know now.
You know now.
About it.
Oh, yeah.
So Wexner you claim that you cut ties with Epstein in 07, right?
So you said you cut ties with him in 07. He goes, chop. There's a little karate chop.
Okay. But you emailed Epstein, quote, Abigail told me the response, all I can say is I feel sorry. You violated your own #1 rule. Always be careful, end of quote. That was an email in 2008, Mr. Wexner.
We actually have this email from 2008. It's in the whatever the files. Where was it? I think I put it over. Where did I put it? Oh God. Oh wait, I think the emails I put down here. Nope. Yeah, down here. Was it? Yeah, here it is. June 26, 2008. This is right. I think this is right before Epstein pled guilty, or whatever. Like right before he was arrested, before he spent his year in prison. I guess it would have been after June 26. Abigail told me the result. Abigail Wexner. All I can say is I feel sorry. You violated your own #1 rule. Always be careful. And then Epstein says no excuse. Now it does seem like they had a falling out. This is from 2006. Epstein messaged Wexner, says, that was really fun watching your kids with you at lunch was a real treat. Ava, also, that's Ava Dubin, also thought your kids were amazing. If inadvertently I've done something to either disappoint you or disturb you, I'd like to apologize. I can't figure it out. I miss spending time with you and your family. Okay. And this is a response to Les Wexner sending him an email. It was in 2006, before they had their official falling out. Les Wexner says, after you left, Harry says, that's his kid, what with Boris and Natasha and his uncle Jeffrey, Rocky or Bullwinkle? Funny kid. So it's like, he's sending him this nice thing, but it does seem like there's trouble in paradise, so to speak. This is him messaging his friend, the Sultan. This is in 2008. Where are you, my friend? Great opportunities. Did anything come of your Wexner meeting? And that might not mean that they're still in contact, but this is an anomaly, this email in the timeline. But let's hear how old Lex Wexner explains himself here.
I know. I'm letting you know that the public knows.
Probably I was giving him the finger.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
So, real briefly.
That's all the time she has. Talib's only there for 10 minutes, but I wish she was there for the whole 5 hours, to be honest, because she's the only one who's really like, no, you're a bastard. Sir, isn't it true you're a bastard? Sir, you can't say that you are a fucking bastard.
Anyway. The FBI or Department of Justice ever directly speak to you about Epstein or Maxwell? Has the FBI or DOJ ever directly contacted you or spoken to you about Epstein?
Not to my knowledge.
Never. And then finally, would you consider Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein friends or friendly? Would you classify them that way in the information that you have?
I think it's really two questions. Would I think they were friends? No. Jeffrey Epstein held him out as a friend.
Great, thank you.
We can go off the record.
So take a break. Okay, this part's interesting.
We'll go back on the record.
This part's interesting. 210.
20. The where the dispute data was posted on the website was August 8th, 2019. Do you guys have any reason to dispute that?
Yeah.
In this letter that you wrote in August of 2019, you mentioned that you had that Mr. Epstein had various well-known, respected individuals as financial clients and in his inner circle.
So he has to answer this one because they've caught him in a statement he made where he was like, and because he's always been like, I don't remember. But he's like, no, you made a statement where you said, unlike you, who cut ties with him in 2007, a lot of people kept using Epstein to manage their finances long after his arrest. Like, so I'm better than them. And he's like, so it seems like you do know who these people are. Like, who are they? Like, at this point, he can't be like, no, I don't. So he actually gives them a few names here.
My question to you is, could you elaborate a little bit to who some of those financial clients were that you were aware of?
It says Epstein represented that he had that. He wouldn't know if he did or not.
Were you aware of any of Mr. Epstein's other clients?
Let me think.
Yes, you are, dude. Who?
Well, specifically, I talked to Ellie de Rothschild and said,
Ellie de Rothschild. Now, who the heck is that? I don't know if I know that one. Ellie de Rothschild. Ellie de Rothschild? Oh, Ellie de Rothschild's a boy? That's a boy's name? Oh, okay. Okay, so he represented a male Rothschild. Okay, you know what? I didn't have this guy in my list here. I had a couple of, I did have a couple Rothschilds. We got Lynn Forrester de Rothschild. Lynn Forrester de Rothschild. And actually, Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, Gilen Maxwell. Gilen's interview said that Lynn Forrester de Rothschild dated Epstein and was a financial client. Right? That's who that was. Yeah, Lynn Forrester de Rothschild. And who is the other one? Who's the other Rothschild that I had on here? Rothschild. Who? Lynn Forrester. Ariane de Rothschild. Who, and I think Gilen said as well, this person, was it? Ariane de Rothschild was also a client of Epstein's. Ellie de Rothschild. I didn't have Ellie on here. This is a new name for me. I did not know this. So apparently Ellie de Rothschild was still represented by Epstein, according to Wexner.
I mentioned that earlier. So he represented their whole family. So there have been a whole bunch of people. I mean, most of them I never would have met, but I knew Ellie.
That's such a good point, Finland. There's no way a big Zionist like Wexner had never heard of Tlaib. You're so right. He's like, I've never heard of you before. I recognize you from my voodoo doll and the picture I put on my personal dartboard, but no, sorry, Tlaib, that doesn't ring a bell.
I never met people, but there were people that called me that either insinuated or said they knew Jeffrey through a financial relationship. And so, I mean, they could have been actors, but at the time, a guy calls me up. I'll give you an example. It's just like, because I want you to understand this, because it's so confusing.
So you can tell his lawyer's like, bro, stop talking. You don't need to talk this much.
In the time, a guy calls me up. I'll give you an example. It's just like, because I want you to understand this.
It's just a quick question. You just say a name and you can stop. You already said a name.
It's so confusing to me. He would say, like, I'm providing financial advice to the founders of Google. I'm financial.
Okay, founders of Google. That's Sergey Brin and who's the other guy? They're both in the top 5 richest people in America. What was her name? It's Sergey Brin and who's the other guy?
Providing financial advice to Jeff Bezos. I'm financial.
And Jeff Bezos. I didn't know that one either. Bezos, apparently, he is also giving advice to.
Providing financial advice for the chief technologist at Google. Wow, I'm in good company because he's
chief technologist of Google. I'm not sure who that one is, but all right.
Really smart guys with a lot of money, and you have to put yourself in the mindset of if my attorney said, he was qualified to argue in front of the Supreme Court, I'd believe him. I didn't say call the Supreme Court and say, tell me, is he really an attorney or did he do this? And I get a phone call from someone like that.
Larry Page, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Technology of Google. Jeffrey has been helping me as financial advisor. I told Jeffrey I was building a boat. He told me to call you. I had never built a boat, but because I hadn't. But if I wanted to build a boat, I would go to FedShip because reputationally they're the best boat builders. Then,
yeah, Brin we knew about. I don't know that I knew about Larry Page before being a financial client, but that's interesting.
It was. And that's the part that is so embarrassing is what a con he was. And
and I want to bring it back to him that he was a con. And I'm going to skip ahead here. So he says that Epstein, another thing that people see is on, Epstein represented the entire Rothschild family. It's like, that's crazy. That's crazy work, as they say. That is, that's a certain part of the internet's very glad to hear that news. But maybe that's true. I mean, we know about at least 2 before this that he was representing. Was he the on-house, financial guy for the entire Rothschild family? I mean, that seems kind of hard to believe, but Who knows, man? Could be. All right, I'm going to skip ahead to this part. This is a little preview of things to come. Lawyer leans over and whispers to him here. He's going on and on. He's telling them a lot. It's 2 hours in. He's mostly shutting down every question with a no, don't remember. This is what he goes on for quite a bit.
Because I think it will move this thing along a little faster.
Lawyer goes, let me just do something. I think this will help things go quicker. He leans in. Can you hear? Try to hear what he says.
Stop telling stories, okay?
Stop telling stories. What was it? Let me turn it up.
Thing along a little faster. Stop telling stories.
Stop telling stories. What the fuck are you? You didn't have to do that.
Okay. Just answer the question.
And then that part he's not even whispering. Just answer the question.
Mr. Wexner.
But I'm sure no one else there minded. He's like, I'm going to make this thing move along quicker. I know we all want to get to lunch. Everybody's like, no, please. I love stories. Story time.
You mentioned some of these phone calls from other individuals, boasting about their ties with Mr. Epstein. Do you have a recollection of when most of these would have occurred?
Yeah, I think he maybe just meant the French section of the family, the de Rothschilds. Are they the French? I know there's like the von Rothschilds or like German or something like that. De Rothschilds are French. But Evelyn de Rothschild was like he was in Britain, right? Even though he was a de Rothschild, he was like the financial advisor to the Queen or whatever. Anyway.
Heard these phone calls?
Hi, Goblin, can you please stop telling people that I'm a de Rothschild?
Pretty regularly, but I can't remember any of them.
Understood.
Okay.
Majority.
Because a minute ago, it seemed like you could actually remember quite a bit. Okay, we're going to... God. Okay, there's a lot I would like to do, but I'm going to skip quite a bit here. Epstein stole... Here's another part where they ask him how much money he stole, and he gives a different answer. 27... Is it? 2730. Yeah, okay, around here.
Mr. Epstein stole large amounts of money from you, is that correct?
Yes, I did. That's every statement.
And I can't recall, did you know some partial amount of how much he stole?
Do you know can you tell us any amount of money that he stole? Saying he stole from you, he's a crook. He's the world's biggest crook in history.
I didn't know he was stealing till after we discovered that he was a crook.
We didn't know he was stealing until after we discovered he was a crook. What? So did you not? What do you? All right.
And
what does he mean by a crook? Because to me, a crook is a guy who steals money or something like that. Like I wouldn't describe like a guy running a massive pedophile sex trafficking operation and working with multiple intelligence agencies across the world on a massive elite blackmail fucking collection network. Like I wouldn't refer to that guy as a crook. You know what I mean? That sounds like something beyond crookery. You know what I'm talking about?
My wife's attorneys told me about...
Not what they told you,
okay,
what you understood.
What I understood.
My wife's attorneys told me in 2007 when I cut him off.
I understood what they told me. So I didn't discover it or count it or whatever one would do. That's the essence of your question.
Does $46 million sound like an approximation of the amount that you were alerted to after the fact?
$46 million sound like the amount that you got?
I don't remember specifically.
Dude,
initially.
Come on. Oh, my God. He's so annoying.
Abigail just told me this is really...
No, not what Abigail told you, what you understand.
What I understood, there was a large amount of money, and I didn't know the specific amount when it was first raised. And subsequently, I found out that it was at least $100 million.
Does that represent the grand...
Gonna jump ahead again here to 36. What was it? 236.10. This part, this will piss you off.
There were a subsequent set of allegations from another individual. Are you aware of who Virginia Giuffre is?
Are you aware of who Virginia Giuffre is? One of the people who accused you directly of sexual assault of a minor. You know who she is? Have you ever heard her name before?
No.
No. And a really quiet no.
Right is?
No. Familiar name, but I've heard it, but don't connect it to anything.
Doesn't connect. Does not compute. Does not compute.
Did you ever have any sexual contact of any kind with Miss Giuffre?
No.
Laughs. No. No, guys, no.
How would I have contact with that?
How would I do? How do you even have sex? What even is that?
I don't even know.
I don't even know what that is. What that means.
Miss Giuffre has accused you of.
You never heard of this? Come on, man.
Performing sexual acts with her multiple times. You dispute these allegations?
She must be confused.
Fuck you, bro.
No, it never happened.
It never happened. Well, that's a weird way to put your mouth. Oh, God.
Did Mr. Epstein ever bring up Miss Giuffre to you?
No, not a familiar name.
How the fuck are you not familiar with this name, bro? This is like, you do not have to be following the Epstein case. You do not have to be involved in the Epstein case. You don't, like, maybe you don't pay attention to fucking all of the people who have sued you for rape over the years. You should still know Virginia Giuffre's name.
Ever mention Miss Giuffre giving you a massage?
Massage? What? Huh?
No.
No? Again, he's laughing, right? There's more to this. There's more. Like, why would you be laughing at this?
Did Miss Maxwell ever bring up Miss Giuffre to you?
No.
What about her former maiden name, Virginia Roberts? Does that ring a bell to you?
Never heard.
Don't know. Laughing. I think his lawyer said something to him there. Did his lawyer say something?
What about her?
Yeah.
Never heard.
No. Sorry. Keep doing it. He turns the other way. Someone said something and he laughed. What's going on here? What a piece of shit. Like, this is all these guys, including Bill Clinton, lying on Virginia Giuffre's name is so disgusting to me. Her story has been nothing but vindicated with time. She must be confused. Bro, I think you're confused, dude. You're fucking confused. All right. Moving around. Oh, this is important. Let's jump ahead to 249.53 because this is an example of a time where he very much was, because he's being like, we had no idea that Epstein was conning us. There was no red flags. He was a perfect gentleman. He was really nice to girls, and everyone thought he was chill. And we didn't know that he was stealing from us until we knew he was a crook. So here's an example of a time where very clearly multiple people have been like, no, we told him. So here we go.
A lot of the marketing was point of purchase, the design of the stores, and of course the fashion show was kind of a magical thing for the brand.
And I believe you touched on this a bit earlier. Were you aware of Mr. Epstein holding himself out to be affiliated with Victoria's Secret?
Only once.
So this was, and I don't think I got screenshots of articles that talk about this, but like pretty commonly known, during the early 90s when Epstein was working for Wexner, he would tell women that he was a Victoria's Secret model scout and he could get them work, and then he would sexually assault them in some way. And it got around that he was doing this, and multiple people were like, this is unacceptable. He needs to be fired. Don't worry, we're going to pass this on to Wexner. And they went to Wexner and they're like, dude, he's doing this. Multiple people have said that they did this. People who were very high up in the organization at Limited Brands have said that.
When were you made aware of that?
I don't remember when.
Do you recall who brought that to your attention?
Somebody in the company, probably. I don't remember specifically who.
Okay, because they've gone on the record about it.
Do you
But
recall
he doesn't read any articles about himself, I guess.
how he was holding himself out to be part of Victoria's Secret?
He was a talent scout looking for models.
Oh, he remembers that.
Did you ever have the sense that Mr. Epstein had a certain odd interest in Victoria's Secret?
No.
Would he discuss the models at Victoria's Secret with you?
No.
Would he ask you to attend Victoria's Secret fashion shows?
Would he ask me?
Correct.
No.
Did you ever personally invite him to any Victoria's Secret fashion shows?
No.
What? Like, seriously? Because he went to
I
a
never invited him to any business event, let alone the fashion show.
Never invited him to any business event? I thought you guys were only business associates. Who's groaning there? Is that the lawyer? Is that somebody else? This question.
How Mr. Epstein...
So hang on. The question is, did you know...
Or, sorry, let me rephrase. Are you aware of how Mr. Epstein would have been able to attend Victoria's Secret events if not invited by you?
I would presumably have called somebody in the business and said, could I come? Could I get a ticket? I know that we were, for business reasons,
So
very
he goes on.
careful about the audience that was there, and about, I guess, 2/3 of the audience were employees or managers, people that kind of wrote things inside the brand, because it was like a big company event, and all the CEOs of all the companies in the company.
He's like, did you know that he was doing this? And he goes on. He just starts... He's like, I got a story. Therein hangs a tale.
Were invited, and so that people who were outside the company wasn't what I was concerned about. I was more concerned about internally that the people came, or that should come, or were at least invited, because if not, it would have been...
Keeps going. And then, okay, this is another point where the lawyer leans over. Hang on. Back down, and I'll turn it up. He says...
Like the right thing to do. So... No.
The question was, do you know? That's a yes or no, man, and just say no. You do not need to tell them all that shit about how the fucking shit works. Stop. You're being too helpful. The question was, do you know? The answer is no. Stop. Stop telling stories. All right, I'll turn it back down. Smiles.
My answer is, I really don't know.
Are you aware of...
That's like, you know, the lawyer keeps... The thing the lawyer is doing is, throughout the whole thing, is objecting meaninglessly and whispering in his ear, shut the fuck up. Stop saying that. All right. Oh, God. Okay, I'll just play this part quickly because it's another crazy denial. 254. Hang on. 254, right here.
Do you know who Jean-Luc Brunel is?
You know who Jean-Luc Brunel is? Epstein's like modeling industry buddy. He should at least know who he is through modeling, even if not through...
Never heard of him.
Yeah, there are definitely photos. There's a photo of Epstein and Trump at one. There's I think a video of them at a Victoria's Secret show. Too. But anyway, he says he's never heard of Jean-Luc Brunel. I just think that's insane. We're gonna skip ahead to the part where we talk about the birthday book. Oh, that's not even that far ahead. Dang it. 255.40. Right here.
A letter from a birthday book compiled for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday in January of 2003. I will give you a second to familiarize yourself with the letter.
It takes it too much.
6.
Give you a second to familiarize yourself with the letter. That's this one.
Mr. Wexner, is this letter familiar to you?
I have seen it before, yes.
Where have you seen it before?
In part of I think the documents preparation for today's meeting.
Oh, just today you saw.
Did you yourself write this letter to Mr. Epstein?
Sadly, I did.
Sadly, I did. Oh, okay.
Did Miss Maxwell approach you to write this letter for Mr. Epstein's birthday?
I think the request was to write a card or a note or something for a birthday book.
And did that come from Miss Maxwell?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Mr. Wexner, would you please read the main body of the birthday note for the record, please?
I wanted to get you what you want. So here it is. Happy birthday, your friend Leslie.
And
he skipped something.
What was your understanding of what Mr. Epstein would want?
He was a bachelor, so I drew a pair of boobs.
Boobs? Sir, you're 88 years old. You still call them boobs? Haven't you moved into the breasts portion of your life yet? Boobs? This is how you know this guy's a sick fuck. All right.
You've...
As a kind of a joke and offhandedly, I'd say.
Understand.
Oh, yeah, okay. This is a joke you would make to any business associate who you weren't friends with.
I hope you do.
You've said a few times throughout this deposition today that you did not consider Mr. Epstein a friend of yours. However, you signed this letter, and I quote, "Your friend Leslie." Why would you sign your friend Leslie to someone you did not consider to be a friend of yours?
I wanted to air this because
I normally say Les, not Leslie, either when I write notes, and, you know.
Oh. That's how you know he wasn't friends, because he said his name's Leslie. He only says his name's Les to his friend. Like, yeah, that's okay. All right. Okay. Now I got you.
Guess I could. I can't explain why I would say your friend, because we weren't friends.
Did you ever speak to Miss Maxwell directly about this particular letter?
No.
Did you ever speak to Mr. Epstein directly about this particular letter?
No.
Was this letter something that you would commonly send,
great question.
like a better term, business associates?
Great question.
No, of course not.
No, of course not. Okay, so you were friends. Of course not. I would never do
I was trying to be funny.
I was trying to be funny. Is it against the law to try to make your friends your business acquaintances laugh? Is it wrong to draw a funny picture of boobs? Of boobies? Is it, if it's a crime to laugh at a funny drawing of boobies, then lock me up and throw away the key. It's making me laugh right now. Come on. You gotta admit it's funny. You have to know it's
I'm going
funny.
to mark as Majority Exhibit 7, a photo.
Squickity boo.
I'll give you a second to review. One more.
Do you want to hear about Epstein's New York house and the weird history of ownership that it has? I suppose it's kind of interesting. Yeah, and it's not too long. Okay, we're going to skip ahead now to 3 hours in. Or we're going to skip ahead a whole 2 minutes. Okay. What was it? 3:01:40. Yeah, right around here.
New York City house. Do you remember when Epstein first...
Yeah. Smokey the Bastard. Why are we letting these old little trolls rule over this? Yeah. Why are we letting our society be run by a fucking series of petrified homunculuses? Homunculi. This is who owns you. Are you okay with that?
had some kind of ownership interest in the home?
Okay, sorry, we're talking about New York, the mansion. I
I think you may have said after
I really lose track of my properties. Did I give that one to Epstein? I don't remember.
1993.
Yeah, when I sold it to him, but I don't remember the date.
So here's the thing, because it's weird. We don't know when it really changed ownership, because Epstein was saying it was I own the house. But yeah, here.
The sale is reported as 1998.
1998. Does that sound right? That's when Epstein bought it, 1998, because he had been living there since 93, or was
As far as you know, would that be the first time?
First, he lived in the Iranian embassy, which he would have also bought with Wexner's money before that, the old Iranian embassy. Then he got this one, and then he got the neighboring house as well.
That Mr. Epstein had any kind of ownership of the home?
Do you know? I don't know.
Yeah,
I was thinking, you could tell me any date. I know it was after we were married. And whether it was a year or two, I don't remember. But
was that 1993?
We got married in 93, yes.
Do you recall at all Mr. Epstein talking about why he wanted the home?
No.
All right, we're going to go 306, jumping ahead here of Wexner just saying, I don't know, man. And actually, this part is another part where he says he doesn't know. But this one is, I think, where he does maximum dumb guy face. All right, check this out. He's really like, what? Let's check it out.
That second home, I think you mentioned that Mr. Epstein bought it from Mr. Kessler. I think the documents show that it was a
This is the new Albany home.
Company that Epstein bought the home from.
Right.
And I'll represent to you that it was you who signed the deed.
You said it wasn't your property, and yet you signed the deed over to Epstein when he bought it.
Epstein. Would you have any knowledge about why that?
Completely contradicts his whole. I had nothing to do with that property. That was my neighbor's house. It was 500 fucking or 800 meters away or whatever fucking half a mile is.
That might have been the case.
I understand the question.
Wait, what?
I signed the
Wait, I'm confused.
deed to sell the house to sell Jack Kessler's house to Jack.
I signed the deed to sign Jack Kessler's house to Epstein. What?
Yeah, and it was in your capacity representing an entity of some kind that seems to have been associated with yourself and Mr. Kessler.
Oh, no.
Just shocking.
I'm shocked. Laughs. Oops. We gotta see. Hang on, I gotta go back because he does like a bunch of crazy faces here.
Shocking.
Okay.
Does it ever occur to you that stuff like that could be just forgeries?
Wait, maybe somebody faked my signature? Maybe? Could it be that?
I think in this case,
he asked the question.
He's like bringing this up like out of nowhere. His lawyer's like, why the fuck are you saying? No, we don't need to get into.
No, I mean, it's like, it's okay. Me signing a deed to somebody else's house is just.
You owned the house. The house was owned by a business that you owned together with Kessler. You signed the deed over. It's your signature on the fucking. I don't know what it's called when you buy a house. A deed, I guess. You signed the deed over to Epstein. What about this does not compute? He lived in your backyard. Everyone can see the photo of your house. Let's look at it one more time. You guys lived in fucking New Albany, Ohio. You lived here in the giant house, and then down the street, down this weird little road with all the trees around it, Epstein lived over here. Your house was part of a gated compound with 2 people's houses in it. Your security worked in Epstein's house. You had the mailing address to both of these houses is the same address. It was your house. You can't be like, I don't know. It was blocks away. Nothing to do with me. You are fucked. You are fucked for this. Yeah, it's giving I don't sweat. Exactly. This is such bullshit. It's such an I don't sweat moment. God. This fucking guy, eh? All right. Let's keep watching his facial contortions here. Pictures forged. Could that be a forgery? I like how he brings it up like he's like, Google Maps is forged. It's AI. Yeah. I like how he brings it up like he's trying to be helpful. He's like, oh, guys, you know what? It probably is. Probably AI. You know?
It's okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Listen, I'm not an expert like you guys. You guys will figure it out, I'm sure.
And the entity for that sale was JW and CP.
Like it's either here's one of two things are possible here, and both of them mean we should abolish billionaires. Either this guy became the wealthiest man in Ohio, one of the the 125th richest man in America. Either that guy was able to do that while being the dumbest idiot alive, a complete rube. All right, a complete boor, a rubish boor, was able to accrue that much wealth purely accidentally. In which case, we do not live in a meritocracy. Or this guy is completely evil and lying his ass off the whole way through, and that's how he became a billionaire, by being a moral void. That's how it happened. And either one of those possibilities, we got to stop having billionaires. We got to stop having billionaires.
K and Company. Does that ring any bells for you?
No.
No. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
What is the history of that home, if you recall? In other words, was it originally built for Mr. Kessler to live in? Was it his primary residence?
Yeah.
And what do you recall as the purpose of the sale to Mr. Epstein? Why would Jeffrey Epstein, why did he buy that home, if you recall?
First of all, I didn't recall that he bought it. I don't remember that. I know Jack had financial problems, and he came to me and said, I've got problems, I got to sell my house.
Jeez, that's almost there.
Well, examples that have been reported. And
so this is another thing about him being friends with Epstein. He's like, again, everyone who knows you says that Epstein was your best friend.
Just to understand your knowledge of that.
Sure.
The New York Times, for example, has reported that sometime in the late 80s, Mr. Epstein managed the design and construction of your yacht, the Limitless. Do you have any recollection of that being the case?
I don't really care about this. You know what? Okay, who cares? We have already heard a lot about him saying that he wasn't friends. Let's move on to this part. This is interesting. 3:11:30.
Thing from the truth.
Not true.
There we go.
Talking about a very short part, but feel free to scan it. What it looks like is an email from Mr. Epstein to somebody with a Limited Brands address, D. Larson. I don't know if you would have an idea of who that probably is.
I think I pulled this one.
My admin, Don Larson.
Great.
Can we have a chance to just read the email?
Sure, of course.
Thanks.
Excuse me. Gang stuff. There's a lot of results. He's reading over the frickin' email. Skipping ahead. Okay, he's read it. It's no way it's that long that he needs to be looking at it like that.
And at a certain point, I'll just direct your attention to a sentence.
Yeah. No, that's fine. It's just, he's not on this, so.
Yeah. So,
Just trying to get it.
at the very end of this email, Mr. Wexner, I would say close to the very end, there's a sentence that starts with, I believe that this information. And if you see that, I'm sure your counsel can guide you to it. And I'll read that out loud. This is a long email. It seems to relate to business topics and people. But Epstein signs off by saying, I believe that this information belongs to you, and under gang stuff rules, I cannot simply be the repository.
Okay, hang on. Should we read this? I haven't actually read this, but I've heard about it. For Les's eyes only, please do not circulate. And he sends it to D. Larson at Limited Brands. So, and this is in 2006. So this is probably around the time that they were starting to have a falling out, and Epstein was like sensing like, oh God, I think my cash cow is getting skittish. I I think the main source of my wealth might be thinking of, now that I'm getting in trouble for pedophile stuff, this cash cow might be thinking about running away. I've been trying to be extra cautious and not involving myself in the Mighty Mouse he said, she said, the cartoon character that was always touted as the only one to save the day. Here I come to save the day. Okay, whatever the fuck that means. I know he's done an excellent job of cutting expenses and reorganizing your point of sale info system. This is a job he does well. Simply administrate a process-oriented task. As chief administrator, not, however, has he proven competent with real business. So this is the usual shit where Epstein's like, hey, I noticed you hired another financial guy. Stop that. Fire him, please. He certainly lacks the confidence of Wall Street. I'm conflicted in whether or not I should make you aware of some of the real history. MM thought he was passed over for dean of business school. Nonsense. According to Larry, MM, who's MM? Would Larry be Larry Summers, who refers to him derisively as mere Muppet? The idea was self-generated and delusional. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so he's just shit-talking the other guys that worked with him. Harry, is that Harry 11? Could have seen the obvious personality disorder. Feel unnecessary to point out that it is my best recollection that Jerry did not report. Blah, 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 blah. Shit-talking. He believed in and partnered wholeheartedly with Fred at the hospital. In the face of what was clearly the majority view and was unable to see through Fred's obvious bullshit. Okay. I realize you're acutely aware that he has alienated all your attorney, your chief of staff is again shit-talking this guy. He's about to piss off the wife of John Wolfe regarding the Columbus Foundation. As once again, process takes precedent. Okay, this is just him doing some fucking scheming. This guy is bad. You got to fire him. Moving on. Okay. I realize this does not take away from his administrative talents. I can go on. I cherish our friendship. And when it came time for Abigail's decision not to go to Dubai, unsure what that's about. Oh, could that be about Sultan? And then later in 2008, he's like, did you ever meet with Wexner? I mean, that's quite a while after this email. You understand that I believe I know how you think in certain circumstances. Therefore, I'm sympathetic to your needing a person to rely on to carry out certain tasks. However, and most importantly, the irrefutable truth is he clearly and irrefutably lacks the trust of people closest to you, including your wife, whose judgment you certainly respect. Bruce, Donna, Sam, Dennis, Eddie, this is crazy. None of the aforementioned group believes it to be. Okay, moving on. I thought this was getting somewhere. Okay, this is getting somewhere here. The silliness of the situation can be illustrated by the fact that it is difficult but apparently necessary for Bruce, who to have consistently leave the room, and the only alternative he feels is left to him, so he doesn't have to listen to one more time how, without me, things would get really fucked up. I believe that this information belongs to you, and under gang stuff rules, I cannot simply be the repository of people's hushed calls and not share with you. If history is a guide, you may now decide not to return my calls for a while. I hope not, but I'm confident in the end that you will acknowledge the unfortunate reality and my corresponding responsibility to bring it to your attention. Interesting. Gang stuff rules. Okay, so that is the email. So he's like, listen, Les, people are talking, and it's all about this guy that I don't like and how he sucks and you should fire him. And I'm telling you under gang stuff rules. Let's hear it.
Tory of people's hushed calls and not share with you. And the subject of the email is, for Les's eyes only, please do not circulate. So the phrase gang stuff rules, is that a familiar phrase to you in this context?
Gang stuff.
Jeffrey was like a Brooklyn guy.
Brooklyn thing.
In hindsight, he didn't use words like have a confidential discussion or my opinion or this is secret or private or confidential, personal, things that lawyers or accountants might use in normal language. He would say this is gang stuff.
There's a few emails where he mentions gang stuff, like quite a number. And yeah, there is one where he also, let's just search up gang stuff. Oh, space. Gang stuff. So there's a few emails where he brings up gang stuff, but this one is interesting, right? He kept sending himself this email. There's a bunch of different versions of it. This is one of the longer ones. Hang on, Wexner. So he goes, Lang, Summers, Holterbosch, Wexner, Darren, House, Martin, Joy, Lang, like just listing people that he knows. Okay, and where's gang stuff? Not Is gang. Sorry, I'm shocked that you did this meet. Best friend did not ask, speak, never ever. Gang stuff. Fairy Merritt, mother, sister, investigator, suicide, Randy, Jack Kessler. Jack Kessler's the guy who owned the New Albany house that, with Wexner that Epstein bought. Stanley, bankrupt, sales tax, Ohio, cigars, trusts, charity, gifts, Aspen, shooting, Steve, sale. Like, a little bit hard to see. I think there's another one, and I think I may be putting it on my Obsidian board where he goes more into that. Give me a second here. Because he keeps sending him sending himself. He didn't know about Google Docs. No, not there. Where would it be? Maybe over here. Oh yeah, here we go. A bunch of emails. Mother suicide, Sharon. Hollywood sport. Yeah, okay. Here's another version of it. Necklace, mother suicide, New Albany, bankrupt, never did anything without informing less. Questionable as to unrelated third party. Jack Kessler, Stanley, Jerry, my personal taken advantage of, understand, scared. I would never put less in harm's way. He never called. Then this is in 2014. This is like way after. They hadn't been talking at all. He never called. Sale of trust, put call, Espont, Dick Gray followed, put in fake secretary. I took an attorney. I would never give him up. I would never give him, like, it sounds like he's got something on him, right? He's got some blackmail shit. Craig Lurson. Was that the guy who that's the guy who he had emailed and be like, this is for Lex's eyes only. Every day, 24 hours a day, security, Ank's house, then on that. New Albany, Aspen. Like what? Gilen stood by father's brother's Wexner apartment house. Mother, money rescued. Concord skiing, Hollywood support, before and after. Dersh, don't take deal, probation, like it's, you gotta have fucking dyslexia to be able to understand this, but there's something going on here, right? Like gang stuff. I always stood by you. I would never sell you out. I never did anything without informing you. Questionable as to unrelated third party. This is like when you are planning a conversation, I think, when you practice a conversation in the mirror. Epstein writing himself notes like, God, if I had the chance to talk to Les or maybe someone involved, I would just be like, I never wanted to let you down. I was always on your side. I would never sell you out. I would never show anyone all the tapes I have of you with Virginia and all these other girls and stuff and boys. So that's my fucking read on it. Anyway, yeah, very interesting. And that's to himself. And this part, it was another version of this thing. Look at this part. 34 girls, Wexner. 34 girls, Wexner. And this is the same sort of thing, right? Sorry, I'm shocked that you did this meet. Best friend did not ask, speak, never ever, gang stuff. Mother, sister, investigator, suicide, Randy, Jack Kessler, Stanley, bankrupt, sales tax, Ohio, cigars, trust, charity. It's like fucking, it's like a word, it's like a refrigerator magnet, poem or something. It's just like random words, but what does it mean? Mort, Glenn, Dershowitz, 34 girls, Wexner. What the fuck is this? And this is in 2015. God, and it starts Wexner, Darren, House, Martin, Summers, Holderbosch Rugs, Decorator, Passion G5 Estate, Sovereign, India. Yeah. Chomsky gets a shout out, and Lawrence Krauss, science writer, assistant, Chomsky, groom, dry hours. Sorry, I'm shocked that you did this meet. Anyway, I'm peace out, my darkling. Sorry, I didn't expect this to take so long. I did have other stuff I wanted to go over, but I guess I forgot. I don't know how to summarize things quickly. All right, let's get back to the bell of the ball over here.
So that was just how he talked.
So it was a phrase that Mr. Epstein would use to mean confidential conversations.
To me, yes.
Okay, and this
I don't think I never used the other words, which in hindsight, I didn't. Like my wife would never say, "It's between us, dear." They're words or phrases that you associate with some people. And to me, it was just kind of funny that this Brooklyn guy would talk about gang stuff and gang stuff like you would eat for dinner or something.
Would he
bring 3/21/12? I'm going to skip ahead. They bring up that other thing I mentioned just now. They bring it up. I forgot that they talked about this. Whoops.
So this is a file that was part of the recent DOJ release, and it's some kind of draft or fully composed email from Mr. Epstein. It appears to be intended for you. We do not have knowledge of whether you ever received it. Did you ever receive this email? Sorry, just for the record. Did you ever receive this email?
I never received this email. Letter or whatever it was.
Understanding that you have not received it and therefore have not previously seen it, is that correct?
Other than anything that counsel may have shown him.
I would like to touch on a few discrete parts of it. Mr. Epstein, at one point early in the email, says that, quote, "I owe a great debt to you as frankly you owe to me." Would you have any sense of why he might feel that way in general? Or did he ever express that type of a sentiment to you?
No. When I saw this, like, I know what you do or people do, they write letters to the file. I've never written one, like a memo to myself.
You probably spelled that wrong.
And so I read this, and I thought, this is like cover your ass kind of thing. And it just doesn't even sound the way he speaks. And just nonsense in it.
He also said, quote, "As I'm sure you recall, you didn't sit with your mother or sister or Sharon when a conflict arose, as I did it for you. You didn't sit with Jack Kessler, Stanley, or Stanley's son. I did it for you." Do you have any sense of what Mr. Epstein might be referring to there?
Well, I don't know what he's referring to about my mother or my sister. I know who Sharon was. Stanley, I presume, was our previous attorney, Stanley Schwartz, and his son worked in our business and, worked in it until he retired. So that I don't know what the hell he was talking about.
Did you ever ask Mr. Epstein to mediate a dispute or otherwise insert himself into a dispute with the individuals he mentioned here, your mother or sister or Sharon, for example?
No.
Could be.
Mr. Epstein also says that, quote, "Abigail and I sat. She asked many questions.
Extra ERs for emergency room. So what's up, Rob?
She made many unfair, aggressive, and false accusations, none of which could have been fully answered without violating a confidence with you." Firstly, do you have an understanding of what he's referring to in terms of Abigail and he having a conversation?
Yeah. My wife and I have no secret, so the fact that he's having a secret, it's just nonsense.
He's referring to in terms of Abigail.
He says no so quietly.
Gail and he having a conversation.
Yeah. He's like, he's like so scared here, right? No.
My wife and I have no secret, so the fact that he's having a secret, it's just nonsense.
It's nonsense to think that he would have a secret with my wife that I wouldn't know about.
He goes on to say that you and I had gang stuff for over 15 years, a great deal of it that she was unaware of. I had no intention of divulging any confidence of ours, no matter what accusations she made. So Mr. Epstein at least seems to be asserting that there was something confidential between you and he that your wife was not aware of. Do you have any sense of what that might be?
No.
I'm going to object to the whole thing. This is why we have the hearsay rule, but keep going.
Hang on a second. So this is something. This looks like maybe it has to do with Wexner. Maybe this isn't the thing that they're looking at, but oh no, I can't. I guess it wouldn't be because never called after 12 years of friendship. But sort of similar, and I think some of the things in those notes we were looking at. Thought you might like to know that I'm doing a piece on hypocrisy amongst the very rich. Examples of pious people, and this is a letter Epstein sent to himself. Pious people with mistresses, drug use, tax evasion, lying to wives, shareholders, SEC public board members, claiming awards after giving millions of dollars to institutions, infighting with mother, sister, friends, stealing, suicides of employees, illegal borrowing from public companies, bank fraud, wife stealing diamond necklace from the house after mother found dead, putting private detectives. Like this is a lot of the stuff, suicide, mother, wife, that Epstein was putting in those notes that had to do with Wexner, right? Putting private detectives to follow sister, technically bankrupt, racist, gang stuff, public lectures on behavior, though personally flawed. Never called after 12 years of friendship. Wife made allegations that would incriminate principal. Did he know of issues, etc.? Threatened to push wife downstairs. Litigious. Phony titles of trust. Fed wife antibiotics. Plastic surgery. Neck, eyes, therapist. Girls under 25. Long-term affairs. Extortion paid regarding porn. SEC fire. Cigars. Customs. Unrelated third party. Public speeches. Contrast reality. Extortion paid re-porn. Extortion paid re-porn. Does that sound like secretly filmed blackmail, sexual blackmail material? Dogs shooting, girls, stock sales, tax estate, took on mother, sister, land lying to wife, fire, boat, captain, security, gift tax. So then it just goes into fucking, who the fuck even knows? Horses? Could that be Elon Musk? Yeah, some sort of threat, right? Some kind of like blackmail threat. Thought you would like to know. Yeah, gang stuff. And then gang stuff, that word that he definitely seems to use with Wexner. But I don't see the one that they're talking about. I do not see the one that they're talking about in there. I think all of these ones are just gibberish. Redacted, Daniel. Interesting that they redacted stuff in this one. Mother, sister, investigator, suicide, Randy, Jack Kessler, Stanley, bankrupt, sales attacks. Maybe the suicide, stealing the diamond necklace, maybe that did have to do with Kessler or Wexner or somebody involved in that. Yeah. It's like we almost have the code here, but I don't know. It is not revealing itself to me.
Mr. Epstein goes on to say the...
Is this about Wexner or is this Trump? Michael Wolff talked about Trump telling Epstein he's thought of pushing Marla Maples downstairs. Yeah, I mean, like, the email, like, it seems like it's sort of just, like, generally about the hypocrisy of the very rich, right? Like, maybe it's like, I could blackmail, and, like, maybe he's writing something, and then he was going to put it somewhere, and then he knows that Trump would read it and be like, oh, fuck, it's Epstein's going to tell people, blah, blah, blah. And then Wexner would read it and be like, oh, fuck, he's going to tell him about this. Kessler would be like, oh, he's going to tell him about that. Like, maybe. It's odd. I don't know what we're looking at there.
Quote, I always told you I would never, under any circumstances, give it up or put you in harm's way, no matter who, what, or when. Do you have any sense of what he might be referring to there?
Yeah.
And I'll need...
Gang stuff seems to really be something he only uses around Wexner. Like, it doesn't seem to be a common phrase of his, aside from when he talks to Wexner about something. And it might actually be literally gang stuff, as opposed to a Coney. It's a common Coney Island expression. Well, I'm from Coney Island and I've never heard it. Oh, it's a regional dialect. Whatever.
Verbal, audible.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I think
this is cover your
it's possible he's reading this email we haven't got yet. Jesus, crazy.
That's psychobabble, as far as I'm concerned.
Psychobabble.
I'd like to do one more exhibit on your personal relationship with Mr. Epstein.
Yeah. Ties to organized crime. I mean, maybe like that. Maybe that's what gang stuff is. Maybe that's what he's talking about. It's more of a new Albany
This will
phrase.
be Minority Exhibit I.
All right. So anyway, isn't that fascinating? All right. Sorry, I gotta stop finding fascinating things. We need to finish. Prominent names. Oh, good. I always told you I'd never put you in harm's way. All right. Here's maybe the funny part of it. The funniest part of it. Hang on one second. 3:37:30. Finally, we're skipping ahead quite a bit here. Like 10 minutes, gang. Look at where we are.
Everybody was going to be in Happy Valley.
At the time.
It was about then that I met her, and they said they were going to get married. And it was, I was getting married. Jeffrey was getting married, so it seemed like everybody was going to be in Happy Valley.
I think it was supposed to be 3:36.
In terms of their life.
I think I wrote that down wrong. Sorry. 3:36:30. Let's try that.
Her and Jeffrey said
When was that, sir? I'm sorry.
when I first met him, whenever that was, early 80s. And my understanding.
Or maybe it's, sorry guys, hang on. Maybe it's 2, Could be here.
Or link to Mr. Epstein. Your name appears in the middle column, all the way down at the bottom. And under Lex Wexner, it just has one entry. There's a name that's redacted, and its redacted name stated, Epstein earned his money from having homosexual sex with Wexner.
So this is another claim about them being a couple.
I know you were asked this question earlier, but in the context of this FBI report, is it correct that you did not have any sexual or romantic relationship with Mr. Epstein?
Absolutely not, or any man ever. I'm very straight.
I'm very straight.
Super straight.
Super straight. He does that same face. He pulls that same face that he pulled last time he said he was straight. What kind of face is that? It's like a Popeye face or something. I'm super straight.
Thank you.
Very Absolutely not, or any man ever. I'm very straight. Super straight.
Thank you.
That's wacky.
What do you say? That's wacky? Wait. You say that's wacky?
That's wacky.
That's wacky. Why did it speed up all of a sudden? Oh, yeah, I went to 2 times speed. No, quit it. That's wacky. That sure is wacky. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being gay. Like, it's fine to be gay, but like, you could at least do a better job of pretending.
No, I just never read an FBI report.
I just never read an FBI report before. This is another. He's laughing. Like, they're onto him. It's so He's laughing again. Oh. What the heck? That's so silly. What a silly thing. Smacks himself in the head. He acts like a cartoon character.
Thank you, Mr. Wexner, for your testimony here today. Just
Your
wanted
Honor,
to start
I simply could not do gay crimes.
with a question around
Takes a new level, new meaning to be gay, do crimes.
U.S. Senator John Husted, and it's been reported that you gave him...
Okay, Wexner, actually, I'm ultra mega straight. How wacky's that?
Something like $117,000 in donations. Is that correct?
I think you mean John Husted.
I'm John Husted, yeah.
I don't know how much money I gave him.
Would that sound about right? It's a substantial sum.
Well, I'm thinking, I met John when he was a state representative. I'm sure I helped him. I helped him politically when he ran for lieutenant governor.
Now, I played earlier. Okay, we're going to skip way ahead. I played earlier a thing where he's talking about when he first met Gilen, right? And he places Gilen like way earlier than we've ever heard before. He's like 1990, probably 1990 when I got engaged to my wife. And then check this out. It's 3:51. Gang, we're almost done. 3:51:06. So he gets asked this.
You mentioned Eva Anderson Dubin. You said you thought she was engaged.
Ava Anderson, you mentioned you thought that she was engaged
to Jeffrey Epstein. Do you know approximately when that was?
When was that you met Ava Anderson when she was engaged?
Time I got engaged to Abigail, so at about 92.
Okay.
So before he was like, I met Gilen and they were engaged. And it was around the time I got engaged to Abigail, so around 1990.
But I haven't seen either of them.
But then he tells the same story, but it's about Ava Anderson, who Epstein was with before Gilen and for some time afterwards. Concurrently, there's overlap, according to Gilen, but he seems to be confusing them. This part, I don't think he's lying. I think he's just genuinely like a little bit senile here.
Bergen's funeral for maybe a decade, hadn't talked to him, never socialized with him.
Can we just clarify something? Because I think you previously testified that when you met Miss Maxwell, it was around the time of your engagement to Abigail.
Right. Didn't I just say that?
No, you were talking about Ava Anderson.
Oh, I'm sorry. I met Ava about the time I got.
Okay, so that's why he was doing it earlier, because it was, yeah, he met Ava.
No, how could that be?
Yeah, 100%.
I must have met Ava
Right.
when I met Jeffrey.
He's confusing Anderson with Maxwell, 100%. Yeah,
And then
I think that's right. And then Epstein gave her, he was like, listen, I'm not the marrying kind, baby girl, but I know a hedge fund manager who you might like named Glenn Dubin.
Glenn, when I got engaged.
There you go.
Yes.
I
So-
met Glenn when I got engaged.
Ava would have been
He's also confusing Epstein with Glenn Dubin.
10 years before.
early
5
to mid 80s.
Yeah, whatever it was.
There is so much we don't know
And I
about
think
this
I was
guy.
only with her once.
There's so much we don't know about Wexner and Epstein. God. Fucking, they gotta release those documents that Rashida Tlaib was mentioning earlier, because this guy's gonna be up there. He knew everything. The co-conspirator, not just a client, not just a rapist, but part of the whole organization. All right. Now, I'm going to, I'll go 357. Okay, skipping over some stuff. 357.05. Here we go.
Second to last paragraph, last sentence. While others visited Epstein in jail and associated with him after his release, I did
Great stream. Thank you, Jerry. We got the big Jerry great stream seal of approval.
not. Are you aware of who did in fact visit Mr. Epstein in jail during that time?
In their time that they got him. Like you said that other people did visit him.
Directly, David Gergen told me he did. After he did.
And can you remind us who David Gergen is?
David Gergen was professor of practice at the Kennedy School. He was advisor to 4 presidents of the United States, TV personality.
David Gergen.
And did he tell you?
My friend.
Sorry to cut you off. Did Mr. Gergen tell you anything about his visit to Mr. Epstein while he was incarcerated?
No, he just told me that he and his wife visited Jeffrey, and he asked me if I did, and I said no. I wouldn't visit that son of a bitch. And asked him why he did.
That son of a bitch. So, okay, yeah, why'd you visit that son of a bitch in jail? Don't you know he's evil? I would know. I was evil too. Once. Now I'm good. I believe that was what the full conversation was like with Gergen. Okay. Sorry. Let me just think here. Where do I want to go? Okay, I'm gonna skip all this. 4:11. Oh, good. We're getting there, guys. We're in the 4-hour mark. There's only 4 hours and something minutes. 4:11. What was it? 4:11:40. 4:11:40. Here we go.
That's how I remember that one.
And at any point after your engagement and your ultimate marriage, did you ever engage in any extramarital affair or sexual contact with anyone other than your wife?
You ever cheat on your wife ever?
No one. I'm really happy you asked that question.
No, and I'm really happy you asked. I'm so happy to have an opportunity to say under oath in front of the whole world, I've never cheated on my wife, and I love her very much, and she's the best. Hi, honey. I know you're... Shout out to my wife. Who I'm very straight in love for. R.I.P. Gergen. Yeah, bring a life vest. Always a good sign.
What's that connected to?
Hey, it does kind of look like that. Or who's that guy? Jeff Sessions. Yeah, he's chuckling to himself. This guy's a real laugh riot, you can tell. Okay, 4:13:29.
is well influential. You know, sitting here today, with the benefit of hindsight being 2020, how do you think that the United States Congress could prevent the crimes and, in your words, cons and deceits that Mr. Epstein and by extension Ms. Maxwell committed on victims around the world and specifically in the United States?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would hope that...
Yeah, Wexner. What can we do? You're an expert in this kind of stuff. What can we do to stop the next Jeffrey Epstein? Maybe tell billionaires not to give a guy like that a control of power of attorney over all their businesses and finances?
This interview, or whatever it is today,
I hope that this interview today would
help you to understand that he was a crook and a con man. And in hindsight, looking back, he would make Bernie Madoff look like a Boy Scout. So complete, so dumb.
Yeah, what he did was worse than Bernie Madoff because he wasn't just taking money, he was trafficking children, bro. Like, you're on this fucking money thing. Like, that's all you care about. He's actually even worse than Bernie Madoff. Yeah, because we don't actually care about embezzling money from elites or doing a Ponzi scheme shit. Like, no one gives a fuck about that. That is not what people are concerned about with Epstein. He would make him look like a Boy Scout. You're so fucking clueless right now, man.
Diabolical. I mean, just incredible, sinister. If I were giving the government advice, I'd tell the IRS to look into Jeffrey. He couldn't have made all that money and spent all that money. That had the lifestyle he did and be the crook that he was and pay
Evil Mel Brooks, yeah.
taxes. So if he would do the things that he did to those women and do the things that he did to me.
The things he's like, and I'm like those women. I'm also a Epstein victim. I'm one of the survivor sisters, but they won't return my calls. I want to hang out.
Then anything is possible. I believe.
What the hell are you talking about, bro?
And so
the question was, how do we stop the next one? And he's like, you guys need to understand, he was worse than Bernie Madoff.
If Al Capone went to jail for being a crook in tax evasion, it would be so obvious to me today that now that I know Jeffrey's a crook and the things he did and the people he was associated with, there was a lot of money and he got it from a lot of people. I can't believe that he had time to really work because he was playing so goddamn much and I never knew it.
All right, that's enough of that, but I'm just going to skip ahead of here. This part is quite interesting because this is another point where Wexner really, it's a good question that they ask him. It's a very good question. And Wexner doesn't really have to answer, but he gives a long answer. Hang on. Around 45, I think. Let's start here.
Understanding that Mr. Epstein, while he was working for you, also had other clients. Is that right?
Yes.
So would that mean that his work for you, you understood it to be part-time?
Okay, Spasm Fingers. What drawing program do you or your artists use? Procreate on the iPad. It's actually amazing. And I forget how much it is now. It's not that much money, but I got it like 15 years ago or something now. God, it was a while ago. I was in Korea, so it would be around 2013 or so, I think. And it was like $10. And it's not a subscription model. I paid that $10. I still have it. I use it literally every day. And it's so good. Highly recommend it. Not a subscription thing like Adobe bullshit. You gotta have an iPad. It's really works really well if you have an iPad and an iPad Pencil. So that shit's expensive. Not everybody can get it. But yeah, Procreate. I use it for all my art. Really, really, really love that program. And it's very intuitive. Great to use. The more you use it, the quicker it is. You get you're used to all the shortcuts and stuff, and it's intuitive. It's easy to learn. Plenty of tutorials rather. I think now it's like $25 or something, but it's still forever. Sorry, that was the question. What was the question again?
Is that right?
Oh yeah, he's like, so you hired him to be your like financial manager, but also you knew that he was managing finances for all these other rich people. So he was working for you like part-time. So this like hundreds of millions of dollars you were paying him and giving him all these houses, this was your pay for a part-time position, right? Based on what you've told us today, he was a part-time employee because he was also doing this stuff for other people, right? Like, great question. I never even thought about that, but that is such a good question.
Yes.
So would that mean that his work for you, you understood it to be part-time?
Great. He's got him in there. Ah, love this question.
I wouldn't describe it that way.
Like, no, he was full-time for me. He had a time turner like in the Harry Potter books.
You know, I knew it wasn't full-time. I thought it wasn't full-time because he had other clients of substance, real substance.
As a listener, it sounds like substantial demands that you're describing. You were, and of course are, one of the wealthiest people in the country, managing all of your personal affairs. I would think would typically demand all of somebody's bandwidth. It sounds like that was an issue with the guy before Epstein. How was he able to do that job, but also do work for other clients at the same time?
Fantastic question. And keep in mind, we got all this fucking shit from Epstein. We know Epstein was getting massages from underage girls 3 times a day, every day for 15 years, like through the 90s to the point he was arrested. This guy's flying around, hanging out with celebrities. He had like really bad ADHD, meeting with scientists. He's busy guy. He spent all day on his phone, sending emails and shit. At what point is this dude, Epstein, sitting down with a green visor on a fucking QuickBooks or what? I mean, everybody tells me QuickBooks isn't the thing he would have used, but whatever fucking the billionaire equivalent of like what your accountant would do. At what point is Epstein actually doing any work? And he's got multiple clients. He's doing this shit for Wexner. He's doing this shit for Lynn Forrester Rothschild. He's doing this shit for Ellie Rothschild, the entire Rothschild family, the Google guys, Bill Gates, Bezos. He's giving them all this advice. When is he doing the work? When does he sit down and pushing the pencil, whatever, clocking in? How? In what? Right? Like, that's such a good question.
Well, like Peg does the work now.
Peg does the work now. Okay.
I think you could supervise the work, overview it.
Supervise the work. And yet he insisted that you fire everybody else in your financial team.
Which isn't the work that I do. And say you could do really thorough work if you were doing it 3 or 4 days a month, certainly a week or a day a month, just focusing on these things because there were accountants and tax lawyers and other people. And then in setting up, as an example, I didn't have the idea to inventory furniture or valuables. And it's like, how could you have all silverware in your house and what? And I didn't count forks and spoons. And it's like, Jeff said, people could be walking out with forks and spoons. I said, gee, that's a good idea. We ought to have an inventory. But then there was
okay, so Epstein counted all the forks and spoons in Wexner's mansion because people could steal it.
I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome. And
his lawyer is extremely annoyed.
Said, yeah, I know how to do this. And I said, well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff? And she said, well, yeah, I could do that. So she did that as kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea.
Look at his lawyer.
But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Like, what he's saying makes no sense. You pay this guy like hundreds of millions of dollars or however much he didn't steal that you paid him, bought him all these mansions, like whatever, let him get away with all this shit because he was counting your forks and spoons. Lawyer cuts in right here. Watch this. And I'm going to turn it up. Crank it. Did you guys hear that? All right, so this is I'll turn it up a little bit too on the thing because this is the best. One sec. Like look at him right before he does it. He sort of like looks at something. He's like, "Don't worry, I got this. Don't worry."
Do that. So she did that. All the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
So he goes, I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay? That's that gang stuff. That's that gang stuff right there. That's that Ohio lawyer gang stuff.
It was just regularly done.
I will fucking kill you.
Answer another question. 5 words, okay?
So nuts. All right, so and then he laughs really hard.
Answer the question. Okay.
A discrete question on a
Sorry, let me turn it down.
different topic. We know that at one point you owned a property in Palm Beach. It was a large.
Now, yeah, I do want to talk. So, like, yeah, had no idea what led into that. People are stitching that lawyer's comment with other bits of the interview. This is the fucking infuriating thing about like the way that Epstein shit is covered, because it's so much more like noise than it is signal. You know, like people are just. Like right now online, it's like a ratings, whatever, clickbait, like bonanza out there to be like, this is the fucked up shit about the Epstein files that they're not telling you. So people want it to be as fucked up as possible. So there are so many fucking idiots and charlatans, those two types of people who are going out there and saying, look, the lawyer is actually threatening to kill him here. It's threatening to murder Les Wexner, as if that's even remotely true. Obviously, and if you watch the thing, I've tried to show you several other points in the thing where clearly the lawyer is just like, hey man, you keep launching into these stories, dial it back. You didn't need to be doing that. You don't need to be telling these stories and shit. Now, Benny Johnson, one of these noted fucking chud idiots, this guy who is just a complete Trump sycophant and, fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarism. Also, this guy, another closeted gay man, goes, he put, and all the clip is just him leaning over, doesn't say what it led up to or anything, no context. I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words. And then this fucking idiot here, Ian Carroll, who this fucking guy pisses me off so much because the guy has millions of followers. He's huge. He's one of the biggest like conspiracy like people, influencers, content creators. The guy, he's so dumb, and he's like, I'm an expert on Epstein. He went on Joe Rogan. He goes on Tucker, and they're like, so explain Jeffrey Epstein to me. The guy knows nothing. He gets everything wrong, and he goes, he's not kidding. And it's like, what the fuck? Why would you say this? It's like these guys want the most sensational thing because it's like, look at this. Here is a footage of someone threatening to murder Les Wexner, just like Epstein was murdered or whatever. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Anyway, it pisses me off. And there's a lot of fucking people cutting it in with other parts of the interview or whatever. And I see this constantly. This is a very common thing in conspiracy, culture, to hear a joke. This is a joke. This is a lawyer being like, brother, give me a bit of tough love here, my man. I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words. Like, I keep telling you, stop doing it. Like, this is a joke. You have to look at these people as human beings. Yes, they are evil. They do horrible things. They're responsible for great injustice. And yet they are human beings and they joke with one another. This is exactly like the shit with Pizzagate. Why the fuck would they say this? They're joking. They're joking around. Oh, look at this email. Oh, why is he so obsessed with grape soda? Why is he saying this about like no one else understands we like grape soda? Because they're joking. They are humans. They like to joke. They like to laugh. There's one thing we can say about Wexner. The dude loves to laugh. Now, this is like a pretty intense moment, and I mean, it does show the strategy that the lawyer and Wexner had going into the meeting, where he was like, all right, so what you're going to do, like, we have managed to get away with it so far up until now. No one knows how involved you were because you just never agree to come in and be questioned. You never do that. And now finally they force us to go into it. So what you're going to do is shut the fuck up. Say you don't remember anything. Do not answer. I don't remember. Repeat after me. I don't remember. I do not recall. I don't remember. Okay, great. Any question? No, or I don't know. And then towards like the midway point of the interview, Wexner starts being like, I think I'm kind of nailing this. Let me go on a bit. Let me tell you a little fucking anecdote. Actually, it's a funny story about that. He literally says that at one point. He's like, it's a funny story. And he goes into it. And whenever he does that, his lawyer is like, fuck. And he's like, dude, please. The question was, do you know? Just say no and move on. Like, stop telling stories. No more stories. And then this is like towards the end of the interview. And he's like, brother, again, like, it's so easy to make content where you are lying to your audience and painting something that is already genuinely horrifying and part of a real conspiracy as being so much more horrifying. Like, you don't need to pump this up. I don't know. I'm sorry, that's a little bit more of a rant than I intended to go on there, but like, it's a funny moment, I guess, but it's not that part for people like Ian Carroll and all these other fucks to be like, oh my God, he's not lying. He's not joking. He's being serious. The lawyer is actually the one pulling the strings. That lawyer is fucking Jacob Rothschild himself in a reptilian skin suit disguise. He's the one really in charge. Anyway, okay. I got a little upset there, and I want this to be fun. Okay, so we're having fun again, right? Let's anyway. What was I saying? All right. Okay, we're almost done. I think I showed you most of the shit I wanted to show you about this. Okay, there's more about Maria Farmer coming right up. 2620. Let's move it ahead here. 2612. Here we go. 2620. So they get back to the Maria Farmer stuff. This is interesting.
Property. Ms. Farmer has said that home at the time was guarded by your security staff. And at least...
Okay, so we were talking about this before too. Maria Farmer says she was in like the guest house or whatever, Epstein's home or Kessler's home, as Les Wexner said, where he's like, that wasn't my house. That was a totally different guy's house. I never even went there. It was a different guy's house. He lived fucking half a mile away from me. And then they were like, but yet when Epstein bought it, you were the one that signed the deed over to him. So it was your house. And he's like, what? Do you think it might have been a forgery? Oh my God. Who could have done this? It's like, but why would they forge your name if it wasn't your house? Wouldn't they forge Kessler's name? Like, it was your house, bro. That doesn't make sense. It was your house. So here's another thing where they're like, Maria Farmer says that your Wexner's security was guarding the house when she was there. Anyway, so that's the question that they're asking here. Oops. What the heck what just happened? I don't want to do anything.
One member of your security staff told the Washington Post that was accurate, at least at the time,
a member of his staff told the Washington Post, yep, that sure did happen.
I think was 1996.
96.
Do you have any sense of why this home, that at that point was not on your property and wasn't your home, would have been guarded by your security staff?
Objection to the hearsay, but answer.
No.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not the home was...
You guys see his shrug there.
No.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not the home was guarded by your security staff, either then or now?
Then, for sure not. My daughter lives there now with her husband, so
your daughter
I'm
lives
sure
there.
they pay attention to it, but I don't know for sure.
It certainly seems like it is your house and has always been your house. And again, guys, just in case you joined late, this is the property we're talking about. That's Les Wexner's house in the bottom left corner there, giant mansion. And then he's got this big, long pathway to Epstein's house, the one that Maria Farmer was at. And together they are in a gated community with 2 homes. Yeah, it's your thing. It's your little fucking house for your best friend / boyfriend.
Because it's part of the family that they pay attention to it, but that's as close as I can get.
When it was owned by Mr.
That's as close as I can get. Your daughter lives there now.
Kessler and Mr. Epstein, you have no knowledge of whether or not it was guarded by your security staff?
I have no knowledge. I would doubt that.
Your security staff confirmed that they were guarding that house.
It would be frankly fucking impossible. Impossible.
That's frankly fucking impossible. Is it?
Does that sound strange at all? It sounds a little strange to us as readers and listeners that a home that is not yours would be affirmatively guarded by your security.
Me too.
Ms. Farmer says that she, in the wake of her assault,
Like every time he laughs, I'm like, keep asking, and then he moves on.
reached out to the county sheriff's office and that she was told, quote, "We work for Wexner." And the sheriff's office confirmed that at that time they were contracted to assist with your security detail. Do you have any sense of why that would have been the case?
Same objection to the hearsay, but you can answer.
No, the closest I could get to that would be sometime people who work for county security, Columbus Police Force. We would use part-time police, like at entrances or patrolling. But
yeah, at least he's not denying that 100%. He's like, oh, the police saying that I own them? No. Just because I'm the richest man in Ohio and I moved into a tiny-ass town and built it into a Shangri-La for billionaires. No, I don't think so. Well, to be fair, I did actually hire a lot of policemen to work on my security team, so I guess in a sense you could say that I was their boss for one of their jobs. Their side hustle boss.
They wouldn't have been employees of ours. I mean, so it's possible, but I didn't. It's weird.
Who, me? Oh, he's too evil to be this wacky and zany with his expressions. It's like, oh, well, I mean, I guess you could say I did the police did sort of belong to me.
Employees of ours. I mean, so it's possible, but I didn't. It's weird. I don't know the
That's
sheriff.
weird. That's weird to me.
Could you elaborate for a moment on what would that part-time role have been? Like a special event? They would be at the entrance?
Yeah, it would have been special events.
Special events like the sexual assault of an artist in residence.
Yeah, that's very accurate.
Okay. Ms. Farmer says that summer, when she wanted to leave the home, she had to call the main house, your house, and ask for your wife's permission. Do you have any knowledge about whether that's accurate?
I doubt that it's accurate, and I have no knowledge.
And I think you said earlier, but just to make sure, when did you first become aware of Ms. Farmer's allegations?
In the press.
Did your security staff or anyone else on your staff ever alert you to any unusual incident or event involving Mr. Epstein at the home that we've been discussing?
None.
Are you aware of any other incidents related to sexual assault or misconduct where somebody on your property or Mr. Epstein's former property adjacent called the sheriff's office for help?
Absolutely not. Not aware.
I'd like to touch on Victoria's Secret and Mr. Epstein presenting himself as a recruiter. Again, I know it's been discussed earlier. I'll try to cover new ground to the extent possible. I think you had testified that you were alerted to that issue once. It's been publicly reported that in 1993, President Cynthia Fetus Fields, who was an executive at Victoria's Secret at the time, was alerted that Epstein was holding himself out as a Victoria's Secret scout,
we don't need to hear this,
and
but,
that you were alerted to the problem and, quote, said that you would stop it. Does that sound like the time
We're almost
frame in
done.
which...
I only got like a couple more things that I really need to show you. Skip ahead here. 441. What was it? 05? 44105. Yeah. So we're going back to that June 2008 email again. That one that Rashida Tlaib brought up earlier. That says it's like after Wexner said, I never talked to him after 2007. They're like, well, you emailed him in 2008 and you said, I'm sorry to hear you're going to jail. You broke your number one rule. Always be careful. So we're going back to that email.
So as you can see, this is an email from June of 2008, right around the time that Epstein pled guilty to soliciting a minor for prostitution. And you said to him, quote, Abigail told me the result. All I can say is I feel sorry. You violated your own number one rule, always be careful. And Epstein replied, no excuse. So clearly, either you knew or Epstein had said to you that his number one rule was to be careful. What, in your recollection, was he so careful about?
About being honest and stealing from me, us, these criminal, terrible, horrible things that he did.
That's what he told you when he said that his number one rule is to always be careful. He said, you know, Wexner, my number one rule when I'm stealing from you and being a crook and a con man is to always be careful. That's what he meant when he said that to me.
About being honest and stealing from me, us, these criminal, terrible, horrible things that he did. And I don't know what prompted me, because when I saw this, I think I was just giving him the finger. It's something in the news, something. Maybe it was the fact that Abigail told me, and I was cooking on it, and I just wanted to.
So here's the thing. Maybe I'm being too generous here. I actually do believe that this was a fuck you email. I do think that this was like if you look at his emails around this time, there are people being like, oh my God, Jeffrey, it's so sad what they're doing to you. You see like Prince Andrew, Peter Mandelson, like all his buddies who don't give him up. Are like, oh my God, dude, you're going to jail, blah, 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 blah. Like, if you were friends with somebody, like, I know it says, I feel sorry or whatever, but like, you violated your own, like, if somebody's going to jail, your buddy's going to jail, and someone you even like even a bit, would you send him an email and be like, you weren't careful, man. You broke your number one rule. Always be careful. It sounds like you fucked up, dude. Like, this is a fuck you, I think. But even though this is a fuck you, there are so many fucking huge red flags here where he's, like, what do you mean his number one rule was always be careful? What did that mean? Like, it's a good question. What did you mean by that? And he, like, when he said that his number one rule was always be careful, what was he talking about? When he told you, and he was like, oh, stealing from me. But you guys didn't talk about that, right? So he sort of goes on here.
You sold yourself as a careful, honest fiduciary, and you completely robbed us, did all these terrible things.
It sounds like you, at least at the time, understood that it sounds like Mr. Epstein would say that his number one rule was to be careful. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do you recall that being in the context of when Mr. Epstein would say that? Why was that his number one rule? I'll phrase it that way.
Well, again, he alleged himself to be a fiduciary, and I'm always careful about my client.
Good point, Finland. Could almost be a threat. Make sure to be more careful about the crimes we did together, or you might end up like Arthur Shapiro, who I think, did you send me the thing earlier? I think I opened it up. But yeah, it's a guy who was associated with Wexner who was murdered by the mob, who people thought that Wexner had something to do with. Yeah.
Clients, I don't do risky investments. I wasn't looking for cleverness. I was looking for accuracy, conservative. Like, you just run things really smoothly. And Jeffrey would say, don't worry, I'm always very careful. And that might have meant to be not abusive to my admin or to be prompt and accurate with tax returns. He's just careful.
Oh, yeah?
Because that's what you
His rule was to be prompt and accurate with tax returns? That was Epstein's rule? Always be careful rule?
would expect. If my personal attorney would have said, don't worry, I'm always careful on your account, that would ring.
Because, he was very careful about the fucking tax returns he was doing for you. All right, but why did you say that when he was going to jail for, like, molesting children. What was he supposed to be careful about that?
You know, comfortably for me. And
it's like if you had an accountant. Okay, so you had your accountant. Let's call him. That's what he did for you. And he said, you know, my number one rule is always be careful when you're adding up the total number and figuring out what you owe in taxes. I always say, number one rule, always be careful. And then you find out your accountant's going to jail for soliciting a minor for prostitution. And you're like, you broke your number one rule. Always be careful. What the fuck is this? This is not the carefulness does not match here. You would not say that in this circumstance.
Complete crook.
He was a crook again.
You touched on it, but in terms of
he was not going to prison for being a crook, bro. This was not a financial crime.
What you can recall about how you felt at the time, the crimes, even the crime that he pled to, was not insignificant. It involved a minor. Do you recall? I mean, that would seem not to necessarily be the product of simply not being careful. So do you recall whether you felt anger, shock, or simply how could you have been so careless?
I don't remember how I felt. Probably anger that a person in a trust position could be so mistrusted.
And he's not talking about being in a trust position with a young girl. To be clear here, he's talking about being in a trust position with Wexner. He didn't go to jail for that, though. What were you saying he was not careful about?
Crooked.
The issue isn't being, oh God, I hate pedophiles so much. They're not careful enough. They just aren't careful when they go to prison for pedophile shit. God, I hate how careless they are. The problem with them is they're not careful. If they were only more careful, it wouldn't be a problem. It's like, come on.
So bad.
Yeah. It was always about being careful to carry the one. You know, when he would forget to carry the one as my account, it would fuck up my taxes. He forgets to carry the one when he's looking at somebody's age, all of a sudden it's statutory.
As far as you can recall, when was the last time you spoke with Mr. Epstein?
Well, it was probably sometime before I gave him the finger. So it probably was in 07 or 08, sometimes when he got in trouble.
I am not satisfied with that answer, though. Like, it's a great question. Come on. Like, this is why Rashida should have done more, because she would have pushed him on that. Do you think it's a little ridiculous to compare a child sex crime to being careful about being a good accountant? Like, fucking, drives me nuts. Anyway, so we're moving on.
In my mind, he died.
In my mind, he died after 2008.
Well, definitely at this point, you two were in communication, so that's the middle of 2008.
You have someone who spoke to him.
Sure, I'll clarify. Any form of electronic or verbal communication.
I wouldn't remember that I did this. What I remember is when I found out how bad his sexual behavior was, and he was stealing from us, dead.
Dead. He was dead to me.
If you recall, I think you had said that he initially framed the investigation to you as involving a massage and an overzealous police chief. At least that was what your counsels represented to DOJ.
Giving them the finger means something different when it comes to Epstein and Wexner. Could be.
Do you recall that?
I don't.
Okay, I think we've gotten through the interesting stuff here. One more thing. This will be the last thing on this, and then I will move on to other shit, because we can't just have one massive video go up this week. Jesus Christ. I gotta do some other shit this week for the fans. For the little goblins and goblets. The goblet of fire.
Starting to wrap up, are there other individuals from Mr. Epstein's orbit at the time that you think we should talk to who might have an understanding of Mr. Epstein's crimes?
Who else should we talk to? You said you wanted to come in and help. So who else can we talk to? Do you know anybody?
What I'm thinking is that he referenced several people that I never met. Do I think they might have information? Possibly, but I don't know whether he made it up or he really did it.
Do you recall some examples of people he would reference?
Okay, who?
Yeah, he'd say, I was in Aspen last week. And I'd say,
Now, Aspen, if you recall, Aspen comes up a lot in those emails Epstein sent to himself about Wexner and gang stuff. He's like, Aspen, blah, 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 blah.
oh, what were you doing in Aspen? And he said, the family that owns Fidelity in Massachusetts, Johnson. He said, I worked for Abigail Johnson, and I was there, talking to her about their family situation.
Agreed, Finland.
But
They should
he
totally
could have been making
interview,
it up. But at the time, as a chief, he works for the Johnson family.
Look at
They're
his
pretty
posture.
sophisticated. At the time,
Whoa,
they're talking to her about their family situation.
Whoa, look at this guy. Hang on, I gotta take a screenshot of this. No. Yeah. This is awesome. Oh, what a great guy this is. What a wonderful man. All right. And what were we saying? Oh, yeah. So Abigail from, sorry. What was the name of the thing? The family that owns Fidelity, Abigail Johnson. Abigail Johnson. Is she related to the Johnson & Johnson family? Probably not. Fidelity. No. American businesswoman, business executive, heiress, billionaire. Did we ever know that she was affiliated with Epstein before? I don't think I've heard her name. Don't look like it. Epstein. Wexner drops, yeah, everything's like, Wexner drops multiple names 2 days ago. So this is a brand new. Yeah, crazy. The other Abigail we have associated is Wexner's wife, Abigail. That was from before. But like everything about Abigail Johnson is just from a couple days ago. Crazy. All right, there's somebody new to look out for. Meh.
But he could have been making it up. But at the time, as a chief, he works for the Johnson family. They're pretty sophisticated. He would talk about the founders of Google.
Founders of Google, he mentions
that they
again.
were friends, and he'd visit them. He would talk about, you got to come out to San Francisco. You should meet the Amazon guy.
Bezos.
Bezos. I said, no,
Jeff Bezos. He's like, yeah, let me introduce you to Bezos.
I'm not too busy, and I'm interested, and I don't do what he does. And I said, but he's really a smart guy. You should meet him. I said, if I'm ever in San Francisco, I'll look him up. I'm too busy. Trying to think if there's any others. The Google guys that I never met.
But but she's in Aspen. And I was mentioning Aspen. I don't know. She's a specific person, and I don't believe let's just double check. Abigail Johnson. Is she part of the Johnson family? Or maybe a different Johnson? I mean, she is part of a Johnson family, but this is who he's talking about here. Abigail Johnson is an American billionaire. Fidelity was founded by her grandfather, Edward C. Johnson. So that there is another Johnson family. It doesn't look like she's related to the Johnson & Johnson stuff. Yeah, her grandfather, Edward C. Johnson II, and her father, Edward Johnson III, was CEO. 2001, she was promoted to president. Oh, wow, she did some succession shit. Unsuccessfully attempted to orchestrate a vote to remove her father as CEO. Interesting. She introduced crypto. Anyway, she probably sucks. But, and she supported Jeb Bush. What a embarrassing thing. And down here, in 2026, Wexner mentioned she would have an understanding about Epstein and his crimes. Look, it's so new that they spelled Wexner's name wrong. Wexler. Name dropped the owners of Fidelity, Abigail Johnson, founders of Google, Amazon, Jeff Bezos, and former President Bill Clinton. Wexler, again, Wexler. Okay, cool. Awesome. Wexler did it, not me. Wexler's the guy you want.
them. I never met Abigail Johnson, but I know the name.
Who's the name?
That's all I can recall. But there were so many.
You really
names
didn't have to say
dropped
any of this.
And I'm not. I don't know. I don't know as much.
He feels guilty because he knows he's lying. And he knows he looks like a total piece of shit, right? Like that's gotta be. He's like, fuck. Okay, you guys ain't know about this one. Let me pull one of the B-sides up. Let me throw on one of the tracks you haven't heard yet. Abigail Johnson.
Much interested in celebrities, political celebrities, or whatever. He was just like, I know so and so, or I know so and so. I don't want to mislead you and get a woman I don't know in trouble like Abigail Johnson. But up until the fact that I believed that he was a crook, I believed that he knew all these people.
Do you recall whether he ever described anybody as his closest personal friends? Did you have an understanding of who his close friends would be?
It's funny it says GOP oversight when the Republicans weren't there for this. They did not oversee this.
No, he would talk about friends that he had. He would say he would told me how friendly he was.
Hope old Les is up in his security detail after naming all these names. Yeah, New Albany Police Department is working overtime, getting time and a half on this one.
With Ava's husband, and I always thought that's kind of funny that you're friends with your ex.
Ava's husband, that's Glenn Dubin.
Girlfriend's husband, but you know.
Yeah, it is weird that Epstein was so close with Glenn Dubin, his ex-girlfriend's new husband. But it's less weird if you consider that he definitely set them up to be together, and they all became best friends.
You know, it was stuff like that. You know, did I believe that he knew Clinton? No, I didn't believe it. But sometimes people say that, you know, they knew high people.
I thought you said you believed everything he told you until you knew he was a crook. And also, he did know Clinton.
Places.
Do you have any reflections as we close this conversation, whether it's on your relationship with Mr. Epstein or the pain and suffering that he and his accomplices?
We don't need to play the end because he's just like, yes, I just want y'all to know he was a crook. And people don't know this about Epstein, but he was a crook, a real crookaroo, a crockpot, crookshanks. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, oh yeah, kind of like what he did for Kimball. I mean, even more so because that turned into a marriage. That wasn't just a relationship thing. It was like what he did with Suzanne Johnson and Woody Johnson, and what he perhaps did with Melania and Trump. It's like what he did with, God, there's so many. I don't know, all of his victims / girlfriends who he got to marry each other for green cards. You know, this guy was a real matchmaker, Epstein. He's like, listen, I'm not going to marry you. We'll date for a while, and then I'm going to upgrade you to be my friend who I hook up with all my billionaire friends. And that helps me because it makes me more popular with these billionaires, and they owe me shit, and it helps you because you get to marry a billionaire, but it's not going to be me. That was kind of the deal. Dang. So that's the Les Wexner full deposition. It took way longer than I would have liked it to. We'll do a couple quick things after that. What do you say? We'll do a couple quick things because I got some quick things we can go over. But first, I would like to take a break for just very quickly. What should I put on in the meantime? I kind of like this site that we were just looking at, the Globalists 666. I don't know. I've actually watched more of these than I thought. What should we see here? Hang on. This guy seems really up my alley. By the way, I didn't shout this guy out. I should have shouted him out at the beginning, but I played him out at the beginning of the stream, And small channel, just, less than 1,000 subscribers. The Globalists, it's kind of like a rant Sona thing where there's like a goat and he talks about stuff. Let's watch maybe one of these guys, eh? Candace Owens, big conspiracies make more money. I mean, that sounds like kind of what we were just talking about.
And let me know if you think this is crazy.
It's crazy.
But I'm starting to think that the assassination of Charlie Kirk was something akin to a regicide, right? The assassination of a king to install a new ruler who the king would have never approved of, right? Maybe people around him counseling the king, people who perhaps betrayed him.
And who do you think Candace thinks killed the king? You guessed it, the Jews.
It's never too late to say Kanye was right.
And if you know Candace, you're not surprised by this at all. In fact, it's a safe bet that Candace was trying to figure out how the Jews did it before Charlie was even pronounced dead.
This feels to me like a conspiracy.
The day after Charlie Kirk was shot, Candace took a break from selling beef to memorialize her friend with this charming story.
I'm like, I think I'm gonna marry this guy. First, he's like, wait, like, is this gonna be good for your brand?
And then a few days later, what she calls her investigation began. And nearly the first words out of her mouth were that Charlie was publicly executed.
Charlie Kirk was publicly executed before the world.
And that is a power-packed implication, because states do executions. People in groups, they assassinate, they murder, but it is states who execute. So in one sentence, she says it was a state-sanctioned killing, and she's talking about Israel, of course, maybe with a little help from America. And she emphasizes that it was a public execution, meaning that it was done to send a message. And surprise, surprise, she thinks it was a message sent to her. What an ego. So after reviewing about 20 hours of this dumb bitch talking, I came up with what her secret is. Her secret is all she does is imply things. She never makes a claim. She never presents much evidence. She just asks questions and says things are suspicious and they look funny. So it's actually a little bit hard to debunk her because she's never really putting her nickel down on what she thinks happens. She's just expanding and expanding and expanding and expanding, which is her business model, right? She's turned this into like 20 plus hours of content so she can sell methylene blue and beef and coffee.
Something that my team and I are always craving are beef sticks.
The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give a quick rundown as quick as I can of what Candace thinks happened to Charlie Kirk. And as you can probably imagine, it's fucking stupid. Before I get going, I'd like to thank the person who recommended Candace to me by putting her name in the comment section. It was torture, but I got through it, and here you go. I hope you like it. If you want to recommend an idea for a video, put it in the comments. While you're there, why don't you do the other things that help the channel, like and subscribe. And if you're feeling generous, donate some money to the Patreon and become a globalist for life. Thanks in advance. Or whatever. So like I said, Candace came out swinging on day one. To sum that day up would sound something like this. High-powered Jews known as the Zionist lobby conspired with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to kill Charlie Kirk because Charlie was waking up, just like Candace did, to the demonic ways of the Jew. Having seen the light, Charlie was becoming a Catholic, just like Candace, and was about to become a knight in the crusade against the evil Judeo part in Judeo-Christendom.
You're fighting evil people who rule over us and impact both sides, right? That's the wake-up call. That's the wake-up call we all need right now.
So she starts with her conclusion, the who and the why, which that's a good way to write a television season, but it is a bad way to conduct an investigation. Then she goes on for hours and hours over the course of weeks, hunting down anomalies and theories that support her conclusion. So overall, if you're into the nerd shit like I am, this is a great case study in confirmation bias, motivated reasoning, and especially narrative accretion, which is the tendency for conspiracies to grow and grow and grow over time, much like folk legends told over generations.
There's more people involved. That's what I'm going to say to you guys. There is very clearly more people involved.
Let me show you exactly what I mean. Here's a summary of how the assassination was carried out in Candace world when she got to about week 4 of her quote-unquote investigation. Because Charlie Kirk had seen the light and had become an anti-Israel Catholic, he was lured to a meeting in the Hamptons with prominent Jews including Bill Ackman and right-wing media people Seth Dillon and Josh Hammer. According to Candace, these men are a part of the Zionist lobby and they're also a demonic force.
You have to be someone that is, or maybe rather someone that is possessed by something that is less than human, subhuman, to do that. There's no humanity in you. That is why I named Josh Hammer. I believe he is a deeply disturbed man.
During this meeting in the Hamptons, these Jews allegedly put a bunch of pressure on Charlie to come back to the pro-Israel side. And the meeting ended with Charlie being told that Netanyahu wanted to see him right now in Israel to talk to him about it. And Charlie said no. So refusing to go see Bibi in Israel is ultimately what sealed Charlie's fate. The Zionist lobby then began to corrupt, blackmail, and bribe the FBI, members of Charlie's company, Turning Point USA, state and local police, medical personnel, lawyers, judges, politicians, wealthy members of the Orem, Utah community, and just for the drama of it, Charlie's wife, Erica. Once these hundreds of people had become co-conspirators, the Zionist lobby activated a neo-Bolshevik sleeper cell of Ukrainian mercenaries who were part of the infamous and deadly Azov battalion to pull off the hit itself.
If this is sort of like a neo-Bolshevik militant tribe, then we need to be concerned. And spiritually, I can tell you how I feel spiritually, that feels right to me.
Day of the shooting. Not one, but multiple people pretending to be Tyler Robinson do some sneaking around. His roommate Lance Twiggs walks by this house pretending to be Tyler. Then this guy, also pretending to be Tyler, walks by limping because he has something down his pants, or he's pretending. And then someone else who might have been Tyler but also might not have been Tyler met with a mysterious woman. At the school, someone goes up on the roof of the Losey building with a rifle and a screwdriver with Tyler Robinson's DNA on it. In the crowd close to Charlie, there is a second shooter holding a concealed gun on him, ready to deliberately shoot Charlie in the throat to send a message.
Now what we should be looking for are two people that had weapons that day.
George Zen, the crazy old man who confessed to the shooting right after it happened, is also in the crowd, ready to cause a distraction.
Shoot me! Shoot me! Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
Next, a second man joins the decoy shooter with the rifle on the roof. The second man is there to deliberately get on camera, jumping from the roof, so the decoy shooter with the 30-06 can escape undetected. Next, a signal is given by Charlie's backstabbing security detail, and simultaneously, the man on the roof shoots the very loud 30-06 rifle, and the man close to Charlie, who actually kills him, shoots his smaller, quieter gun.
2 shots.
After both shooters have fired at exactly the same moment and Charlie is bleeding out and the crowd is panicking, that's when the Slavic mercenaries make their escape. Both men on the roof take off in opposite directions. One of them with a gun goes who knows where because there's not even evidence he exists. And the second man runs across the roof disguised as Robinson, gets to the edge, jumps off with a black towel in his hand, and disappears. On the ground, George Zen is hooping and hollering and confessing to the crime. Why is he confessing to the crime? Because the Zionist lobby is blackmailing him with evidence of his kiddie porn addiction. In the confusion and the commotion, the real killer, who is also a ghost and who is also likely an Azov battalion killing machine, or a Mossad agent, or a CIA agent, or a Russian mercenary killing machine, disappears. Okay, so we're just getting started here because once Alpha Team, the Slavic mercenaries, have made their escape, Bravo Team moves in. There are about 24 members of Bravo Team and they conduct 2 tasks simultaneously. Bravo Team 1 begins to conduct a psychological operation on the shocked and terrified witnesses. They begin shouting and repeating over and over again, "There was just one shot. I only heard one shot. And definitely only one shot," they would say. And this is how they made everyone forget that they actually heard 2 shots really close together. Now, while Bravo Team 1 was brainwashing all the witnesses, Bravo Team 2, which consisted of Charlie's friends and employees from Turning Point USA, were removing SIM cards from high-definition cameras within the crime scene. Okay, so now Bravo Team's job is done. And the next team should be called Charlie Team, but there's already a Charlie in this caper, so the next team is called Delta Team. Delta Team's job is to get interviewed by local news to spread the story that it was Tyler Robinson on the roof firing a single shot. In other words, if you have seen any interviews from local news stations of eyewitnesses, those weren't eyewitnesses. They were Delta Team continuing the PSYOP to convince the world only one shot rang out. And again, this is going to include like a dozen or more people, like 24 people that have appeared on the news. So now, involved day of on the ground, we're talking like 40 or 50 people in this thing. And let's not forget, like the FBI has to be in on this, the medical examiner has to be in on this, the governor, members of the state of Utah have to be in on this, the local police have to be in on it, at least some of them. When we get to the trial, the judge is going to be in on it, the prosecutor is going to be in in on it. The defense attorney's going to be in on it. Probably the jury's going to be in on it. And if you don't think this is like the dumbest, funniest fucking story you've ever heard, then you and I were just not the same. Imagine all these black ops guys in a room, right? State-funded operators from Mossad, the CIA. We've got Ukrainian mercenaries all in here. And the best plan they can come up with is, hey, we've got an idea. We're going to use 2 guns, but we want everyone to believe it was 1 gun. There's only one problem. We have to include about 150 fucking people to make it happen. These conspiracies are just so fucking stupid. I can't believe I spent so much of my time debunking them because millions of people buy this dumb shit. I mean, okay, for reference, here are a few examples of real state-sanctioned executions. Example 1. In 2024, the Secret Service of Ukraine killed a lieutenant general in the Russian army named Igor Kirillov with a bomb hidden inside a scooter. The plan was simple. Ukrainian agents recruited someone living inside Russia, then they gave him a scooter with a bomb in it. The recruit took the scooter bomb and put it next to the front door of Kirillov's apartment. Ukrainian agents monitored the door using a hidden camera inside a car across the street. When Kirillov left his apartment, they pushed a button and Kirillov was dead. Simple. Example 2. In 2025, Russia allegedly got their revenge when an assassin disguised as a food courier approached former Ukrainian Speaker of Parliament Andrei Parubi while he was walking on the streets of Lviv, Ukraine. The assassin shot Andrei several times before fleeing the scene on an e-bike. Authorities stated the murder had all the signs of a professional assassination and the assailant likely tracked Andrei's movements for days as he planned the murder and the escape. To date, the assassin is still at large. Example 3. In 2018, Hamas member Fadi al-Bach was allegedly assassinated by Israel for allegedly making bombs and rockets in Gaza. One night in Malaysia, al-Bach was walking to church for his nightly prayer when 2 men on motorcycles rolled up on him and gunned him down. Years later, one of the men was caught and he confessed under Hamas interrogation tactics that Mossad had hired him. The second gunman is still at large. And the thing that should stand out in these 3 examples is that when governments want to kill someone, they do it without involving hundreds of people, right? So how did Candace arrive at all this? Well, it was kind of a combination of gut feelings and viewer tips and dreams.
I first and foremost have to tell you right at the top, I can't tell you exactly who the information came from or which parties were involved in giving me this information because I don't want to get anybody in trouble. But I can say that I have positively verified something about the injury that Charlie sustained to his neck. The vibes are off. That our instincts about this have been correct from the very beginning. I just spiritually know that more people are involved, okay? I similarly, like I just said, had a vivid dream this weekend and Charlie came to me and he told me that he was betrayed. And so for me, you don't have to believe that, but I do believe that. Common sense, okay?
It gets me every time. I would like to say I was surprised by this when I first heard it, but I really wasn't. I mean, this is all just fantasy land, dude. She's a fucking nitwit idiot. And the story doesn't even end here. I just gave up listening. It's gonna go on forever. Like, I'm not gonna listen to this chick every freaking night so she can just keep glomming shit onto this stupid ass fucking alternate universe story that she's built. I mean, as of now, like the ones I haven't listened to, they have titles where it's like, oh, the Egyptian military's involved and Charlie was being tracked and Erica Kirk sounds weird in this interview. Yada, yada, yada. It's going to grow and grow and grow. And then when there's finally the trial next year, that's going to give her way more grist for the mill, a lot of stuff to work with so she can just make the story even bigger, to weave it in and weave it in and weave it in. And that's all this is. This is story time. She just makes things up for an hour every day so she can sell you some shit.
What can I say, guys? I think it's pretty obvious that our
Boom. Oh, wait. This is, sorry. Sometimes my computer does this. I think it's because of my, what's it called? You know, the thing. I have an extension that highlights people's names, but sometimes it puts it, anyway. The title there was wrong on the screen. It's actually called Candace Owens, Big Conspiracies Make More Money. Charlie Kirk Assassination Narrative Accretion. Cool. Yeah, definitely something that I've noticed. I'll throw this thing in the thing here. Yeah, Candace Owens, she's huge. She's like way bigger than you might think. How big is she now? Jesus Christ. 5.82 million subscribers? Wow. How can that many people be following her? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. This is how powerful Candace Owens is I've just looked up her account like 2 seconds ago, and I'm already questioning the 6 million figure. That's crazy. Anyway, she's out of control. People love her shit. She is so nuts. And she's like the thing with her, like I sort of want to like, oh, maybe I'll like sit and watch like a bunch of fucking Candace Owens videos. Maybe I'll spend like a week or a month watching every Candace Owens videos. But I just find it I just don't find it entertaining. Like she is like Alex Jones for women, right? Which is fine. Like women deserve to have their own stuff that they like, and sure, absolutely. But she's not as good as Alex Jones. She's not as entertaining anyway. She's just, she hasn't not harmed the world. She hasn't had like a Sandy Hook moment. She hasn't whatever. She's obviously a total piece of shit doing, fascist propaganda. But I just don't know, like, who can watch this shit? It's like long videos too. I say this, I've been streaming for like 5 hours or longer. A lot of content with this fucking idiot. Did he like take over her show for like a week or something? Crazy. Ian Carroll. I'll do a deep dive on him one of these streams. When we get a nice little break from constant Epstein news that I gotta cover. Don't worry, it's not a chore. Always a pleasure. Never a chore to be covering Epstein stuff every week. But there is other things I'd like to do, non-Epstein related things. Anyway, all this is to say, gang, you gotta follow this guy. He's good. The GOAT, man. The Globalists. The Globalists. Godless adrenochrome ambrosia. Baphomet bitch. Baby harvesting demon maggots. The Globalists. Cool name. Cool channel. I like it. He does interesting things visually. He's got a lot of pictures flying up on screen. It keeps me engaged. You know? I like this kind of channel more than I like the ones where it's just like a guy, sitting in his room talking to the screen or whatever, talking to the camera. Like, if you're going to make an edited thing, like, show me some cool stuff. Show me some cool edits. Show me, like, a bunch of different, clips. I got ADHD over here. I can't be paying attention to that without it. So I like his channel. I'm going to watch more of his stuff. Seems good. Anyway, I don't know. You never even heard of Ian Carroll? That's good. That's good. Okay. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah. No, I do have something to show you, though. Yes. All right. We're going to go through, and thank you to people on the Chill Goblin Discord for your help compiling these. Let's go through the dumbest Epstein takes. Because, like, people have been going like, oh, the conspiracy theorists were right. The conspiracy theorists were right. Oh, Pizzagate was right. QAnon was right, or whatever. With the Epstein thing. And it's like, okay, I mean, like, they were a little bit right. Yeah, they're definitely more right than a lot of people who dismissed Epstein as being, oh, no, that's just a right-wing fantasy. Completely bullshit. Absolutely no solid evidence. A debunked right-wing hoax that there is a pedophile cabal within the Democratic Party. And I was like, no, that is a real thing. But that's the germ of truth. And then everything else, like, we can't give these guys too much credit. The conspiracy theorists were not right. They were maybe slightly more right in one very specific way than other people. But no, they were still very wrong. They were still very wrong. When people say conspiracy theorists, like people they think of, like I'm a conspiracy theorist myself. Listen, some of my best friends are conspiracy theorists. I'm not saying they're all bad, but you know the kind I mean. And now that we've got like so much real, solid evidence, you will still find these people, as I like to say, digging for sand at the beach, going through the files, finding things that aren't there when there are things there. Like we just went over the Lex Wexner deposition. So much new shit. Like I walk away from that Wexner deposition thinking I thought Wexner was guilty as fuck, but I even underestimated how involved he was. I think he was much more involved than I ever expected. But let's go through the people who have the dumbest take. So here's a guy, Tim Burchett, representative. He says satanic reports from the Epstein files will shock the world. Now, do we want to call this a dumb Epstein take? I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit, unfair, because it depends on what you mean by satanic. If you literally mean that Epstein is a Satanist, worshiping the devil, conducting blood rituals, child sacrifices, yada, 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 some kind of whatever pagan belief, no, that's not what he was doing. Epstein was not doing anything like that. Epstein was an atheist, as far as I know. Like he was Jewish, culturally, whatever, ethnically, but not religiously. This was not a deeply held religious belief of his. And you know, like a lot of people do say Satanism when they really mean Judaism, but no, like Epstein was not that. Maybe the satanic reports from the Epstein files will shock the world in the way that that's not a thing. There aren't any. Maybe that some people would be shocked by that. A lot of dumb takes. Oliver R. Epstein. Oh, really? Whoa, that's different than normal. Well, it's been pretty bad lately. Yeah, you're right. Here's one. I gotta show you this video. So here's a guy talking about Epstein. Hang on now. I don't know who this guy is, but I will platform him on my stream and show you his message, because I think it's important that you hear it.
Well, I just made the biggest mistake probably that I've ever made in my life. Last night, couldn't sleep, looked at the files, started with documents.
All right. So the guy went through the documents. Couldn't sleep last night, started looking through the Epstein files. Okay. Started with documents, moved on to video.
All
right.
And my God.
Oh, geez. Okay.
My God. Bloody hell.
What? What do you mean?
We're living in bloody hell. I had to stop.
Why is this guy like subtly British? Is this guy British, but he's trying to hide his accent, but he says bloody hell like that? Did he say bloody hell? And he was like, I mean, we're living in bloody hell. Not saying that as an expression or anything. No.
Because I can't unsee what I saw. In my life, I've watched horror movies. Not even close.
Now, this is where I'm starting to be like, huh? What do you mean? Because like I've seen horror movies too. I've read through the files. I mean, yeah, there's some really disturbing stuff in there, but not even horror movies aren't even close. Like, I mean, I guess in a sense, I don't know whether there are videos actually that's a thing in the files. There's a bunch of things where if you click on the link on the page, it'll be like file cannot be displayed or something like that. I forget there's some phrase that it gives you. And it's like, and it's because they're listed as PDFs, but they're actually like MOV, AVI, MP, whatever. Like they're video files. So if you just go to the URL and you change it from PDF to one of those things, you'll get videos. And there are a bunch of videos that we haven't seen. So that is it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. There's no satanic stuff in the Epstein files, just billionaire pedophiles. And maybe your definition of satanic would cover that. I'll allow it. Sure. Maybe. But yeah, let's see what he says.
Blood-curdling screams of young kids, the fear in these children.
Like what? What do you mean? Blood-curdling screams of young kids? No, I haven't seen those. What are you talking about?
These people are the devil walking earth. The devil is on earth. It was horrible.
He is a fake American guy, right? He totally has a British accent. This is why you can't trust anything he says. This slimy, limey,
it was horrible.
Grimy? Horrible.
Unaliving of children.
He says unaliving.
The idea that they've been unaliving children, cutting up intestines.
Now this is where okay, there's a couple of like FBI reports that are very unsubstantiated or whatever that involve murdering young children, but okay. But then they're like, cutting up intestines and eating them. Like, what?
Eating them, unaliving babies.
What?
Violating, essaying these children. I mean, I've never in my life, if you had told me in my wildest dreams, I swear, maybe I'm naive. Am I naive?
No.
But if you told me in my wildest dreams that this kind of thing was happening in this country.
You know, with the Vatican, you know, this whole, I guess that's all that's in this clip. But like people are, do you see what's happening here? People are just going online and they're like, the Epstein files show this. He's like, there are babies being cut up and killed and their intestines are being chopped up into little bits. And it's like, no, there aren't. No, there very aren't. Doesn't give you a link or anything. I mean, I guess maybe, but like, no, like that quite clearly isn't happening. I mean, maybe it is happening somewhere, but it's not in the Epstein files. I couldn't sleep last night. I was going through the Epstein files, started with documents, moved on to video. As like, there's 2 sections of the site. It's actually kind of annoyingly difficult to look at the videos, but but this guy gets like so many likes and shares off of this. This one isn't even the original post. This is like somebody sharing a clip of it on Twitter. 59,000 likes, 23,000 retweets, 1.4 thousand comments, like 6.6 thousand bookmarks, 1.1 million views. Like, it's complete fantasy. Isn't that weird? Like, why would you do, like, you gotta be kind of fucked up to even like make shit like that up. Oh, chopping intestines into little bits. Bro, can someone check your hard drive, please? You know? Anyway. All right, moving on. Oh, this one's great. This one's awesome. So this is Real AF with Andy Frisella. You're listening to Real AF with Andy Frisella. And this is a clip from the show posted by the official Real AF show Twitter account. So let's watch.
I see it differently than most everybody do.
Yeah. I'm built different. I see it differently. I'm not like all the sheep out there, the sheeple walking around with their big woolly wool on them, chewing all the grass. Maybe they're in a fence of some kind. No, I'm wandering around, and I got a different kind of brain.
I see the public being intentionally enraged in order to put pressure so that the people can be held accountable.
So people are getting pissed off, and it's the reason why the Epstein rollout's being handled so poorly is because the only way to bring these people to justice is to make people mad.
That's what the fuck I see.
That's what the fuck I see.
And here's the thing. I could be wrong.
Yeah, you definitely are wrong.
And that's why I say, hey, you can't count on that.
Yeah.
You have to like do your part.
Sure.
To organize and get involved in all these things that we talk about.
In the event that fails.
Correct. The problem is I can't think of another way to do it.
Only way to get people organized is to not reveal the files.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I can't think of another way to arrest heads of, government or
without just saying fuck everybody, fuck the optics, don't give a shit. Like,
because dude, if you don't have the public approval for that, you're the one that ends up getting held accountable. You don't think that Trump knows that?
That's what Trump is doing, guys. So when Trump says, "Oh, Jeffrey Epstein, oh, I never heard of him. Oh, you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?" Like that shit. He's doing that to get you mad because the only way to bring the pedophiles to justice is for Trump to pretend that he's protecting them. So you get mad and you demand justice and you think that there's a cover-up, but there really isn't. And it's the cover-up is actually the cover is the thing that is uncovering down. It's a cover down, if you will.
This isn't like, because dude, like if we find out Trump's involved in this,
okay, cool,
wood
easy.
chipper,
done.
Wood chipper, yeah.
Done.
Oh yeah, if we find out, like if we get somehow more evidence than we already have, yeah, let's kill Trump. I would kill Trump if I had evidence that he was. I mean, I know there's a ton of evidence already, and you kind of have to be a willfully ignorant, stooge, fucking MAGA cult worshipping, come for brains meatball like me to, and I'm pretending to be that guy in this, to think that Trump was innocent. But if I got somehow more evidence, then I would actually say, let's kill him.
Yeah. Like, this is not loyalty to anybody. This is me evaluating.
This is not loyalty to anybody. This is just me making an insane theory that maybe the fact that Trump is so clearly trying to stop us from seeing what's in the files, maybe that's actually his 4D chess move of giving us the files.
Strategically, how you would actually do it in real life. I mean, we all like to say, fucking do it. But if he had come in on the first day and arrested all these people, 90% of the people thought all this shit was fake.
Right.
Okay. And
Yeah, if he'd just come in and he was like, everyone's going to jail. Lex Wexner, jail. Bill Clinton, jail. Dershowitz, jail. Fucking all these guys, jail. Larry Summers, yada, yada. If he'd done that, don't you see, they would have all escaped because they'd be all in there at once and then they'd help each other break out. They conduct an elaborate escape plan. That's why he has to do it like this, one at a time and probably not for a while. That's the only way to get it done.
Most people have no idea.
Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
How deep the fraud has been.
Yeah, that's just the iceberg.
Right.
The,
And so
the
you
whole
have,
That's only the iceberg. You mean the tip of the iceberg?
rest of it's underneath.
right. You
Yeah.
have all these things coming to light at once. And then you look back at like how he handled Venezuela and Greenland and strategically pretty much guaranteed like that no country can like be in control of what happens after that, something like to me, dude, you don't think that Trump knows that like if he fucking did this, that he would go down in history as the greatest president of all time? You don't think he fucking knows that? And by
Is that a skateboard with Big Bird leaning outside the window of a cool 1970s car? I don't know. Let's assume yes. That's pretty fun. Can't zoom
he
in
would go
on
down in history as the greatest president of all time. You don't think he fucking knows that?
Yeah,
and by the
so
way,
so.
I've seen other people saying this shit now.
Yeah, what's
Okay.
that?
Saying what I'm saying right now.
Yeah.
This
that
is so
this is a
stupid.
strategic play. But let's just remember who said it first when
By the way, I've heard other people saying this now, but let's remember I said
nobody
it
was
first.
fucking saying shit.
Dude, I hope people do credit this to you. The dumbest opinion of all time. The worst, most obviously delusional thought that anyone has ever expressed on a podcast. And that is really saying something.
Yeah.
Whenever, because now we're starting to see other people
And we're starting to see I'm right. No, we aren't. And we will never see that you're right.
podcasts
Oh, I get it
who are
now.
very popular saying what I'm saying.
No, who? What other popular podcast has been saying that this is all a fucking fake? No one's saying that.
And I would just like to remind everybody that that was my fucking brain.
And by the way, Mr. Real AF, Mr. AF. Oh, I get it. It is AF because his name's Andy Frizella. Okay. Mr. Frizella, you realize that Trump hates that you're doing this. Trump wants people to forget about the Epstein files. He doesn't want you to be like, but Trump actually wants us to think about the, and he's like, no, shut the fuck up. No, I don't. He's like, I think once we get it out, we're going to see how innocent Trump was and how all these then the other guys will, and it's like, no, stop it.
Brain that thought that out.
Yeah, it's not your light bulb, big dog.
Right.
Guy really wants credit for that. Oh, amazing. That's probably my favorite one. I think that's one of the best things I've ever seen. Yeah. What else we got here? Okay, we got one over down here. What's this? Andrew Tate, Cobra Tate. Oh, nice. This guy, like, he basically is Epstein. Like, the more famous this guy got, this, like, sex trafficker, rapist dude, all kids love him and shit. The more I started to think, like, man, if Epstein had a TikTok account and did, like, manosphere content, the Republicans would just defend him, like, outright. And then that ended up sort of happening eventually. But, like, this dude is Epstein, basically. Like, he is the same kind of guy. He just has a TikTok account. That's the main difference. So he goes, here's a black pill. The evil Epstein lived his life with near unlimited financial excess and luxury. He was connected to the world's most powerful people, giving him a deep understanding and control over the world's realities. He lived to a moderately old age and is now immortalized in internet culture forever via memeing. 99.9% of you will never achieve even one of those things. You'll never be rich or important or immortalized. He beat you in every single metric. You lost to a scumbag. I mean, I feel like Tate is sort of like, he also sees a lot of himself in Epstein, right? Like, he's like, yeah, you think Epstein's so evil? Well, he's more successful than you. Like, what is he really trying to say here? I don't fundamentally disagree with what he's saying here. It actually does kind of like get to me sometimes how nice of a life Epstein seems to have, right? Like, guy had all these fucking houses and famous friends and all these fucking, this island and shit. Like, he had I don't know. I don't want to switch places with him or anything, but it bothers me how happy a life this guy seemed to have, at least until he died in prison. He had like a bad year when he was in jail in like 2008, and then he had a bad month when he got arrested in 2019, and then he died. So, you know, and even in death, he escaped justice. So like, how bad is that really? But to take it like to try and do like fucking manosphere, you know, brokey discourse about Epstein, isn't that like fucked up? Whatever, it's Andrew Tate, you know. He's just Epstein if he was bald and anti-Semitic. Another anti-Semitic guy who seems to really like Epstein for some reason, Fuentes. And I will say, I don't particularly like sharing this guy's tweets, Shadow of Ezra. Guys, this guy is a Nazi. You guys know that? When you see this dude's account, Shadow of Ezra, this guy was a QAnon influencer who became a like actual admitted Holocaust denial, Stormfront, kill all the Jews, Nazi. And now I only see this guy retweeted on my feed by like libs and Kyle Kulinski, basically. And like a lot of people. Because the guy posts a lot of the guy's good on Twitter. What can you say? He always gets good he's got good content. People gotta share it. People gotta say their thing. And no one really realizes this guy is actually fucked. Like Shadow of Ezra, probably do not support that that account if you can avoid it. Anyway, yeah, I remember like this was one of the guys after Q in like 2018 or whatever, 2020, after he kind of dropped off the map. This guy was one of many QAnon influencers who was like, okay, Q's over. We're going to be Nazis now. We're going to be mask off Nazis. Specifically remember reading that guy's like Telegram back in the day. Anyway.
This whole pedo thing, it's like, is it really pedophilia? I don't want to be the one that has to say it, but I guess I'm being forced to say it. It's not really pedophilia, okay?
Okay.
Right. They weren't trafficking 5-year-olds. It was like they were technically not legal. Big difference, in my opinion. I know that's a controversial take.
Yeah, I mean, that's different. 5-year-olds and 14-year-olds those are different numbers. But and so what? So it's fine? What do you mean?
But that's not really the issue there. Okay? The issue is not that they were barely legal teens, which is what it is. It's horrendous. It's awful. It's pedophilia. Okay, relax. No, the issue is that Epstein is a Jewish spy.
People are like, you know, oh, it's not technically pedophilia. It's phebophilia or something like that. It's another kind of aphilia. But it's just like colloquially, though, pedophilia is just a term that we all casually use. This is like how language evolves, you know? Yeah, there's specific words for like, I'm into 5-year-olds. I'm into 10-year-olds. Oh, you guys are gross. I'm into 15-year-olds. There are words for that, but fucking what? When do you really need to make that distinction? What? I'm sorry. We've just agreed as a society. The only one of those words we want to remember is pedophile. And you know, I know there are other words, but I'm like, why would I learn those? You know what I mean? Why would I want to know that? I don't want to do that. I don't want to be the like, actually, technically, pedophilia is slightly the wrong word. You know, like maybe I'll be like, oh, like I'll learn like that actually like, you know, the Jurassic period didn't include the fucking Triceratops. Sorry, Jurassic Park, you're more of Mesozoic Park, which is the umbrella term for the Triassic, Jurassic, and whatever. Like it's like maybe like you could be that sort of pedantic. Oh, hello. Oh, my camera just went out. Or something. What happened? Wait. Why? No. Hang on. Wait. We're good. We'll get there. Whoa. Why am I'm gone? Oh. Wait. Huh. What? Why? But why? I'm so confused. Yes, sorry. 1 second. We will fix it. What the big? What the heck just happened there? Did someone hack me? It was probably the pedophiles. It must have been the satanic Babylonian druids. All right, whatever. Okay, that's good enough. Sorry, gang. I don't know what just happened there. No, that's too. No, I don't like it. No, I don't like that at all. It's too big and too weird. How about this? Will that be good? Will that do? Maybe this. Something, maybe? Is that something? Okay, whatever. That's fine. Sorry. What were we even saying? Oh, yeah. We were going through the stuff. Sometimes, OBS just fucks up like that. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, see, it would be okay if Epstein was a spy for a majority white non-Jewish country. Well, see, here's the thing, right? Like, obviously we don't fuck with Nazis around here. Nazis are bad. But like, you would think if anyone would be if you could have guessed Nick Fuentes' take on Epstein, wouldn't you think it would be a little bit more anti-Semitic? Wouldn't you think it would be like negative? Like he wouldn't like Epstein? Like, this is where I gotta wonder, right? When you got people like Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, fucking Andrew Tate, and they're all like kind of riding Epstein's dick a little bit, or not even. I guess like Alex Jones is definitely not riding Epstein's dick, but he's defending Trump, right? It's they got the same memo as what's her name? Megan, what the heck's her name? Why can't I think of it? The lady that Santa Claus was white. I forget. Anyway, are they being paid off? Like, is this a psyop? Are they trying to make their audiences think that what Epstein did isn't a big deal because it helps Trump? Is that what it is? Like, I honestly don't know.
Probably working with Israel.
Okay.
That's the dilemma there.
Oh, that's the problem. Oh, okay.
Working with Israeli intelligence.
Okay, well, maybe not then, because that wouldn't be part of it. But it's so odd. So odd to have that take. I guess Fuentes is kind of like, he gets big by having these shareable, can you believe this guy's such an idiot? Stu Peters, who is a fucking, anti-vaxxer guy. Can I look at this? Why can't I look at the actual image? Oh, that's annoying. Oh, is this? Oh, I see. This is a screenshot. COVID-19 was staged and... No, it's not a screenshot. Well, why can't I do anything with it? Oh, that's so annoying. Hang on. We're gonna figure this out. This is gonna be all right. We're gonna do it. We are gonna do it. We're never gonna not do it. One sec. Boy, I say boy. Okay, I know what to do. Copy URL, and I'll put it over here, because I want to know what that last part says. There we go. Excuse me. It is actually important to see what the thing is there. And I'll put a little line over here. COVID-19 was staged and pre-planned, cited in the Epstein files. I mean, I feel like you could just, that's it. Thank you, guys. Megyn Kelly. Thank you. That's what I meant to say. But yeah, COVID-19 was once again showing you the power of how many likes and retweets you can get just by saying something insane and being like, it's proven in the Epstein files. But this guy's a anti-vaxxer, Stu Peters, Holocaust denier, anti-vaxxer. This guy's a Nazi. And he goes, I'm owed apologies. And it's like, for what, dude? Like, what is this? TLS? Is that like a news website? What's TLS? COVID-19 was staged and pre-planned, cited in the Epstein file. It looks like it's an article, but then it just says, let's hear your thoughts at the bottom. You see that? Like, it's just like, here's an insane, not true thing. What do you think about it? Like, no, give me the fucking EFTA numbers. Yeah, so somebody brought this up earlier. Sorry, I meant to talk about this. Yeah, Ninsk design. Sorry. Everyone I watch includes a file identifier, so you reference it yourself. There are people doing good work. This nonsense pisses me off on their behalf. Yeah, totally. And it actually pisses me off now when people, even on Twitter, when they post something that's supposedly from the Epstein files, but they don't give you a link or even just like the EFTA file number. And it happens. This has always been an issue in the Epstein case, and probably like just shit in general. Even in news articles, when they're like, the new files released by the DOJ, like for years, it's been such a pain to research Epstein shit when you can find an article about what Virginia Giuffre said in a deposition or something like that, and it'll quote her a couple times, and you're like, fuck, what's the context of that? And there is no fucking link on the page. And I think it's irresponsible journalism for anyone to say shit like this and not include an F to link. And I try to do that in all my videos where I talk about this shit. I include like, sources. I try. Maybe I missed some, but like I always try to include that, because you cannot just say this shit. Turns out, you really can't. You gotta go the extra mile and to cite your sources here. Yes, sorry, I should mention this isn't in the Epstein files. It is not mentioned that COVID-19 was staged and pre-planned, and Bill Gates. No, there is shit about Bill Gates. There is some horrifying bad. It does not look. It's not a good time to be Bill Gates right now. But not because of this, because of getting an STD from a Russian bridge player. Guys, you aren't ready for this conversation from Truth Seeker at Truth Zone. What conversation he's talking about here, I assume, is that conversation where you're like, yeah, you ever notice how Epstein and who's this, Andrew Jackson? Andrew Jackson, right? Yeah, Jackson. Hey, are you ready for the conversation? Let's have the talk. All right, let's talk. Epstein and Andrew Jackson both had the same dent in their chin. Coincidence? 100% yes. Like, what else? What else are we saying here? They're the same guy? I would love to have that conversation. I would love to hear the second word in that conversation. After you say, look, they got the same dent. You'd be like, right, but okay, and? Are they also the same guy as, I don't know, Ron Perlman? You got a chin dent. I don't really think that I got a chin dent like that. That's a pretty insane one. Who else has one of those? H.P. Lovecraft? Anyway, this one was awesome. This one was great. Big fan of this one. Rumors are circulating about Jeffrey Epstein's DNA being in the COVID shots. That would be so fucked up, dude. I forget how many likes and shares this one got because I think it's deleted now, but whoa. Awesome. Wait, did I violate TOS? What do you mean? Why? When? What did I say? What did I do? If you find I'm sure if you can find a historical lookalike of anybody, the only reason it's celebrities is because they're famous and have available photos. Yeah, true. Yeah. New information from the Epstein files. I'm incredibly smart and attractive. Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice way to put a positive spin on it. But yeah, no, I love this one too, because it's like, why would Jeffrey Epstein's DNA was in the COVID shots. Like, why? I feel like this one, you got to sort of believe in magic a little bit. Like, you got to sort of think that DNA is maybe like you're not thinking of it like, oh, it's DNA. Oh, it's science. You're not thinking of it like that. You're thinking it's like Epstein's blood was put into the COVID shots in some kind of an evil ritual, some sort of a satanic pedophile ritual, a way of, I don't know, turning everyone into, I don't exactly know, a demon thrall of the Baphomet, Like, I feel like this one goes beyond science. Because scientifically, that would just be like, gross. What do you mean? Why would it? How would he get his DNA in all of them? How much DNA can one guy have? You know what I mean? Very, very odd. But yeah, this one went pretty far. Here's one. This one's not as crazy, but it's still pretty crazy. Look at this email. Could you make a fresh muffin batch? Walnuts instead? If this email is just about muffins, why hide who it was sent to? Well, I would venture to guess maybe it's because insane people will think that this is actually about child cannibalism. And you would probably have said that if they kept the guy's name in there. So maybe this was actually a good redaction. Who knows? Man, why is everybody getting their messages retracted? Is something happening? Guys, should I be checking the chat more often? I don't know. Okay, this one's interesting. This one's interesting because it's actually not a fully bad take. You know, it's not fully dumb. I agree with it, but I think this one's really interesting, and I think that it tells you something about conspiracy theories in general, and how they work and who believes them. So, here's what it says. People would rather invent insane conspiracy theories like this about weird art, even when the actual conspiracies have been documented and exposed. Epstein pushing the transphobic culture war through 4chan and Reddit, for example. Okay, so this is super fascinating to me because, yes, I totally agree. Like, this is what I've been saying, right? People are digging for sand at the beach. They are inventing. Like, that's what we're talking about, right? People are inventing insane conspiracy theories about weird art or just anything, right? Whatever they want. When there are actual conspiracies being uncovered right in front of our eyes that have been documented and exposed. Totally 100% agree. That is true. That is what I've been saying so far. But then the last part I find really interesting, right? Epstein pushing the transphobic culture war through 4chan and Reddit, for example. Now that seems like maybe that could be a real thing that we could have coverage for it. But actually, that is also completely invented, right? There's no documentation, there's no exposure that Epstein pushed transphobia on 4chan and Reddit. There's zero evidence of that. We know that Epstein met with Moot around the time Poll was created. And I gotta say that, I mean, that's kind of weird, that's kind of nuts, but it doesn't really mean anything, right? We're not going to assume that everyone Moot met with during the week that he decided to bring Poll to 4chan was a part of some grand scheme to start Pizzagate or QAnon. And as I've said before, the Pizzagate QAnon stuff doesn't make sense either, because why would Epstein, like, that stuff heavily involved Epstein's crimes and probably led to a resurgence in interest in the case that ended up with his arrest and death. Like, that would have been a very dumb move for him. So, like, I don't believe that. We have some evidence of Epstein using 4chan only for porn, but nothing on Poll. We don't have evidence of him on Poll. And the transphobic culture war stuff and the Reddit thing, right? There's a theory that seems like actually kind of reasonable and possible that Gilen ran one of the most popular Reddit accounts, Maxwell Hill. But again, that's not proven either. We don't know that for a fact either. That one's, I would say that one is much more likely than the 4chan stuff with Epstein that people have been saying. But just to be clear, we don't actually know about that. That has not been documented and exposed. And even if it had, that would be Gilen, not Epstein. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know that, like, I don't know that this has anything to do with like a psyop being done on Reddit. And honestly, the Maxwell Hill account was a pretty basic Reddit stuff. You know, it did not seem to me like it was pushing an agenda. Yeah, there was a couple posts where they're like, we should lower the age of consent. Actually, being a pedophile is not that bad. But like I said, that's just kind of normal Reddit stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's what kind of type of shit people who use Reddit every day think. Anyway, but I don't know. I'm sort of like, I think I'm probably like 60% on the side that probably was Gilen. I guess I'm over the line, but it hasn't been proven. The transphobic thing, I wanted to share this. So this is actually another bad take, and this is from another anti-vaxxer fucking. This dude Sayer G pretended to be a doctor, totally wasn't. He was part of the disinformation dozen, if you remember that, during COVID. One of the most effective, spewers of COVID disinformation about COVID not being real, but the vaccines being fake, whatever. Like just everything about COVID. This guy was always on the dumb guy side, and now he posted this. The Epstein files just connected a child sex trafficker to the foundations of America's transgender medicine industry. Bold claim, completely not the case. But there is some interesting things in here. The way that it's presented, though, is completely, transpanic hysterical, right? First account to reach 1 million karma, I believe. Yeah. Okay, I think that's right. Yeah. Was Maxwell Hill a transphobe? I don't believe so. I don't know. I'm not going to say Epstein wasn't a transphobe because it seems like he could see him being transphobic, but let's check this out. So this guy is telling us about billionaire funding networks, blah, 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 helped fund the infrastructure of gender clinics, advocacy organizations, and media campaigns, yada, yada, yada. So this guy's been transphobic since way back. He's like, listen, I've been telling you, it's the elites trying to get you to be trans, as if elites give a fuck about that at all. The elite, like, medical industry guys, maybe they're like, oh, we could make more money if more people are trans. Yeah, I believe there's probably an interest in that. I don't think it's a problem. I think that, I think it's fucked up that people are able to profit off of medicine to such a great extent to begin with in the United States. But I think it's good that trans people have access to gender affirming care. But this article is set up in such a ominous way. This is not a story about social proximity or island visits. It's a story about influenced, about who financed, shaped, and legitimized a rapidly expanding medical industry. All right. So this is like Epstein created trans people. He invented being trans. Okay, so this guy, Jess Ting, another fucking Jess. There's so many dudes in the Epstein story with girl names. Could that be part of the trans agenda? Jess Staley? Whatever. Anyway. So this guy, he's a plastic surgeon who in 2016 became the surgical director of the Center for Transgender Medicine. He became very involved in gender-affirming surgical practice. This guy describes him as one of the most prominent figures in gender-affirming surgical practice. Okay, sure, I'll take your word for that. Visited the island. He got a $50,000 grant, and this was for breast cancer research. This wasn't for anything to do with transgender stuff. This is when Epstein was trying to get his brand back, right? And then the transgender pivot. So look at this. Remember, this is supposed to be about Epstein pushing transgenderism on people. It says, no, that's not the same thing. This is a message from Jess Ting to Epstein. I wanted to share with you some changes in my career you may find of interest. I've switched specialties from plastic surgery to gender affirmation surgery. Okay, great. So he's like, by the way, I know you've been funding me for breast cancer stuff. I've actually been doing gender affirmation surgery. Would love to get some money from you from that. And then there's no evidence that Epstein gave him money for that. And he's like, oh, I'm making a documentary. He said, making a documentary about gender affirmation surgery. If I could just be really forward, I was wondering if you'd be interested in supporting the documentary. If so, the producer, director, and I would love to come and give you the pitch in person, blah, 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 blah. No evidence that Epstein met with them or agreed to fund the film. That's it. So this is supposed to be Epstein orchestrating world events or whatever. And it's just a guy being like, I'd love some money for helping people, whatever, like gender affirmation surgery. And then Epstein just like not getting back to him. Why even include this? Like, you can't just, and so then we'll move on here a little bit. So here's another one. Okay, more stuff. Here's the detail. What happened next is the detail that matters most. On May 20th, 2018, Epstein forwarded Ting's email to Stephen Hansen, a close associate. The subject line, forward, film project. Epstein wasn't passively receiving updates from a surgeon. He was circulating information about the surgeon. Dude, this is in fucking 2018, bro. This was like a year before Epstein died. This is too late for him to have been the fucking father of all trans people, like you're trying to say. Complete bullshit. Moving on here. Okay, this next one, this guy's kind of interesting. So I would have started with this guy. This guy, evolutionary biologist, he was into some controversial shit. And again, as I said before, you look at the sort of people that Epstein was funding, a lot of the, research projects and stuff were controversial, like forbidden knowledge, whatever, like race science or something like that. Not all, right? Obviously, breast cancer is not generally thought of as being difficult to find funding for, but like this guy, he couldn't get a job. He was thrown out of Rutgers University. And Epstein was like funding him. And then Epstein gives him a response at one time. You are unique. I want to see you do a piece on transgender in the bio world. This is for you, not me. Like, he's like, bro, you should do some stuff on transgender. Like, it's not even specific. It's just whatever. And, you know, the dude's complaint. The dude doesn't seem to have actually done this. He doesn't seem to have gotten into trans stuff. And then 3 years later, Trivers wrote to Epstein, after 7 years of continuous support, you seem to flip. No support at all for the past 2 years. No response to my requests. Oh, I'm being offered $5,000 a semester at Hunter College. My God, Jeffrey, rent is $8,000. I would like to eat, have a modest social life, and an occasional psychosexual experience. That's a crazy thing to say. I guess he was in Jamaica, actually. Damn. Hunter College, is that in Jamaica? He was in Jamaica, I think it says here. Hey, said they loved me, but offered me monkey money, as we call it in Jamaica. What the fuck? What a strange guy. Epstein's response the next morning laid bare. I thought you would, so Epstein says, I thought you might want to focus on transgender biology. People would be interested and I would fund. Like, to me, I'm like, I think this was Epstein being like, brother, I'm trying to repair my image here. It's, what is it, 2018 at this point? 2019. It's like right before he died. 2019, he's like, brother, let me give you money, research trans stuff. That's really hip and cool right now. It's going to make me look like a good person. I'm trying to seem like I'm a progressive feminist right now. I support the Me Too movement, like I'm saying in Bannon's film. Why don't you do transgender stuff? You should do transgender stuff. I'll fund you if you do that. And people be like, but this is presented as though Epstein is like, he was pulling the strings. He was at the pillars of power in the transgender movement. No, he wasn't. He ignored the first guy asking for trans stuff. And then the second guy, right before he died, he was like, man, would you please do some trans stuff? Like, I think I'd like to get in on that market. I want people to think I care about that. Like, we look at the breast cancer stuff he funded with Jess, what's his name? And are we like, oh, Epstein was orchestrating breast cancer as a psyop. He's trying to make us believe in big booby or whatever. And then it's just fucking like you know, I won't go on. This is actually interesting though. This one, he sends this to Kathy Rumler, Obama's advisor. This is in 2017, and so maybe there's another reason that Epstein was interested in transgender stuff. This is one of his weird fucking stream of consciousness emails that really makes no sense here. I have a better version of it. I could probably give you a closer up. He's like, oh, I thought the best Lloyd interview would have to be crafted to incorporate recent headlines. Well, perfect. Blah, 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 blah. Here's the steps I would take to prevent your problem. Women, a new economic hurricane force. Blah, 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 blah. And then one of the things he just says randomly, transgender not yet on Wall Street. Smiley face. I feel like Epstein was like, there's going to be money in transgender stuff. Just one of his many weird financial predictions. Like, it's all, like, you just got to, anyway. So I find this article interesting. I certainly think like the way it's framed as though, hey, you know who's found in the Epstein files? The concept of being transgender, trying to associate transness with Epstein. It's despicable, right? This is fucking like really dark, cynical culture war, fascist propaganda, right? It's a total misuse of the Epstein files. And this guy CRG is a piece of shit. But I did find a lot of the stuff in there interesting, because I mean, like, looking back on this tweet here, Epstein pushing the transphobic culture war through 4chan and Reddit. I mean, I'm not going to say Epstein was like a great trans ally or anything, but he seemed at least to be, from what we can see there, vaguely in favor of at least being associating himself with like pro-trans movement, right? Yeah. Oh, not familiar with Hunter College or the term monkey money? Okay, there's a dance hall song by the name Monkey Money from the 80s by Womankind. Cool. Is it good? Is it a good song? Yeah, all these dangerous ideas, guys. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein wanted trans women as sex slaves. I mean, one of his first victims to come forward was a trans woman, a trans girl. Like, she was like 16, I think, when she was with him. Yeah, and there's like a really awful New York Post article about it. Yeah. Anyway, so that's that. Does that make sense though? Like just to put a pin on this thing, I do find this really interesting. Maybe I should have ended with this because I do find it really interesting because I think it tells us a little bit about conspiracy theories and which ones we believe and which ones we don't. Like as they go, like a conspiracy theory that encourages people to not get vaccinated or to believe that families of murdered children are crisis actors. Those are extremely harmful and like awful things to believe and to spread. This one is like, I don't think this really harms anyone. I think this one is fine and this one doesn't make me angry. But I do think that like looking at this more conceptually, like this person, and they're not alone. A lot of people have been saying things like this and the same thing as this, like where they're like sort of similar to like, something as ridiculous as, COVID-19 was staged and pre-planned, cited in the Epstein files. Okay, that's fucked up. No, it wasn't. But to be like, oh, transphobia was staged and pre-planned as cited in the Epstein files. Like that is not nearly as harmful, right? Let me make sure I'm not like putting too much emphasis on this, but like it is the same like general instinct that we have to look to confirm our own political beliefs through conspiracies. Do you know what I mean? Like I find that really interesting. Anyway, no hate to Cloudy, great follow on Twitter. Normally good content. I just saw this one and I thought it was interesting. I thought it was it really made me think about like what conspiracy theories are. We're all biased towards the ones that like there's not a lot of people who are like, well, I voted for Trump, but I do believe that he is a pedophile. Like I believe he's connected to Epstein. Yeah, I voted for Bush, and I know he orchestrated 9/11, but I still voted for him again in 2004. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like I don't know if it's a little hard to make the point, but like when I think of the conspiracy theories that I believe, as somebody who I like to think has a good head on their shoulders and is able to differentiate between things and avoid this kind of bias, I have to admit, like, it's a pretty big coincidence that all of my conspiracy theories do conform to the political groups that I like and dislike. You know what I mean? Luckily though, I'm my political view is that all politicians suck. So I'm able to criticize both, but still, like I'm definitely I treat Chomsky with kid gloves. You may have noticed on this stream. I'm like, yeah, it's bad. I still like his stuff though. What am I gonna say? There's other people. If it was somebody else, if it was like Steve Bannon, I'd be like, oh my God, this guy's done. How does anyone support him? So yeah, that's all it is. Anyway, here's another one from, again, it looks like a news article. News, it even says at the top, and then wall at the bottom. Epstein emails exposed, disturbing parties for hunting black people. Once again, no, they don't. No. Disturbing parties for hunting black people? That's so crazy. That is so nuts. No citation, no nothing. Just, the Epstein files reveal it. Here's another one. Victims of Epstein's Island claim that Hillary Clinton, nicknamed the Evergreen, was one of the worst abusers. This is from, remember when the Evergreen boat got stuck in the Suez Canal, shipping boat, and it fucked up all global trade? There's a whole thing theorizing that it was a signal of Hillary Clinton pedophile, blah, blah, blah. There's a whole, I don't even remember the logic, but it hinged around the idea that Hillary Clinton's secret nickname was Evergreen, which is not true. But, Hillary Clinton, nicknamed the Evergreen, was one of the worst abusers. They claim that she loved to hunt victims and watch them bleed out onto the ground. Again, no, none of that is true. Based on the germ of truth that Hillary Clinton is married to Bill Clinton, who did hang out with Epstein, and we have at least 4 people placing him on Epstein's Island, who does seem like the type of guy you could tempt to engage in crimes against children of the kind that Epstein is associated with. But Hillary Clinton is just there's nothing. There are zero allegations from any victims saying that Hillary Clinton did it. Even in those uninvestigated, unsubstantiated FBI reports, there's nothing about Hillary Clinton. At least that we've seen. I mean, maybe there's stuff that we don't know, but like there's fully every sentence of this is a lie. Victims of Epstein's Island, first of all. That isn't really how it worked. Epstein's Island didn't have like different victims from. Epstein had victims that he brought to his different properties. He didn't have people who just were on the island. Like, a lot of people make that mistake too, where they think the island is where it all happened. No, the guy had places all over the place. He had houses in like multiple countries. They claim that Hillary Clinton, no victim of Epstein's made claim about Hillary Clinton like this, nicknamed the Evergreen. Hillary Clinton's nickname is not the Evergreen, was one of the worst abusers. Definitely no one has said that. They claim she loved to hunt victims. Oh, was she at the black people hunting parties too? And watch them bleed out onto the ground? No, like there are real things to criticize Hillary Clinton for, but people got to make shit up. This is what, oh God, I've been saying this a lot. This one is one of my faves. Love this one. Love Eric Weinstein for this. Yes, Epstein was spying on me, personally, on my work. Don't you think it is vaguely odd that no one bothers to run this claim down? How confident is a USG that there's nothing there? On my, it would have to be 99.999999%. And yet, I have been spot on about the flag tablecloth. I don't even know what he's talking about there. The flag tablecloth? Come on. He infiltrated my graduate department. Look up Andrew Gleason. Look up elliptic curves. Elliptic curves is, I believe, like just like a geometric like math thing, right? Let's do what he says. Let's look up elliptic curves. Let's actually do the research here. Elliptic curves. Look up elliptic curves. Yeah. Elliptic curves are smooth projective algebraic curves of genus 1. Why would I look this up, Eric Weinstein? What am I supposed to learn from this? If I learn enough about an elliptic curve, y squared equals x cubed plus ax plus b, will I learn something about how Epstein was spying on you? What the fuck? What? Why would he say that? If you really want to know, look up Andrew Gleason. Look up elliptic curve. Okay, fine. Andrew Gleason. I'll look up Andrew Gleason. Andrew Gleason. Oh, a mathematician. He died in 2008. An American mathematician who made fundamental contributions to widely varied areas of mathematics. Oh my God. His theorem in quantum logic in the Greenwood-Gleason graph, an important example in Ramsey theory, are named for him. Oh my God. What? Who cares? Did he meet with Epstein? Is there anything to do with that? Epstein? No. Well, at least it's not on his thing. Andrew Gleason Epstein. Andrew Gleason Epstein. I don't know. It seems to be about Prince Andrew. Let's put Andrew Gleason in quotes. Andrew Gleason. Okay, and let's put Epstein in quotes. No results found. Okay, why did I look up Andrew Gleason? More importantly, why did you have me look up an elliptic curve? What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, you can't just say this shit. Epstein was spying on me. Why hasn't anyone looked into this? It's easy. The information is all there. Look up Andrew Gleason. Look up elliptic curves, etc. Do we have anyone in government with a PhD? Wake up. Look for math.harvard.edu. I can't keep saying this. This is so dumb. What? God, this dude is the best. And what was I supposed to look up again? Math.harvard.edu? Math.harvard.edu. Okay, and? Oh, this site can't be reached. Doesn't exist. Can I find it on the archive? Server not found. What the heck? Archive.today/ math.harvard.edu. No, nothing. What just happened? Not found 3. Wait, what's going on? Am I still on the internet? What the heck? math.harvard.edu. Can't be reached once again. Archive.today/ like this should at least give me a page that says it doesn't exist. But okay, here we go. Okay, it does exist. It does exist. All right, we can look at the old ones. No. Okay, so there was one in March. What is this? What is this? If these guys are so smart, why do they have a Web 1.0 site in 2025? Curtis T. McMullen. Dynamics geometry. What? And remember, this is supposed to, something here is supposed, dude, fuck off. I'm not going to do the work. You're literally telling me to learn about elliptic curves. This is the funniest one. And even beyond how insane this is. Do you see like Eric Weinstein, his whole thing is he desperately, like, to him, being associated with Epstein is cool. Like, it makes you look like a serious scientist because all these other big academic names, and he considers himself, he's like, I should have got a Nobel Prize. I should have gotten this. I should have gotten that. It's the distributed idea suppression complex, aka the DISC, that's been suppressing my ideas distributively. Like, he's so fucking pathetic. And, like, he wants to be considered a serious scientist. So for him, the tragedy with Epstein is that Epstein didn't really care about Eric Weinstein. So good. He wants people to think Epstein was spying on me. I love Eric Weinstein. He's so funny. All right, moving on. Epstein files reveal that Courtney Love murdered Kurt Cobain to protect an elite pedophile network. Oh, okay. So Kurt Cobain was about to reveal the elite pedophile network. To be fair, Courtney Love is in the Epstein address book, and her name was circled by Alfredo Rodriguez, meaning that he, essentially, it maybe meant that he thought that she was involved. Yeah. This guy did work for Thiel. He did work for Peter Thiel. Yeah, this is a record-breaking stream for me. In terms of I don't know. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Courtney Love her name was circled in the book, meaning that Alfredo Rodriguez thought perhaps that she was involved in the abuse or knew about it. But also, I think it's like circled, and then there's a star or an arrow pointing at another contact in that list, like maybe her manager or something like that. So it could be that he was trying to say, it's this guy that knows about it. But anyway, so there is at least slight connection there, but like the rest of this tweet, complete bullshit. Explosive. There is more. Let's see more. My tweets aren't working on here. Hang on. Let's get it the old-fashioned way. Math.edu. Explosive information buried in the release of the Epstein files by the Department of Justice has uncovered the Kurt Cobain case, directly implicating Courtney Love in his murder and proving that an entire generation was lied to on a cosmic scale. So you're looking at this and you're like, oh, cool. Well, what? Tell me more about that. Nope. That's it. Just that one tweet. Thanks, sweet Marie. Just that. No other tweets. It directly implicates it. It's buried in files. It's hard to find. Anyway, bye. Nothing else. And everyone's like, what? And look at this. Anyone with half a brain has known this for 30 years. Her own dad said she did it 30 years ago. People are so fucking stupid. Wow, man. Yeah. Anyone with if someone with half a brain probably would have known this for 30 years because he only got half a brain. Yeah, anyway. A lot of people, surprisingly, more people than I expected on board with this. Wow, crazy. Yeah, anyway. But yeah, totally not true. Gotta love it. You can just say Epstein Files and then whatever you want. Epstein Files reveal conclusively that I'm cool and I have a lot of cool friends. The story of Hansel and Gretel is over 200 years old. They told the truth, but we called them crazy. Epstein and created fairy tales and folklores. I don't get it. Is this girl is this like a Ben Garrison cartoon where it's got a label on it and it's like Epstein? Is the girl represent Epstein Island? And she's got her head on the boy who represents what? No, I really don't know. But like, yeah, this one's funny because it's like the story of Hansel and Gretel is 200 years old. They told the truth. Like, I guess Hansel and Gretel told the truth about finding a gingerbread house and pushing a witch into an oven. Is that what they told the truth about? But we called them crazy. What do you mean we? I didn't call them crazy. I think when I heard the story of Hansel and Gretel, I was a child and I thought it was a pretty cool story. I probably thought the witch was scary. And I thought the murder of the witch in an oven was intense. But, and created fairy tales and folklores. What? Anyway, enough said about that one. Oh, all Epstein emails before, during, and after 9/11. Well, that would be everything. Okay, wait. So all Epstein emails before, during, and after 9/11, during 9/11, like on the day, have been withheld by the U.S. government. So I don't know if you noticed, that encompasses all of time. Every single time in the world is included in the time before, during, and after 9/11. Like, what does this even mean? And again, like, it's the same kind of thing, right? It looks like it's an article, but it's not. It's got like a symbol. Like, it's so strange. Have been withheld by the U.S. government. Okay, so Epstein did 9/11. All right, I guess that must be it. I guess because he did 9/11, during 9/11, that's all he was sending. He was sending people, we're doing this right now. Oh my God, yes. Oh my God, I love 9/11. We're doing 9/11. Oh my God, 9/11 is my idea and I did it. He was just sending that to everybody. That's why they had to redact all of the emails from before, during, and after 9/11. Okay, and we just watched the Lex Wexner interview here. Les Werner's attorney told Wexner, I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay? Let's hear it again. It's very cool. Oh, it's not working. Oh, okay, whatever. The attorney who threatened to kill Les Wexner on a hot mic has been identified as Michael Levy. I think it was, in their defense, they mean, they mean slightly before and after, I'm sure, yeah. But was it Mark? Was it you that posted this in the Discord? But somebody was like, yeah, I like how they're acting as though it was a huge mystery who this guy was. Like, no, like, they say his name in the thing. Like, it's his lawyer. Like, it's not a secret. You know, he's been identified. Our digital soldiers have sleuthed him down. Michael Levy. And people really think he was being serious there. All right. Steve Bannon, obviously a horrible guy. Horrible guy. One of the most evil guys. Excuse me. Here's Steve Bannon's plane ticket to the U.S. Virgin Islands a few weeks before Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. Epstein told an assistant to arrange for, 2 rooms for Bannon's associates. Steve will stay on the island. Yeah, that's interesting. That's good information, right? And then from that, this person goes, Steve Bannon raped and killed children. What the fuck? What the hell? I ain't even know about that. Excuse me. All right, I guess this is the last one we got. So here we go. The dumb Epstein take to end it is this, from r/conspiracy. Guys, symbolism will be their downfall. 666 days after a bloodied white horse escaped from the royal lineup. don't really know what that means. The royal lineup, is that like a parade or something? Or is that just like what you call all the royal horses? Is that where they keep their horses? I don't know what the royal lineup is. Is that like a haircut that king gets? I don't know. One of the royals is arrested on his 66th birthday. But then it's like, this is pure satanic. And it's like, so it's satanic that they arrested Prince Andrew? I feel like that's pretty cool. I feel like that's pretty good. I feel like that's kind of godlike. That's kind of good. That's kind of, I don't know. What's the opposite of satanic? Christian? I don't know. Like, I feel like, why is that bad? Some straight up satanic shit. April 24th, 2024, the incident above happened. Exactly 666 days later, Andrew Windsor is arrested on his 66th birthday. There are no coincidences. Yeah, but this isn't even a coincidence. This is just nothing. This is just, okay, he got arrested when he was 66. What happened 668 days before that? Something? Oh, there are no coincidences. Right, there aren't, but this isn't even a this isn't even a coincidence. Also, yeah, I agree. This shit looks awesome. This looks like a fucking album cover. This is very heavy metal. It's like, there are no coincidences. God, amazing. Amazing. Love that one. Love that one. Yeah, gang. Anyway, I do wish I'd ended with the stuff about transphobic culture war stuff, because I find that part the most interesting, you know? Like, people like to get very condescending about conspiracy theories. Who would believe in that? Oh, who believed in that shit? Like, I know, me personally, I definitely probably am wrong about a lot of my own conspiracy theories because they flatter my own political sensibilities. And I think we're all like that, you know? A lot of very insane fucking, you know, babies on the right and the far right have fallen for some of the most stupid, ill-conceived ideas of conspiracy theories. But no one is immune. No one's immune from that shit. We all do that. Gang, listen, I can tell people are ready for it to be done. I got more to talk about. But you know what? That just means I got less work to prepare for next week. So it's all good. We will end it here. This is long. 3 a.m. for me right now. 3:15. I'm tired. I'm tired. This is a long one. Guys, I hope you're doing well. Hope you're taking your vitamins and eating your vegetables. Or whatever you want to do. I don't know. Do whatever you want. Who cares? Great. Stream. Hell yeah. Everybody's doing it the great stream way. Big Jerry! Thanks for the stream. Good night, all. Gian, goodbye. All right. Yep. That's me reading. And you know what, gang? For sticking around, I think you guys get a special little treat. That's right. The this.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all.
Oh. No.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin. We always like Goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made Goblin jokes years ago. They became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal empire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.